This is absolutely everything I wish I had when I started my agency, and everything I know on scaling agencies to $100,000 a year and even past $1 million a year. Now, what makes this course different is I'm not just going to tell you to get more clients or to hustle harder. I'm going to show you how to find more leads and clients that want to work with you, and how to make more money with the clients and the team that you already have while actually working less. In fact, this entire course was designed that if you follow it to the letter, you will double your income while actually working 10 hours less a week. Yes, actually, and we've got proof that we can do it. If you feel that you're already at capacity and you're constantly on calls, you're managing clients and you're working late, and yet the business still depends on you, then this course is for you. And to prove that it's not just theory, we have helped every type of agency owner imaginable, from single parents to agencies with investors, SaaS businesses, consultants, coaches, freelancers, all massively grow their business and make more money while actually reducing the number of hours that they work. People like Sharon, who we helped find $50,000 within about 90 days, and Janae, who landed multiple $20,000 a month clients, and hundreds more using this exact same process that I'm giving to you today for free. And if you want more proof, you can learn more about these guys using the link below to all of our success stories. This video is not an upsell video. It's not going to sell you coaching suddenly halfway through. In this course, you are going to learn how to massively increase your prices while actually making more sales, how to find leads and clients that want to work with you, and then how to get those leads and sales on a call, and how to pitch and close them, who to hire when you're scaling, how to hire them and manage them confidently without having to redo any of their work, even if you've only ever had bad experiences hiring, how to package up your services into an offer that is so desirable you can't help but sell more of them, even if you hate selling, without cold calling or cold emailing or endless social media posting. And most importantly, how to reduce your working hours so that you can find more time to work on what matters, both in your life and in your business. My name is Mike Killen. Welcome to Sell Your Service. Let's not waste any more time, and let's discover the first key to growing your business no matter where you are right now. And it's not what you expect. Hey there, good morning. I'm recording this in the morning, and today we are going over Simplify. Now, Simplify is it's kind of the foundation piece. A lot of online learning and things like that talk about building a foundation and having simplification. And if I just move myself into the corner here, this is what we're talking about today. So over the next few videos, we're going to be looking at the 5 cores, also known as the $1 million drill. We've got time freedom, which is designed to help you get 1 hour back this week and then slowly work it up. And then productivity multiplier or productivity maximizer. That's where we're going to stop cracks appearing in your processes, make sure things stop falling through those cracks, getting work done, and also preventing people coming to you, looking to you to solve their problems. The 5 cores is split up into a few different areas. We're going to be looking at audience, the problem that you're solving, the specific function of your business, the role that you have within that business, and the outcomes. This is critical. Do not skip this part. If you struggle with a niche, or if you haven't got a niche yet, you need to do this. If you have got a niche, you still need to do this, because you need to figure out what your function, role, and outcomes are. This is what is going to help you get to around about $1 million a year, basically following this model, just following it through, repeating it, doing it, drilling it in, basically. Time freedom is all about something we call the stop list. It's pretty simple, actually, and then there's basically planning your day, which sounds very dull, but you'll see actually when I go through it just how critical it is for you to be able to plan out your time and your days in a manner that basically allows you to build as much or as little time into your working lifestyle as you need to. And then finally, productivity multiplier. This is where we're going to look at things like dividing up tasks. I'm going to show you how to hire and how to manage that team as well in order to get you to allow tasks to get done that don't require you to be overseeing them, and they make sure they get done to the best possible advantage. So we're going to be following it in that order. We're going to do the $1 million drill, then time freedom, then productivity maximizer. So I will see you on the next video, which will be the 5 cores, also known as the $1 million drill. Hey, so in this video, we are going to talk about the $1 million drill, also known as the 5 cores. So I'm going to quickly go over to my whiteboard here. This is a really simple process, and we need to understand it as best we can. I want you to imagine that this is where you are now. And let's say you are at, I don't know, 100, that's way too thick, 100 grand a year in sales. And down here is the coveted $1 million. Now, it might be $1 million. Maybe it's just doubled, 200,000, which is going to double. Doesn't matter. This depth down here is where there's basically this reservoir of resources. And what most businesses try to do is they will drill down and they will focus on certain areas, and they'll go down a certain depth. Sometimes not even that far, sometimes not even that effectively. They might go down here, and they think that by choosing lots of different places to drill down into, that's how you create wealth or massive levels of income. The horrible, cold, hard reality is it is not. We even see businesses repeatedly getting much further, and they go down this level here, and they drill down. They're getting close to this reservoir, but they haven't hit it yet. They haven't tapped that reservoir yet. The $1 million drill is essentially the 5 elements of focus that you need to have within your business to continuing doubling your business. If we think about doubling your business, let's say you're starting at 50 grand a year, all right? 50K, you double it once, that'll get you to 100 grand. This is per year, okay? You double it a second time, that's 200 grand. Double it a third time, that's 400, 800, and then is to 1.6 million. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jumps of doubling. To double a business every year is considered outstanding. I want you to put aside all of the notions around these businesses that scale and immediately get to 100,000 a month. It's extremely rare. And in fact, I think the statistics are something like if you grow your workforce by 30%, or if you grow your income by 20%, you're considered in the top 5% of performance businesses in the world. That's, I believe, the statistics. So doubling it in a year is considered outstanding. The problem is people double it. It requires so much work. They almost get to 200,000 and they go, I can't be bothered. Or they almost get to 400,000. Let's say 100 people start at 50,000. Maybe 50 will try to get to 100, then maybe 20, then maybe 10, then maybe 5, and then maybe 1. The number of people that try to make that next leap drops every single time. And it's because what they try to do is they, rather than sticking to one process of getting that doubling, now admittedly, the solution that got you to 50 or 100K or wherever you are now is not the same solution that's going to get you to 800,000 or 1.6 million or a million or something like that. I'll happily concede that point. But what a lot of people do is they end up trying to spray all of their ideas, and they think, well, actually, I'll use this tactic to get to 100,000, and then a different tactic, and then another tactic, and then a different tactic down here, and another tactic this way, and then this way. And it ends up basically being you are starting from scratch every single time. And I want to show you the model that you need to use in order to get to this doubling route. And it's what you can use repeatedly over and over and over. Now, the reason I've said before that my sweet spot is around up to $1 million, I suppose up to 1.6 technically, but up to $1 million is a pretty good sweet spot for me, is because this model works up to $1 million basically. And we call it the $1 million drill because it is going to drill down like this to the point where you will tap this 2x reservoir. And then you can use the same drill. You can use the exact same model and the exact same process. And it goes like this. As I've talked about before, it's split into 5 areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these 5 areas, you have to have only one answer for each one of these cores. Because as soon as you have 2 answers, everything doubles. As soon as you have 4 answers, everything quadruples. Basically, this top one, let's say you had 2 answers for it. immediately it's actually 1 and 1, which means 2. That's 2, that's 2, that's 2, that's 2. And this number represents the amount of time it takes to reach that doubling goal. A lot of other people have talked about this as the $1 million funnel. Technically, it's not a funnel because we don't start with like audience and come out with customers. So I don't want you to use the word funnel. Why I want to use the word drill. If it takes you 1 year to double your business, some people even believe it can take 1 year to make $1 million, which is possible. It is possible. It's hard work, but to double your business in 1 year would require focus in these 5 areas. If you have just two of the top answer, it will take you 2 years. So here's what's going to happen. Then people often have 2 different of the next thing that they need to solve. So it goes from 1, 1, then that is now 2. So we've got 4. So it compounds. So now it takes 4 years to double your business as soon as you remove that focus. Does that make sense? This is really important and critical for us to understand. And so I want to go over quickly. Now, this module is going to be slightly different already, this lesson, because we're going to go into a lot more detail around each one of these areas. And as I mentioned, we only want to have one answer for each of these. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And the first one is audience. And what I'm going to do on the next video is we're going to go over audience, and then we're going to go over the next one and the next one, because I want to give you 5 videos to really drill this home, because this is so critical. The first one is audience. This is who you serve. You are funnel builders. I do not work with freelancers. I don't work with WordPress businesses. You might use WordPress, but I don't work with people who call themselves WordPress businesses. I don't work with influencers. I don't work with accountants. It's irrelevant of whether my work would, or my processes would work for that business. That's irrelevant. Up until $1 million a year revenue plus, I need to have one focus. The next one is the problem. What is the problem that I solve? What is the one thing that people wake up going, you guys at home are going, I need to solve this problem. I need to fix this. This is a real headache for me. What is the thing they're sweating about? No one in history has ever woken up saying, my God, I need a marketing consultant. But they do wake up thinking, I need more money. I need more sales. I need more leads. I need more clarity. I need more focus. I need more confidence. I'm worried my partner is going to leave me. My kids are an absolute mess. There's lots of problems in the world. Predominantly, the problem that I solve is basically revenue. I don't have enough revenue. I'm worried about revenue. How am I going to grow revenue? I don't have enough revenue. Notice how not a lot of my stuff is around lead generation. That's for a variety of reasons. I don't think it's the number one problem that people have in their business. I also don't think it's the number one problem they wake up thinking about. They go, oh, I've only had more leads. I think actually most people lie in their bed and they go, I haven't got enough revenue. And so we need to start thinking about this. You need to start thinking about who your audience is and who your problem is. This here, typically, is called a niche. Now, if you have a niche already, awesome. I want you to write in the audience and the problem. And we've got this worksheet and I'll share that with you. If you haven't, I want you to do the next 2 videos. Obviously, I want you to do all of these, but you need to have this definition. And we'll talk about the main problem with, oh, I'm worried I'll choose a niche that's too small. I'm worried that I'll choose a niche that's not profitable. Oh, I like to work with small businesses, but they can never seem to afford me. We'll talk about all of that. The next one is what we call the function. So typically, this is also called currency, by the way. Typically, people define their business by like, oh, I'm a marketing consultant or I'm a funnel builder, so I build funnels. And they think that that's the function of their business. And it's not. The function of my business is ultimately, what do I increase or decrease? So what do I give more of, or do I take away? Some people take away stress, take away overwhelm, take away overhead. Some people increase sales, increase leads, increase revenue. And again, the function of the business really, for me, is specifically based around the metric of revenue and in a specific amount of time. So I say I double it in 90 days. You might be thinking now, there's no way that I can come up with something like that for my business. It's way too ethereal. It's way too touchy-feely, way too specific and bespoke. I promise you there is. And here's the cold, hard truth. If you don't have a specific function, and because you also might say the problem is basically sales or money. And there are lots of problems. There are lots of problems with your customers. This product here solves about 9 different problems, and we'll talk about all of that, I promise. Right now that you're probably thinking, this is way too specific and there isn't a big enough market for one audience, one problem, one function, and the next 2 things, but I promise you there is. So we're going to come up with a function, which is basically what do you increase or decrease? That's what you do. You know how I always say sell futures, not features? The function is ultimately what you're going to be selling. So I sell doubling your revenue within 90 days. That's actually what I sell, right? I happen to build courses and stuff, but that's irrelevant, and that comes up in a minute. Next up is role. This is what you do. This is what you do within your business. You have to define what you do for your business to enable this function, to solve this problem for this audience. Are you building partnerships? Do you create content? If you are the one who builds the work, that's fine. It's not ideal, but we need to find someone who's going to grow the business. We need to find someone who's going to work on the business, do sales and marketing, admin, and I will talk about all of that later on. And then finally, we have outcomes. Outcomes are basically what your team are going to be responsible for. So every single person has their own kind of micro role. The first outcome is to make sure that you can do your role. That's actually everyone else who you hire. Their first job is to make sure that you can do your job. Their next outcomes are going to be very specifically defined, almost like KPIs, kind of, but not quite as specific as that. They are basically, how do they know they're being successful at the job? For example, Clarence, who is our content manager, her outcomes are based around audience growth, lead generation, subscriber growth, click-through rates. Clarence is told and has worked out with me that if she sees these metrics go up, that's how she knows that her business is running well. And it also means that people are less likely to come back to you. So we need to have one outcome per member of team, one primary outcome, and they're going to have multiple ones. I understand that they will do, but they at least need to have one outcome that they are working towards themselves. So that is the $1 million drill, and this will basically get you 1 to 200 to 400 to 800 to 1.6 mil. Following this path will basically allow you to go down that. Some businesses even say you need to have one product to solve one problem for one person and one sales tool for 1 year. That's like another way of looking at this, which is kind of similar to what we're talking about here. This would be the product essentially. This is the problem. This is the who. The role is almost like the sales tool, and the outcomes, I say 1 year is cheating a little bit because I think there should be one outcome for your team and for the business as well. And this also feeds a little bit into your mission as well, like what is it that you're actually doing, which is basically based off your function. Anyway, I'm going to see you in the next video where we're going to go over audience, and then after that we will go over problem. So every single course, consultant, coach talks about having a niche, and you're probably no different when you talk to your customers and they say, hey, we want to build funnels and do some marketing work and whatever for our customers. What's the first thing you ask? The first thing you ask is, okay, who? The number one thing that customers ask me, so funnel builders ask me, is how can I get more clients? How can I get more leads? When I talk about things like 5-figure funnels, the book, or I talk about lead generation, the number one thing that people say to me is, well, how could I possibly sell something for 25 grand? I don't know where those people are. And this is a problem across all marketing agencies, and it's a little bit of a catch-22 because you might feel, well, until I've got those customers and I'm working with them, I don't know where they are, and I can't know where they are until I'm working with them. And it's actually the opposite way around. And what I'm going to go through with you today in this video is how to define the audience that you can best serve. And this is not necessarily an easy thing to think about, but it is really, really critical for us to work on before we can go any further. So this might be one of the longer videos because it's so important to understand how you are going to define the audience that you're going to go after. If you don't define the audience, I can't help you find more customers. It's as simple as that. And what's also really critical is that if you choose the wrong audience, you won't make any money. So many businesses I know work with startups or people starting out or people on death's door, and they want people to basically bail them out of bankruptcy. You can't do that for a number of reasons. First of all, if you're on this, you're probably doing under $1 million a year. So therefore, the reality is you don't have the resources to be able to spare working with businesses that frankly can't afford you. We will talk about later on in the product matrix section about how we can have different products at different price points, but you need to have customers who actually fall into 4 categories. Let's go over to the screen. Now you've got these worksheets, and there's going to be a few things that I'm going to draw that you will also have a worksheet of. And what we're focusing on today is audience. So this is the who, right? And combined with the next one, which will be the problem, this essentially gives you your niche. Your audience needs to fit into a few different categories, and this will come up again during Velvet Rope. First of all, do you like them? Right? Pretty critical. Now, I don't believe that you have to be super passionate about the industry that you work in. A colleague of mine, a guy called Gareth Healy, who exited his marketing agency, very successful. His marketing agency, which is a big one based in the UK, worked with big box retailers. And he plainly stated to me, he said, I didn't have a passion for big box retailers. I didn't think these are the people that I want to work with for the rest of my life. But he found passion in it through committing to it. I'm a firm believer that commitment to all things is a choice. It's not like you find the thing you love and then it's easier to love it. I believe that you decide to love something and then you work on giving it as much time and attention as you can. And it's the same with a niche. You might not like the niche that comes out of this and immediately go, oh my God, I absolutely love them. But you have to like working with the individual person. That makes a massive difference. But you might surprise yourself when you drill down into an industry and you think, actually, this is kind of interesting. I like working with these people. So number one, do you like them? Number two, can I get them great results? Can you get them great results? Again, this is a really good qualifier. This is almost better than the budget question, because let's say you only want to work with businesses who are starting out and they're really struggling and they can't really afford you and your heart kind of bleeds for them, which happens. But let's say that you were to take a business that does 100,000 or a business that does 1 million and you double them. If you double the business that does 100,000, that's only to 200,000. If you double the business that does 1 million to 2 million, that's 1 million in revenue that you could help them get. I am helping the majority of you get from 100 to 200 to 400. That's fine. But you're also not working one-on-one with me. You are doing group coaching. If you want to work one-on-one with me, that's fine. But it's around 35, 40K to do so. Most people in your position can't do that. If you're earning 100 grand, there's no way you're going to give 40,000 of that to me to help you double. Partly because even if I did get you to double, the ROI wouldn't be as great as working with people who are already at 5, 6, 800,000 and getting them to double. Does that make sense? So can you get them great results? And most of you are still going to want to do client work. Again, later on in the future, we're going to talk about mixing up in that product matrix. But I also want you to think about the businesses that you want to attract and work with. Do they themselves have the attitude, and this is a harsh question, I understand it's very difficult and uncomfortable, but do they themselves have the attitude to get the results that they profess they want? We have all worked with entrepreneurs or wantrepreneurs and business owners who say they want to have all these amazing results and they say they want to go XYZ, but when the push comes to shove, they don't commit, they're flaky, they're not interested. So can you get them great results? That's critical. And number three, and can they afford you? Critical. And can they afford to implement your advice? There's no point in working with someone who's going to pay you 25 grand, who then, when you tell them you're going to need a CRM system that's going to cost another 500 a month, they go, we don't have that in the budget. They have to be able to afford you, and they have to be able to afford to implement the advice that you're giving them. There are another couple of qualifiers, but for the most part, this is about it. This then brings us into Trinity. Do you like working with them? Like I said, you don't have to be super passionate about them, but you have to like working with the person and you have to decide that you are going to commit to them. Can you get them great results, and can they afford you? And so when we start listing out ideas, you might think, well, I love working with NPOs, non-profit organizations, charities, this kind of stuff. Can I get them great results? Probably. Can they afford me? Almost certainly not. They never can, right? It always has to be pro bono work. They always say we don't have any money, okay? So you think, okay, well, how about if I work with new businesses under the age of a year old? A year to 3 years. I like working with them. They're really interesting, excited. Can I get them great results? Probably, yeah. Can they afford me? No, they can't. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go through a few processes here of finding out, we're going to list out a few different niche ideas, and then you're going to run them through this test, basically. They need to be able to sit right in the center here, and they need to be able to answer all three of these. Do you like working with them? Can you get them great results? And can they afford you? And so the first piece I want to talk about here, this is the easiest piece, is what we call the transition market. All marketplaces or all successful marketplaces are defined by the transition. And I want to take the example of getting married. When a couple is going to get married, they are transitioning from essentially single, even though they might have been together for years, but in the eyes of the law or, you know, whatever, into marriage. So they start single and they end married, ideally happily married. And their transition is typically what we call a wedding. The wedding industry is huge. And the reason it is huge is because it is a transition market. Another one is from childless to parent. And ideally, the rider on that is a good parent. You want to be a good parent. You want to be happily married. And the transition is basically having a child, right? Birth. The child market, baby market, is huge. And again, it's because it's a transition market. If you've ever been married or got married and you've gone through the process of going to all the different bits and pieces, you know all the different things that you have to get done. Flowers, dress, clothes, venue. Liv and I, we're married. We did ours like super on the cheap. We got married on a farm. We only had about 30 guests. I bought my suit secondhand from eBay. Liv went to a discount like bridal boutique and managed to find like a designer dress for like 60 quid. My shoes cost more than her wedding dress. It's a stunning dress, but obviously you had to go through that. Think about all those people we've had to interact. Are those people set up to A, help us with the transition, or B, were they trying to convince us to make the transition? Have you ever known a bridal shop and they're marketing to focus around, hey, you know what you should do? You should get married and we can help with that. No. They capture people during that transition. It's during the transition that that person has already decided to make. Those are some of the biggest marketplaces in the world. And they're also some of the most easily identifiable niches. And we'll talk about business ones in a minute. Another one is rent to successful homeowner. And the process is buying a house. That transition period is stressful, takes a lot of work, takes a lot of time and money and energy. There are entire markets set up to people who have already decided to take on that transition. People who have decided, I want to become a successful homeowner. Those businesses don't try to convince you to buy a house. What they do is they say, we can make this transition easier. And so when you're running a business, there are transitions from start to finish. And we'll revisit this model a few times, but I want you to think about what are the transitions that your potential customers are in that they're struggling with. A really big one at the moment is influencer to successful business owner. I know a lot of influencers who have got a large audience, who draw in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views a week, got millions of subscribers across either YouTube or Instagram or whatever, and they really struggle to generate revenue outside of their audience or outside of that platform. So they want to become a successful business owner. So the transition is essentially financial control, right? Now, the cool thing about transition markets is if you can define the name of the transition, you've basically created a category. And if you can define the category, you're number one in the world. Okay. It's a very, very simple model, but that doesn't mean it's easy. If you say to people, we help people who are influencers who want to gain financial control to become successful business owners so that they can, again, where they are at the start, rely basically on ads. And by the end, they will be able to sell their own products. That's the transition. Start, finish. Relying on ads, selling products. Influencer, successful business owner. And the transition is financial control. The process they go through is financial control. Or maybe it's setting up a business or whatever you want to call it. Other businesses starting, they start with a new CEO and he wants to become seasoned, but most importantly, respected. And you'll see that I put these statuses in inverted commas. People don't want to be just a homeowner. People don't want to be just a parent. People don't want to be just married. They want to be a good parent. They want to be seen in the eyes of being a good parent. They want to be happily married. They want to have the idea of that happy marriage. They don't want to just be a homeowner. They want to be a successful homeowner, someone who can regularly afford the mortgage payments. You don't just want to be a seasoned owner, you want to be a seasoned, respected owner, so you have that status. And the transition here might be some kind of authority boost, right? A really good boost. A really good transition on top of this is a CEO, like an old CEO who leaves, and then a revamped, like new CEO or something like that, yeah? Revamped would be like revitalized, new branding, all of this. I want you to start thinking about the transitions that you are helping people with. And a really easy way to work on this is to just list out, and this is going to require a little bit of work, list out a bunch of places where businesses are at the moment. Where are they now? It's not necessarily that they're struggling, but they are in a place, like someone who's single and childless isn't necessarily struggling, but it's not where they want to be. It's where they are today. And this is where they want to be tomorrow. Now, the length of time could be a week, a month, a year, a decade. It doesn't matter. If we look at, for example, child to good parent, a huge industry is actually enabling people to conceive, right? But there's also people who conceive and then need to buy all the expensive baby gear, yeah? So there's all these transitions set up. Another transition would be people who have left their job and their transition is they want to start a new business. Now, personally, I wouldn't go after that because, again, does it then fit in with the love, get good results and afford you? Probably not. What you want to start doing is listing out a ton of these audience transitions and then figuring out where they want to finish. And the way that we can do that is by using this next worksheet called characteristics. These are 6 defining characteristics that businesses have, and we can start to think about, this is where you can start to think, actually, I prefer working with businesses who are already change makers and disruptors, and we help them become household names. That's what I want to do. Okay, great. So we want to think about these 6 different areas. For example, products they sell. The products they sell, are they digital? And then immediately think, well, actually, are they currently traditional? They're physical and they want to move into traditional, maybe. Maybe they're physical and they want to move into digital. Maybe they're digital, they want to move into physical. Like a lot of digital online courses, they want to do a live event. Personally, I wouldn't be doing that until about 2023, but you know, that's what people might want. Do they sell advice? Do they sell, like, what would we call them? Maintenance products? What type of products do they, and this is also, are they are kind of on that spectrum of, this is a really easy method, by the way, is service or relationship. So like lawyers, you know, accountants, people you have a physical relationship, well, not physical relationship with your accountant or solicitor or a lawyer, maybe you do, as in you tend to have one-on-one contact with them, there has to be a human there. Or is it a product? Are they budget or are they premium? And you might think, actually, I really like working with budget products. People who sell online courses for like $27. Now, it doesn't mean that you're only going to work with people who are selling $27 courses and they only make $27,000 a year. All right, that doesn't mean that. But you want to start thinking about the types of products they sell, the value they sell them at, the pricing, the relationship with the customer, the actual what we call product, the product lifetime value. So is it a recurring revenue product? Is it a one-time purchase, a high-ticket purchase, membership products? There's a lot of different things, and just list them out. Just list out as many as you can, and we're going to start working through those transitions. And you start thinking about, well, if they sell membership products, do they want to sell one-off high-ticket products? Or if they sell high-ticket products, do they want to sell membership products? I like working with products that they sell. I think that's a good category to start with. Next up, what are the types of results they get customers? Now, truthfully, there are only about 5 results you can ever get anyone. Health, wealth, relationships, or sex. So that's a lot around, like, not just relationships as in healthy, good one-on-one relationships with your parents or with your co-workers, but also increasing people's sex appeal. I would argue that there's a lot of brands out there who's like sports brands who actually don't sell health products. They sell sex products to try and get people laid, basically. A lot of gyms, their underlying tagline is look good naked. You got hobbies, so people are able to invest in time that's not necessarily productive, but certainly feels like they're contributing to something that they and status. Mont Blanc is not a pen company. They are a status company. They tell people It's a way of telling someone that you've made it. They're not a stationery company. They're not even a wealth company. They are a status company. So what type of results do you get? Do they get their customers? And this is interesting as well, because it might force you to think about, well, what type of results do I get my customers? I'm in the wealth space. I'm happy to admit that. But there was a time when we were really close to going down the health space, really close. We thought, actually, what we're really doing is working on people's mental health and their confidence. And I just decided to focus on wealth. So what are the results they get their customers? And it might be that you like working with people who help their customers lose weight or live healthier lives. You like working with people who allow them to look at alternative medicine. Again, does alternative medicine as a market have a lot of money to spend? No, not really, not usually. But if you were to find 5 customers willing to spend $100,000 a year, that's a $500,000 a year business. That's pretty good. And they are out there, but they're the micro percentages that are able to do it. Hobbies. Interesting. A lot of people set up a business saying they've set up a business and call themselves an entrepreneur, but actual fact, they run a hobby. So that's kind of an interesting one that I like to look at, is do I actually help people set up? I like working with businesses who help other businesses set up, or I like working with businesses who help other people start a business. So maybe you work with a coach who happens to be crushing it, but what they do is help people start up a business. So technically, they're in the hobby space, if that makes sense. It's a little bit patronizing, I apologize, but a lot of businesses, people have, I'm an entrepreneur, got a side hustle. And I'm like, well, if it doesn't make money and if you have to keep working at it, it's a hobby or a job. It's not a business. So that's something that's quite cool already. What they're doing already is a really broad one. Are they paying for ads? Are they doing phone sales? And by the way, if you have no idea about this is when you need to start doing some research. You need to go on Google and spend a ton of time researching different types of businesses. And when I mean go on Google, I don't mean like, I'll potter about on it and I'll go in a few Facebook groups. The biggest frustration that I have is people ask me for a niche. And the problem is I could give you a niche, but you won't care about it because you haven't uncovered it yourself. There are so many types of businesses out there doing so many different things, spending trillions and trillions of dollars and pounds and euros on multiple services and doing lots of different things that you could be a part of and you could help them get outstanding results. So when you say, well, I don't know what businesses are doing, research it. Spend some time on Google researching it. Go into Facebook groups and LinkedIn. What are people doing in business right now? The big thing right now is this will date the video, but everyone is panicking about this iOS update for email marketing. So what are they doing already? They're doing email marketing. And we think, well, what's the transition then? Do they continue doing email marketing? So today they're email marketing, and tomorrow they will still be doing email marketing, but it'll be more insight. They'll have insight-based campaigns. For some reason, they've lost insight. I'm not even going to get into it because it's not true. Insight email, right? And the transition is basically the category that you create, and you might call it, I don't know, we'll call it something dumb like authority, right? Something simple. So I want you to start thinking about these transitions of people, things that they're already doing that are either mistakes or they need to change. Maybe they're doing them and you can 2x it. If they're paying for ads, maybe you can, double their return on ad spend or whatever it is, ROAS. I don't know. What are they already doing that might be a mistake or a misconception or something they need to stop doing? Location, industry, or job. The reason that these are all together is because I think it's a very volatile area to look at. I would never pick an industry personally because I think there's too many variations. And I think if an industry goes down, that tanks your business. However, it's worth thinking about. It's worth thinking in a broader perspective. Do I work with the CEO or do I work with people who very specifically create pet food products? Now, the rider to the industry, location, or job is that they have to have one of these other aspects in them. What they're doing, the results they get their customers, the products they sell. For example, if it's pet food company and it's actually the results you're looking at, you need to work with health pet food companies. So if you have an industry, that's fine. Personally, I'm not a huge fan, although you could argue funnel builders is a huge thing, but I would argue what they're already doing is building funnels, right? That's the thing they're doing. What are they already doing? They're already making 1 million. I have a colleague whose entire speciality is basically getting people from 1 million, he actually says to 10 million. He 10x's $1 million businesses, but you physically have to be making $1 million a year. What's that? 83 grand a month. I can't remember. 83 grand a year, week, something like that. Whatever it is, I can't remember. you have to be making that kind of money every single year, and you have to have proven you've done it for a couple of years and that you've hit a plateau, and he'll 10x it for you. That's his sweet spot. And yet the irony of trying to help someone get them to 100 grand, he just wouldn't be able to do it. He probably could do it, but I should say his models wouldn't be able to get you there. But he does the 10x, 1 million to 10 million. They're already doing 10 million. So with pet food companies who are already 10 million a year plus, I don't know, a million plus, whatever. So the rider, if you do choose an industry, is they have to be doing one of these other things already. Business model or type, are they a coaching business? You might say it's an industry, but I would say coaching so broad, it's a way of delivering work. So this is basically how they deliver, and it might be done for you, client services, digital. Again, this is similar to the products that they sell. Maybe the business model is very what we call fire team. There's only 3 people in the business. The type of business is the age. So how long have they been going? Are they a disruptor? Are they what we call entrenched? Can't even spell entrenched, whatever. Are they a partnership? I work really well with businesses who are willing to have a KPI at the helm, or they already have a KPI. So the business model is what we call a KPI, a key person of influence model. And so they might want, one business I know of, Dent, for example, they start, the people are basically essentially coaches, and they become a KPI through basically the KPI system. So that's the categories, a KPI, key person of influence, and they become a KPI. Right, a successful KPI. Values or status, another really important one. What's their status? Are they currently seen as unreliable, or is their status to do with their product? For example, Oil of Olay, which is now just called Olay, was considered like a real bargain basement, just pick it up because you need to have moisturizer for women aged 50 plus. And they basically changed their market, and they went from bargain basement to a more premium line within the space of about 10 years by introducing other product lines and different models and different business, different product chemical compounds, different influencers, audience members, and they transitioned themselves. And people forget they weren't considered the premium version, which they are today. They're not the most premium, but they're certainly up there. There's also a lot of businesses. An interesting one is like Juicy Couture, which was very celebrity, very Hollywood, very West Coast, very hip hop, and then it's basically turned into a pretty much a bargain basement product. Same with Burberry. Burberry had a real image problem in the UK because the only people who wore them were people who tend to throw rocks at buses. But they're nice fabric, nice brand, but yeah, kind of got destroyed. There's a lot of transitions like that, and you help people claim them back or move them into that market maybe. Sometimes that's where people want to go. What are their values? So value is basically another word for truly, it's another word for good life advice. If anyone says, oh, it's one of our values, would you say, so you would give that advice to someone who is younger than you? And if they go, no, then it's not a value, right? That's what a value is. I believe you should have the courage to be disliked. That's a value. I think you should be willing to stand up and say, I actually don't mind if you don't like me. I don't care if you don't like me. It's irrelevant. But that's what you need to be. That's what a value is. And maybe you look for certain businesses with certain values or a status. They're seen in the marketplace already as A, B, or C. So what I want you to do is to have a think about and start listing out some audience characteristics. And I promise you, the reason it's done, by the way, in like a funnel or upside down pyramid or this drill is because this will take the most amount of time. Audience will take the most amount of time. Problem the next most. Function, outcomes and roles will take the least amount of time. But you have to get the audience part right. And I want you to run it through this model. Put them in here and say, I want to work with influencers who are looking to take financial control and become successful business owners. That's the transition. Do I like working with them? Yeah. Can they afford me? Yeah, the ones I'm going to work with can at least. Do I like working with them? No, I find them a bit grating and a little bit condescending. Okay, all right, fine. I want to work with typical done-for-you service-based businesses in the premium relationship category who want to transition into online products and online scalable products. Can they afford me? Yeah, because they've already got a proven client base. Do I like working with them? Yeah. Can I get them epic results? I can absolutely get them epic results. I can show them. And you go, great, that's one example. And I want you to list out, I know I said you can only have one, but I want you to list out two. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 or 3 different niches, 1, 2, 3. And you are then going to slowly pick through them. You're gonna say, and we'll talk about this in a bit, I want you to list out 3 and then we're going to whittle it down to 1, but I'll do that in another video or some other training. So if you've got 3 audience members, I will allow you to move on, and they have to be specific, and ideally they want to have a transition that they're already working on themselves. They want to make this transition, and then we'll look on to the next video to do with problem. Hey funnel builders, another day, another dollar. Let's jump into the problem. So this is the second layer down in the $1 million drill, and the problem is really defined as the number one thing that is keeping your audience awake at night. I think we have a lot of misconceptions around what a problem is, and the funny thing is that people actually don't buy promises. I know I even say sell futures, not features. People don't even really buy futures. What they buy is a problem solved, even if your product or service is very positive and moves towards a result, it is still eliminating a problem. So we want to identify the core problem that your customers are facing and that your audience are facing and that they're really worried about. And this is like the number one problem. And you are going to solve, in fact, throughout this process, you will actually solve 9 different problems in total. You'll solve lots of different problems, but at the core, there will be one thing that if you can show them how to do it, that will be more valuable than anything else. If you say to someone, I'm going to show you how to have a completely stress-free wedding under budget because you're worried about being over budget and spending too much money and having a shit time, that's the core problem. If I go, yeah, also your guests are going to have a good time and you're going to have all the meals that you want and your honeymoon's going to work out, that's great. Those are useful. And there might be problems even within the bigger core problem that we solve, but it's actually the core identifiable thing that they wake up in the night sweating about. And this is really critical to understand. If it's not something that your audience really, really cares about, it's almost impossible to get them to buy it. And this is where a lot of people get confused. In fact, let's jump over to the whiteboard. We'll come over to the worksheet in a minute. There is a difference between an internal problem and an external problem. Internal, external. We, as funnel builders, are particularly good at external problem solving. What that means is they don't have a plan. They're not doing regular marketing. I don't like branding, but maybe their brand sucks or they don't have a brand. And we look at their business and go, oh, it's obvious. You're not doing any email marketing. You're not doing any search optimization. You're not building traffic. You're not building awareness. You don't have a core product. But those are all external problems. Those are all things that we can see are the problem. And when you go to the doctor, well, actually, maybe this has changed now because of things like WebMD, but you tend to go to the doctor or to the hospital saying, look, I've got a really bad pain in my... And even if you think you know what the problem is, like recently when I had to go to hospital, I was convinced I had appendicitis. I even said to the doctors and the nurses, I was like, I've got appendicitis, my appendix is going to burst, the pain is unbearable, and I'm sweating and convulsing. And they were like, okay, yeah, Mr. Killen, sure. Okay, that sounds really bad. And then because they knew full well it wasn't appendicitis, I had just determined what the external problem is. But the internal problem was pain, right? It was agony. And it turns out the external problem was actually a problem with my kidneys, or kidney, one of them. And so make sure that you are not marketing the external. And some people might say, yes, but if my customer knows that that's their external problem, can't I market to that? I want you to think deeper than that. And I want you to think way more human and way more personal. It is a human being buying your product. What are they waking up in the night thinking about? What's the first thing on their mind? And it's probably something pretty basic. It's probably money. Confidence certainly plays a big role, but we need to get more specific around that. But most people are worried about money, growth, the future, uncertainty. These are the things they're actually panicking about. And it is not the act. No one has ever woken up in the night going, oh my God, I need a marketing consultant. No one's ever thought that. What people wake up is thinking, how in the hell am I going to grow the business in this economy? Where am I going to find my next customers? Why aren't people buying our products? Why do I feel stressed? And so I want us to think about these very human internal problems. These are pains that people suffer from. And if you're really struggling with this one, we'll do the exercise in a minute. If you're really struggling with this one, a good exercise to do is what we call 100 problems. where you are basically going to list out 100 things that you can solve for your customers. And you list out 100 items, and then you go, actually, those are pretty similar and those are pretty similar, so we can group those together. And then over time, you will find that there is one core problem. And don't overthink it. If you think their problem is lack of sales, that's their problem. If you think, if your customers think, why do our customers keep leaving? A telco company hired me a long time ago to do marketing consultant because they had really bad churn. That was the problem their boss kept waking up in the night thinking about, was why are our customers leaving us? Leaving a telco company, can you imagine? So let's move on to the exercise. And if you have no idea, this is why the audience comes first, right? Because I want us to go away and research groups, and they are out there, forums, products, blogs, podcasts, YouTube channels. You shouldn't be choosing an audience that doesn't already have a congregation. I chose funnel builders because I was already well deeply ingrained within the tools. There was even a time when I used ClickFunnels, can you believe? And so I want you to go into these groups and have a look at what are the things that they're worried about. If you have an audience already, then you should just be, even if you have 10 people on your email list, maybe you've got 10 current customers or you've got 10 people who you've got on your email list, I want you to email them these questions. And we'll include these questions somewhere. These are like problem questions. So I want you to think about, put yourself in the eyes of the customer, in the shoes of the customer, and say, I'm getting stressed with sales taking too long. Go, all right, cool. And think, all right, in the mind of my customer, how do I, and you need to really get into that stressed, frustrated mindset of like, okay, well, how do I generate leads from scratch? Okay, great. So a long time ago, I worked as a chef in France. I worked all over France, and at one point I worked in a place called Val d'Isère, which is very expensive, but frankly, I thought it was a bit of a dump. And it's like a ski resort. If you go to Val d'Isère and you're watching this, you know what I'm talking about. It's super expensive. It's very classy, but the amount of money that people are throwing around, when you wake up in the morning, you realize, oh, it's just a ski resort. So I always found that quite funny. Anyway, the number one problem that people would have is they would go to Le Follet Douche, which is like it's a bar on the side of the mountain, about 1 billion miles away from anywhere else. You can get there, I think, via, what do they call it? The cars, you know, the ski lifts. You can get there via ski lift. But people would get there, get pissed, and then basically go down the other side of the mountain, and they'd be on the complete opposite side of the resort. And the frustration was, how do I get back? I'm wasted on, it wasn't absinthe, there was some, it'll come, chartreuse, right? They were wasted on chartreuse, and they go, how do I get back? And it was a genuine frustration. And a friend of mine was a driver, and he said, I'm the most beloved person in the entire resort. I don't sell them expensive ski gear. I don't take them on ski holidays. It's because their number one problem is, how do I get home? And I turn up and I say, jump in the back of my car, 100 euros. I mean, it was insane, but people would pay it because he was solving a huge problem of how are they going to get home at 4 p.m. when it's getting dark, it's getting cold, they're too drunk to ski or snowboard home, and he's going to take them back to their resort. You need to be in that level of frustration. They need to be hyper aware of their problem. Here's another one. If only I had more. If only I had more sales. And maybe it is as simple as that. Because remember, we're going to make it more specific later on. We're going to make it extremely compelling later on. If you think, yeah, but everyone says they do sales. No, they don't. What most people do is say, I do sales. That's it. What you're going to do is, if you are an audience member who wishes they had more sales, I'm going to show you how to do that in X amount of time with X amount of results. That's completely different. And I will show you that function piece later. Or I just want to get rid of tire kickers. One of my colleagues, customers, he's become a good friend now. His biggest problem was low value leads. He would get, for every 15 or so leads he would get through, maybe 2 of them were any good. And he was like, how do I reduce this number? So we put in place an automation process that basically qualified people out via chat, and they went somewhere else. And it immediately cut back so much time. And it was for the sake of installing a chatbot. And it was costing him thousands of pounds a week to deal with these low value leads. And so we just installed a simple chatbot and he paid for that. It's a good example of a gap cost, by the way, which we'll come on to later. I just want to get rid of tire kickers. Those are the problems. And what I want you to come up with is one. I want you to go, this is a problem, a big core problem that I can solve. In the future, are you going to be solving other problems? Yes. In the future, are you going to be solving a wider range of problems? Yes. Can you solve more than one problem? Absolutely. But as we've recalled, specificity sells. The more specific you are, money, so that's a low amount of payment. This is specific. If you've got a specific audience here, specific problem for that audience here, specific function here, specific role here. If you've got even a metric that you can go by, you're even going to go even higher. Specificity sells. We can always broaden it out later. So I want you to come away with one problem and put it inside your 5 cores. So we've got the audience and now I want the problem. And next up, we're going to be looking at function. Hey guys, so I'm getting a lot of questions about like, what is a niche? How do I choose the right niche? And I want to show you just what a niche is and what the plan should be if you're unsure. So we've seen this model here, which is you've got to love them, they've got to be able to afford you, you've got to get them epic results. Now, a niche, very, very simply, is a who and a what. I'll move that over there. Who, what. So this is an audience and a problem. Now, what most people do is they just focus on what you do, the funnel builder. We know that that's not right. We know that who you work with is more important than what you do. And so if we have a specific who and a specific problem, when they overlap in the middle, that there is the niche. Don't overthink this. As a rule of thumb, if you have a really broad who, let's say that you work with coaches, right? Really, you need to have a very specific problem to solve for them. For example, recurring revenue, something like that, for example, doesn't have to be, because that needs to be hyper specific. Because if you say, what do you do for coaches? Oh, we do everything. We do their checkout pages, their sales pages. We help with their marketing, their branding. We help with their worksheets, all of that. That's not good enough. No one's looking for that. What people are looking for is a hyper-specific solution for a hyper-specific problem. And yet, broadly speaking, if they're a coach, hopefully you've got other qualifiers in there, like they have to be earning over X amount, whatever. On the other hand, you can have a very broad set of problems, such as running a business, right? But a very specific who. So this might be mums with 2 kids, just as an example. Very specific who. And even then, you'll want to have some of your qualifiers as hyper specific as well, making it really, really narrow, because that niche needs to be specific. We're not looking for hundreds of thousands of customers, all right? And trust me when I say, if you provide a specific problem for a specific person and they find out about you, they're going to want to tell other people in their network. They're going to want to tell them. So I personally prefer to have a blend of the two and have it a bit more open. So funnel builders, that was terrible. That doesn't even overlap. There's no niche there. So funnel builders and sales. That's what I like. I like to have an equal one. But if you do have a really, really broad niche, which is fine, broad who, you need to have a hyper-specific problem. And in the function one we'll talk about later, that will come up. And remember, if you come up with 3 different ones, so here what have we got? We've got love, afford, and great results. Write in niche 1, niche 2, niche 3. Write them in. And then say to yourself, do I love working with them? First of all, eliminate one of them straight away. Off the top of your head, you know full well of those 3, one of them you don't want to work with. And you go, I don't really want to work with this one. Great. And then think to yourself, do I really love working with both of them? And if you do, who do you love working with the most? Can they afford me? Yes. If they can afford you, who can afford to pay you the most? Can you get them great results? Yes. Can you afford to get them great results? Which one would get the best results from you? If even then you think it's both equal, what I want you to do is take one of them, build just at random, right? And just decide that you're going to do that one, test it for 90 days, and then move on to the next one. There's even the coin flip test where you just say, well, heads I'll work with number 1, tails I'll work with number 2, flip the coin, catch it, and then before you look at it, think to yourself, which one am I secretly hoping for? You need to pick one. Your internal dialogue of all the things of, oh, they're both the same, is just a protection method. It's not true. You need to ignore all of your instincts. And what you need to do is you need to get specific and hyper aware on one type of customer. Even if you have no idea where to find that customer right now, we need to be specific and defined about who that customer is. Cool. All right, thanks guys. All right, let's talk function. Function, in my opinion, is the most underutilized aspect of building any kind of business plan. And a lot of businesses get this very confused. They think the function is building funnels or building websites, and it's not. This is related to the problem aspect, and it's obviously extremely related to the audience aspect of your business. But what a function is either what you increase or decrease for the customer. In some circles, this is called a currency. You might have heard other coaches and educators call it a currency, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna call it a function, because it's ultimately, while you are being paid to solve a problem, the way you solve the problem is with the function. And this also gives specificity. It's also a really good USP. Yeah, unique selling point. There we go. If you find that you have customers who don't really understand what you do, or check out this, if you've ever had a customer approach you and say, I love the proposal, but I was just wondering if you could just put a bit more detail in there because I'm just not entirely sure what it is that we're buying. It's because you're not clear on your function. It's got nothing to do with the features and listing out every line item. It's because they don't actually understand what they'll be getting in X amount of time and in what specific result. And so we're going to do a few things. Here's the first thing. Let's jump over to the worksheet. Got this worksheet. This is where you increase things and this is where you decrease things. And there's kind of like a bigger dividing line down there. I want you to list out all of the things that you increase for your customers if they work with you. All of them. Small, big, doesn't matter how specific or non-specific. If it's touchy-feely, if it's metric-driven, great. So we're going to say, first of all, they get sales. Yep. And by the way, if you're going through this and you go, Mike has literally listed out everything that I increase and decrease, I've got a hint for you. 99% of service businesses basically sell the same thing. They sell more money. Ultimately, we've talked earlier about health, wealth, relationships, status, and hobbies. All businesses fit into those 5 categories. Chances are, if you're a funnel builder, our function worksheet is going to look pretty similar. Don't worry about that, because combined with the audience and the problem and the function, that's going to equal something pretty spectacular and specific to you. Plus, remember, I've got all this planned out. That's why you're in 7-figure freedom, right? Plus, with your escape plan, if I can learn how to spell, that makes it even more specific. You have got plenty of specificity elsewhere. The way that I've had this explained to me is most kitchens have the same ingredients. They all have eggs, flour, stock, wine, butter, oil, pasta, herbs, tomatoes. They all have the basic ingredients. But there is an almost infinite variety of dishes that they are creating with those same ingredients. Yes, some restaurants go out and find really weird ingredients, but the majority of them have exactly the same ingredients with exactly the same chemical compounds, but they manage to create vastly, vastly different experiences and different price points and different dishes. So don't worry if some of the ingredients look the same. Don't worry about that. So what do we got? We've got sales, we've got leads, what else? Confidence. Maybe they get clarity, by working with you. And just take some time, take 10, 20, 30 minutes to just think of all the things you're increasing for them. What do you increase? What do they get more of? Maybe they get more time, get more customers. And don't overthink it. You go, well, is customers the same as revenue? Is revenue the same as sales? Just put it down, man. Don't worry about it. Revenue. Recurring revenue. And I want you to just hammer this list. Just write as many things down as you can. And then on the other side, what do they decrease? What do they lose? What do they get rid of? And this is like stuff, typically we start with things like stress, confusion. What else do they decrease? Low value customers. They decrease kind of wasted time. And again, don't worry about the grammar or the exact syntax. Like, do you decrease wasted time or do you increase productive time? Don't worry about that. Just get this all down on paper. And so we write out everything we're increasing and decreasing, and we're already getting closer to our core function. And so here's what we want to do. You want to take one of these, either a decrease or an increase, and focus in on it. And just for the time being, I want you to be able to think about, well, in what time and how would we measure? So this is where it gets tricky, and this is where people tend to fall down, because they go, well, I could never guarantee this amount of time. I could never guarantee I'll generate double their leads in 90 days. If you're struggling to think, how would I generate that, or how would I do it? You need to go back to your audience and think more specifically about who you'd work. You are in this course because I know if you follow all of these steps, I will double your revenue within 90 days. It's that simple. You have been through calls, qualification forms, booking forms, strategy calls. You've been through a lot to get here. If you don't think that you could say, I could never guarantee that, it's because you're not choosing the right customers. This is a very difficult pill for a lot of businesses to swallow. Let's do some really simple maths, right? Let me show you. I've got two businesses, A and B, right? And they generate leads, they generate sales, and their average customer spend, okay? Business A has 100 leads in total. Business B does 1,000 plus leads per month. Business A, 2 sales a month. Business B gets 5 sales a month. Business A, on average, has a spend of $100 per customer. Business B has an average spend of $1,000 per customer. If I gave you Business A and said, I want you to guarantee me that you'll generate more sales, you'll generate $1,000 in sales, you'd have to make 10 sales out of their current list of 100 leads, and you'd have to build a lead generation. If I said to you, I need you to generate $1,000 for business B, you'd go, yeah, that's not a problem, because I would just need to do one extra sale. I would need to do 20% of the work and I would generate one extra sale, right? You need to be more specific about the types of business. And this is why the question, which is what does the customer need in order for you to work with them? What do they need to have in order to work with you? And this kind of goes back to, this audience problem that we started with. Are you working with the right audience? Who is the specific audience that you want to work with? So I want you to say, for example, let's choose vets, all right? It's a dumb niche, but I'm going to choose vets. And let's say that we increase leads for them, right? Potential leads. I'm going to go, great. How many leads do we generate for them? And you're going to say, I am going to double the number of leads that they have in contact. I'm going to double it, right? And it's going to be email leads. And I think I can double it within 90 days. For example, right? Some other examples could be recurring revenue. In 30 days, I can help you reduce churn by 50%, because you know that there's funnels and systems and automations in place that prevent people from dropping out. And you can do that in 30 days, is help them do that. You have to think, well, what does someone need to have in order to be able to benefit from that? They need to have probably around 100 recurring revenue customers, and they need to have some kind of churn. Let's say they have 2 per month dropping out. You just need to get that down to 1 per month. It's not enough to say, I do leads. How many leads? For time is a critical, important piece as well. And there's other ways of doing it. What we used to do is we used to say, we will generate as many email leads from your blog for free in 24 hours as you have paid for in a month. And we would have to do the maths, and we'd have to work out, can we actually do that with a customer, which is why we qualified our customers so heavily. But that's why, because they would go out and pay $1,000 for 100 leads, and I was like, but they're getting 100,000 visitors to their website every single day, so can we generate 100 leads in 24 hours for them? They'll go, yeah. Go, great. We don't need to do it once to be able to prove to them that the system works, and then we can generate 100 email addresses for them in one day from their current traffic. And that's all we did. We just installed a ton of blog posts, or maybe it was we will generate for you for free in one day. That's what it was, what you will generate in a month for free in one day. And we did, but we had to make sure that's why we only worked with 5 or 6 people at a time, because we were hyper specific about the result. And if you don't want to go that far into it, that's fine. I understand that, but we still need to have a unit and a time. You need to have it. If you don't want to do this, you will continue to struggle within the business. You will continue to struggle. So I want you to think about, what are all of the things you're going to increase? What are all of the things you're going to decrease? Choose one of them and then think, how would I measure it and over what period of time? And if you think, That's scary, man. I'm saying that I'll double their sales, I'll generate X number of sales. Great. Work backwards from that, work backwards from the unit and the time and say, well, what do they need to have already in order to work with me? What do they need to have? Simple. But the function also needs to look at the problem. If their number one problem is sales, you'll want to try and do something obviously to do with leads and sales. If their number one problem is they have absolutely no idea where they're going to go, it's going to be confidence and clarity. Now, here's the interesting question, can you create a measurement or a unit or a metric of some kind for confidence and clarity? In some businesses you can, and in some you can't. For example, dating coaches say, I will help you approach, for men, 10 women a week. I will help you approach 10 women within a week. That's a specific thing to do with confidence, right? Can you increase your customers' confidence? The CEO, maybe they have 5 meetings with people who they never thought they'd get. I don't know, but you need to be able to define it. And if you can't define it, then it's not one of the core functions. Now, chances are, similar to the problem, this is the big problem, you will probably solve lots of smaller problems around the outside. Fine. But no one has ever ordered a steak because the sauce is really good. No one's ever gone, yeah, I'll have this delicious looking burger because I've heard the sesame seeds are absolutely outstanding. You need to focus on the big core problem. And it's the same with the function. Your big core function will probably have lots of other little functions, but what are you going to be pitching and proposing to them? So that's what I need you to do, is come up with one core function and a unit and time, and share it in a group, share what you've got, accept the fact that your first few might not make it, and then we'll move on to the next one. And that's when we're going to look at your role. All right, we're getting into it now. So remember, 7-figure freedom is not just about doubling your revenue. It's also about getting you back 10 hours a week in free time. And we're going to, this exercise here for the role of the business is going to be a big part of that. But it's not just a case of finding you time. You are more likely to double your revenue if you as the business owner are focused on one core role. Now, this is easier said than done. Like we said before, it's simple, but that doesn't mean it's easy to do. It's very, very difficult. You will intuitively understand the process that we're trying to build here, but how you do that is very, very complex because you're going to have to make a lot of choices. And some of these are difficult. What we're going to do here is basically give you a job within your own business that needs to become sacrosanct. It needs to become so important to the core drivers of the business that you would rather do this role than anything else. And this can be quite eye-opening to a lot of business owners because they sometimes realize that they don't either like selling, they don't like building business funnels, they don't like the admin part of the business. And immediately, if you've got a team already, you'll know how important it is to have one role, but we need to have that one role defined for everyone. And also you need to commit to it. And that's tough. That's hard work. It's hard work letting things slide that you know you could fix. And on the other side, if you don't have anyone, you're probably thinking, how in the hell do I hire someone? How do I make sure it's not a disaster? How do I make sure that they don't take advantage of me? How do I give them all the work in the world? And we start with this. It's the role. Mike Michalowicz in his book Clockwork, which I've got up here, talks through an exercise called the Queen Bee role, and that's essentially what we're going to be doing here. So if you've done that already and you immediately know, oh, I know what my Queen Bee role is, that's what you're going to want to put in. If you've done it before and you haven't quite committed to it, maybe you want to go through this exercise again. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. But this is an outstanding book anyway, to be honest, so you should be checking it out anyway. So the role does a few things. First of all, it gives your team direction and focus. It also will make doubling your revenue faster and easier. I'm telling you that when you only have one thing to do, everything else becomes a lot more simple. It's keeping it simple, which is complicated. And you're probably thinking, well, it's impossible for everyone or all of the tasks to get done by someone else. It's not. It's not at all impossible for all of the tasks to get done by somebody else. I'm not saying this is going to happen overnight. It'll happen eventually if you trust me, trust yourself, trust in the 7-figure freedom program. It will happen. It might not happen overnight, but you just have to trust it. So let's jump over to the worksheet. And here's how I want to explore. The role sits here at level 4. So we've got your function, and now we want to look at the role. I might make that a little bit thicker. There's a bit. Role. The core question we're asking here is, what is it that you as the business owner need to do in order to enable this function to solve this problem for this audience. Off the top of your head, you might be thinking, well, it's building marketing funnels. Maybe, but chances are it's not the doing that's important. The doing is relatively easy to get someone else to do. The truth is that it's not going to be that long before machines are going to be doing the majority of this stuff for us. What I want you to start thinking about is designing. Designing the business, designing the way that things work, designing the programs, the systems, the processes, not building the processes, not writing the processes, but thinking about the larger stuff. Some people call this strategy, I guess, which it fits into it. As I mentioned, this won't happen overnight, but it will happen eventually. And this is also going to help you hire your first VA if you haven't hired anyone before. If you have got a team, but you haven't got a VA who specifically works like on just your stuff, you probably should have one anyway. So the role is about what needs to get done within the business. Where are we? Here we are. All right. So what are the roles that you need to undertake / execute in order to achieve your core function? All the things of running a business. What are the 6 things that you do to accomplish that? And I want you to just write them out in these boxes. And so I want you to follow along with me. Some of them will be the same, some of them won't be. You can pause the video, of course, but I do want you to follow this video along and do it with me. So what's the first thing that you have to do? And these are tasks that you do every day or every week in order to help the business run. How do you get it to work? How do you get it to do the thing that it's supposed to do? How do you get it to do that? There's admin, finance, there's bills, there's writing sales content, there's selling, there's doing partnerships, there's connecting with people, there's managing teams, there's writing processes, there's a lot. And I want you to, first of all, just take the first thing that comes to mind. So for me, it is admin and finance. Bookkeeping, reconciling accounts, issuing invoices, checking invoices. Fine, I have spelt that atrociously, I apologize. My mother would be furious with me. There we go. Admin and finance. What else do we do? Well, and again, I hope you're following along with me. Well, we have to do sales. Cool. And there's a level of strategy in the business, thinking about strategy and long-term goals, strategizing, and there's also content, and we have to build the funnel or create products, create courses. You know, I have to do it, someone has to do it. Or there's partnerships for me, is a big one. And this is where it gets difficult. So I want you to have 6. I want you to pause it and come back when you've got 6. And what I want you to think about, first of all, is immediately, if I had to get rid of one, what would it be? If you just had to kill one, you could never do it again, what would it be? And you think, well, I have to do admin and finance, and I have to do strategy, I have to do sales calls, I have to do content and partnerships, and I have to build funnels. I know, that's why this is difficult. If you had to kill one, what would it be? And I'd be like, well, I guess I would kill sales calls if I had to kill one. Yours might be different. I want you to kill one right now. In fact, I want you to kill 2. Get rid of 2 of these. You might go, I guess strategizing, all right? If I had to get rid of 2 of them to enable the core function, what would it be? Great. So we've got 4 left. And so now, if you could outsource 2 of them, what would they be? And you knew they'd get done. You knew they'd get done really, really well. What would they be? And that doesn't mean the first 2 we aren't going to outsource. I'm just trying to ease you into it, right? If you could get rid of 2 of them and get someone else to do them, what would they be? For me, building funnels, I would outsource, and admin and finance. So I want you to kill 2 more of them. And so you should just be left with 2. So pause the video, come back when you've got 2. Now this is the third thing. If you had to kill or had to bet on one, which would it be? If you had to bet the survival of your business to enable your core function to solve that problem for that audience, and you could only do one of them, and you had to bet the survival of the business, think of it like this. There's a coffee cart that goes up and down one of the, we call them an esplanade or a promenade. It's basically a raised platform along a beach, you know? And you walk up and down it, and the coffee cart walks up and down, and they do really good coffee. They have this tiny little, like, well, it's not tiny, it's massive, but it's on a cart, so it looks smaller because it's not in a shop. But they do really, really good coffee. I know in England as well, no less. If they said, we're going to pride ourselves on doing the best admin and finance possible. Our invoices are going to be outstanding. Our receipts are going to be incredible. People are going to love paying their bills to us. Our payment process is going to be outstanding. You'd be like, you're kind of missing the point. I think that's probably garbage. No one cares about your admin and finance. So you need to think, what would be the thing that you would commit to above and beyond that would either make everything else easier or unnecessary. I'm not even going to bother trying to spell unnecessary. Unnecessary. One E. There we go. Unnecessary. If you imagine creating partnerships that were so valuable that you actually didn't need to do finance and admin. You didn't even need to do sales calls because you were so good at partnering with people. And people do that. There's entire businesses. I've got a friend of mine who is a multi-millionaire who just does partnerships. That's all she does. She just works on partnering with people. And she says, I want to build a shopping center or a new set of flats or houses or whatever. So she'll find a financer and a backer and a builder. And she just builds partnerships. And she herself doesn't put anything together. She just brings people together. She is incredibly smart and she has other things, but that's ultimately what if you could create content that was so outstanding that people would pay just to read it? What if yours was building outstanding funnels? And if so, fantastic. But they were so good that you didn't need to do a sales process and people paid ahead of time, which meant that you had to do less admin and finance. If you could double down and commit and bet on one of these topics, one of these roles, what would it be? What would you do better than anything else in the world? And I want you to kill the other one. And then you'll be left with one role. And you then know that your one role that you need to get done is this one thing. So here's the thing. This might not necessarily, and this is tricky to understand, this might not necessarily be the core role that you execute. This is the core role that the business executes. This is the core role that enables that core function. This is where you realize we're not in the business of building funnels. We're in the business of content or partnerships, or you are in the business of, you think we build such incredible funnels. Human-made design, they build affiliate websites. People love their affiliate websites so much that they pay upfront cash. They just say, yep, I want to give you $4,000 and I will have this website. They just build the affiliate site. Human-made designs. Outstanding, right? Are they sat around going, oh, we need to do partnerships, we need to do this with people? No. They just build an incredible affiliate site. They put it on sale on their website and say, you can buy this affiliate site, it's good to go. It makes admin and finance a lot easier because they don't have to chase bills because people are paying up front. It makes selling the next product much easier because you've now got someone who's got an affiliate site and you say, would you also like some content? But they don't say, would you also like some content first? They say, do you want the affiliate site? So we need to think about what is the core role of the business, and maybe you are in charge of that to start with. Maybe the owner or CEO is in charge of that, but you need to have a core role of the business. And now you know that you are in the business of ... this role to execute this core function. So hopefully you've got one, and this takes a while, and I want this to challenge you, and it will challenge you. And I want you to bring this to the group and say, is this a good specific enough? Because without this, we cannot do the next one with outcomes. It won't work. So I need you to bring a specific role to the table in order for us to be able to do the rest. And hopefully you're beginning to see just how deep this $1 million drill can go, just how specific we are being, and how you are building a business now that no one else in the world. That's how that's why this is so powerful. I'll see you on the last video for this particular module on when we talk about outcomes. All right, here we go. The final topic in this particular module. Now, this is the one that most people either skip or they give up. And I'm telling you from experience, if you've ever hired people, if you've ever taken on a VA or taken on stuff and it's just been a disaster, it's for one of two reasons. Either you haven't hired the right person, which I'm afraid is actually your fault, or you haven't been clear on the outcomes. So a few years back, this is a long time ago now, when I was working in a corporate marketing company, eventually I was fired. I've even got a video about it in our Facebook group because I just didn't get marketing. And now looking back, it was a while back, but there were no clear outcomes. They didn't really know what they wanted to do with me. And subsequently, since then, I've had a lot of disasters, frankly, with hiring VAs and virtual teams and staff, both from
full-time admin members and hiring developers and designers who work full-time in the business to, as I mentioned, kind of outsourcing people or infrequent, irregular team staff. And what I've learned is that the more time you put into defining the outcome, the better someone else will do their job. It's also much easier to hire against. If you have ever felt, okay, so there's a few areas. So if you've ever hired someone and they've either constantly come to you for work and said, okay, what do you want me to do next? What do you want me to do next? What do you want me to do next? Or you are constantly trying to find them work and you're thinking, I'm paying these people regularly, but I've never got enough work for them. It's probably because we haven't defined the outcomes well enough. And this stems from the role, right? Because we now know what your role is and what you need to be doing day in, day out, and what you should. And so we need to define the outcomes. Now, this particular exercise you'll have to go back to every once in a while because it's something you'll be doing quite frequently, but it's a really good place to start. And if you've ever felt that you've hired someone or you don't know if you could hire someone because you don't know what they would do, this is the job you want to do next. This is defining the outcomes. And so what we're going to do is basically create a series of job roles for people within the business. The first thing I want to do, if we jump over to the screen here, is just show you a basic overview of how a business runs, right? Love a triangle. We have admin, which also encompasses finance. We have operations, which is essentially delivering the work. And we have sales and marketing. The flow of money is sales and marketing brings in, we spend it on operations and delivery, and it gets recorded by admin and finance. And then that obviously cycles back to sales and marketing. Now there is some overlap between the two. The way you want to think about your business is closer to like what they call a fire team in the military. So this is you. You are basically command. You are centralized command. Right? If you are then dropped into the field, you are the commanding officer, right? And we want to have a small team of 4 people, basically. So we then have admin, which is finance. Okay, that's sending invoices, checking things, reconciling accounts. It's non-critical, but needs to be done within the business to get it moving and keep it running. You have operations or ops, and you have sales and marketing. Now, as I mentioned, this won't happen overnight. But if somehow magically we could hire 3 people, these are essentially the roles we would want them to fill. We want someone to help deliver the work. We would want someone to help with sales and marketing, and we'd want someone to help with admin. Typically, I find that the actual order that we hire in is pretty similar. We tend to hire admin, then operations, then people for sales and marketing, because you will be doing a lot of the sales and marketing to start with. And that's fine. And if you're already not doing that, or if you've already got sales and marketing teams, awesome, that's outstanding. Typically, that's the role that's going to work in. And so admin need to have a defined set of outcomes that they're working towards, as does operations, as does sales and marketing. And you might be thinking, it's all in my head, or I've got a particular way of doing it, no one else could be able to do this. That's why we need to define the outcomes first. Because I've often said, customers don't buy websites, they buy results, sell futures, not features. And one of my customers, this is years ago when I was first getting into doing websites for people, we had a small little agency. They said, okay, we're looking for a design that's going to look like this and have a bar on the top and the menus, and we have a little chat function down here and a search button. I was like, whoa. Let's back up. If I designed you a website that just had a huge button in the middle and it had the word buy, and that button was clicked 10,000 times a month and it generated you $100,000 in sales per month, would you care what the design was? I went, no, I guess not. I went, great. Don't tell me how to operate and I won't tell you what outcomes you want. What I need from you are the outcomes that you're looking at. And this is critical. Too many people hire based on the task, not the outcome. We need to hire based on the outcome, and you need to define it. And what too many people do is they define the task and they do the bullet points and they do the process and the documentation. They have SOPs and they have folders and files and all this. And in actual fact, if someone you hire can understand the outcome better than anything else, everything else gets taken care of. You will still help define the role of the task, but we need to make sure the outcome works. So this is the exercise. So let's move over to the exercise here. I want you to give me a list of wants. That's the first thing I want you to do. Number one. Then I want you to tell me how someone would succeed if they were able to do this. Number two. Then I want you to tell me what they are going to need access to in terms of tools, training, information. Then I want you to define what the task is, right? So we've already got outcome and outcome, right? It took 4 steps for us to even define what the task was. Then we're going to do troubleshooting and problem solving, and then we're going to do measurables. So how often and when it needs to be done. The problem that people encounter is they say, yes, but in the time it takes me to write this, I could get them, I could do it myself. So it's faster for me to do it myself. And it's a false economy. If you have to do it once, and trust me on the process, the next module on time freedom is going to cover all of this. If you have to do it once, you still should be documenting and recording it, because chances are if you've done it once, you're going to have to do it again. And yeah, right now, the emergency you might be going, I need to do it right now. You probably don't. You're probably not manufacturing oxygen. Even if the customer is yelling at you going, this needs to be done, no one's going to die, all right? So here's what we want. I want you to write in just for one task, but for the first one, we can brainstorm it. And I want you to write in a bunch of things that you want. And you go, I want to stop writing content. Okay, cool. What else do you want? I want to increase leads. All right, great. I want to have fewer meetings. Okay, so I want you to be selfish and spoiled and precocious and all of that, and just tell me all of the things you want. And then we're going to pick one of them, and maybe it's something like, I want stationery ordered, right? Stationery ordered. Okay, great. Maybe that's the core task that we're going to focus on. If you give that to somebody else, they will succeed if, and you go, so we get some pens? Okay, great. Is there a difference between this biro and this shop? Yes, obviously. You're right. So which pen is it? And you go, well, neither. Okay, great. Tell me what type of pen you're looking. You go, right. Well, I'm looking for pens, but I'm looking specifically to do journaling. I'm sorry, my spelling is so atrocious. Journaling, right? Journaling. Okay. Any particular color? No. They need to be either black or... they need to spend under $100. I mean, who's buying pens for $100? But maybe you're buying a lot of them. I don't know. People too quickly presume... most people think that their staff have a listening problem, and they don't have a listening problem. They have an interpretation problem. They've listened to you. They said, you need some pens. All right, I'll get you some pens. But you haven't been specific enough with the outcomes. And you might think, well, this just this one task. It would be easier and faster for me to do it. And you're wrong. If you have to do it once, you'll probably have to do it again. Our rule is if something isn't worth doing 1,000 times, don't do it once, basically. So we think, oh, we love the idea of doing a huge YouTube campaign. Are we going to do it 1,000 times? Probably not. Don't do it once then, right? But occasionally, yeah, there are one-off tasks that get done. But if you go through this process, the next time you'll have to give slightly less information. And the time after that, slightly less information. And now my team understand the way that my brain works so well that when I say to them, do this task, there are fewer questions. This is a exponential process like that. The first, 10 months, whatever, feel hard work. The next 5 months, you make some progress. The next 3 months, you make more progress. The next 3 months, you make even more progress. But you need to tell them how they'll succeed. And they'll go, okay, spend under $100. It's for journaling, black and blue. I want it delivered within I don't want to return them. The more information you can give about how they'll succeed, which is the outcome, the better. This should be the longest one out of all of them. This should be, and there's another worksheet which we'll come on to later. To do this, they'll need my credit card number. They'll need access to Amazon. They'll probably need to read some reviews to find out what the best pens are. They'll need to see what I've ordered before. And this works for all tasks, by the way. Everything from creating entire YouTube series and documentaries all the way down to designing one single worksheet. And you then go, well, the task is ordering pens. If they encounter a problem, what can they do? Give them permission of what they can do if they encounter a problem. What could the problems be? Too many pens, too many different things. They can't get the order. The shipping cost brings it over the budget. First of all, they're going to try and ask you. Great. What else can they try and do? Google it, ask others, look on the site. So if they're having to do something to do with ordering, there's probably FAQs on the site, and let them know these things. Yes, you can ask me, but I would prefer it if you went away and tried and solved it yourself. Only come to me when you are absolutely completely stuck. Try and fix it yourself. And this is when you go, I don't mind. If you do this I don't mind if you take 4 days to fix it. I have always said to my team, I would rather you put a task on hold, try and fix it yourself and learn it so you can document it rather than coming to me. If you say, I'm trying to fix this problem, my first response will be, is there anything I can do to help? But I want you to try and fix it yourself. And then we need to say, this needs to be done every month, every day, every time someone asks for a refund. And this is the process you're going to go through for defining those outcomes. And now you have outcomes tied to tasks, but people understand how to do a better job for you. Most people want to do a good job. Most people want to do a good job with you. And this way they can. So what I want you to do now is to put all of this together. Jeez, we've done. And create your $1 million drill and share this in the group. I want you to share this inside the group, inside tribe.sellyourservice.co.uk. Who is the audience? What is the problem you solve? What is the function you do? What's your role? And what are the outcomes? Now for the outcome, I just want you to put one outcome that you're going to put in. Ordering pens, dealing with refunds, creating a sales campaign, whatever it might be. From that previous task that we've just done, I want you to put that all in. And there you have the 5 cores. There you have your $1 million drill, which means that we can then move on to the next topic, which is time freedom. So I'll see you on that video. Hey, welcome to module 2, I guess, on time freedom. Now, time freedom is critical because Parkinson's law states that a task will swell to the allotted time that it's given. So if you say, I need to write a bunch of emails or an email campaign, and I give you 2 hours or 2 days or 2 weeks, it will take 2 hours, 2 days or 2 weeks. And time freedom is about structuring your day and structuring your working time in a way that best suits you. This is going to be a mixture of eliminating tasks that you don't need to do. We're also going to be building out the job framework that your hires and VA are going to take on for you. It's basically going to alleviate all of the stuff that you don't need to do. So if we jump into our little screen over here, here we are with time freedom. The things we're going to be covering off today are the stop list, as well as planning your day. And we're going to be looking at something called time blocks or task blocks, depending on what you want to call it. And we are going to give you back 1 hour a week forever. So even if you just did this once, you will always have 1 hour a week where you can dedicate time in your business. And my goal is to get you to 10 hours a week. And I'm going to show you how we do that. Time freedom is critical to understand because there's basically, you might not have a business, you might have a job. And that sounds pretty harsh. So if I took a look here at income, high level, a medium level, and none, and then time along the bottom, and then none here, and then let's say that this is a full 50-hour week plus. Depending on what your income to time ratio is determines whether you have a job, whether you have a hobby, whether you have a business, or whether you are basically an investor. So if I have to work 50 hours a week and I don't make any money from it here, that is a hobby. There are so many businesses out there that aren't able to make money even though the agency is working or the owner is working at it every single day. You know these businesses, you have worked with these businesses that just cannot seem to get over the hump. You might think, well, that's insane. Who would work that kind of those crazy hours? There are loads of them out there. There are loads of businesses out there that earn almost nothing. And when I mean nothing, they might have a 50 grand a year income, but they essentially make no profit from it. So it's basically a hobby, because if the person stopped doing it, the money would dry up and there'd be nothing to show for it. It is essentially a hobby, which sounds terrible, but that's the way it works. Up in the top right here, if you work 50 hours a week and you have a relatively decent level income, you have a job. However, if you stop working and you don't earn anything, a job is also down here as well. The problem with a job is that if you don't work, you don't make any money. And that's fine. Like, you are going to be hiring people who don't want that. The positive to this is that you are able to an extent predict income. Now, the reason I say to an extent is because almost everyone watching this will at some point have been fired or made redundant from another job, or you'll have experienced that with your family. I myself have been made redundant. I was made redundant very early, which kind of led me on to doing stuff for myself. But the positive is that to an extent, you're able to predict your income to an element. When I say no risk, there is no self-risk involved. I personally think that having a job is the riskiest thing you could do, but there is no risk inherent and you don't have to take financial burden on your shoulders. Even now with our business in relatively good stead, I am constantly worrying about payroll, paying tax. That's a lot of burden, but you don't have that burden. In fact, let's not say it's no risk. Let's say there's no burden. At least no financial burden. If you're a surgeon or you work in healthcare, there are obviously plenty of burdens. If you're installing safety equipment, there's plenty of burdens. You constantly have a job, but there's no financial burden. The negatives, however, is that if you stop working, if you take a holiday, unless you've got holiday days, you don't earn. It's as simple as that. And another massive problem with jobs as well is I don't think you can scale your income as quickly. I think a lot of people get settled into a job and they go, that's it, that's all I want. And that's fine, but it also means that you are trapped mindset-wise in what you could potentially earn. And then finally up here, if you are around this level, you're a business, because it means that if I wanted to take time off, I could still earn, so over here. And then ideally, you want to be over here, which is investor, which is where you don't get your time to work. So maybe a business is down here. You don't get your time to work for you, you get money to work for you. And ideally, we always want to try and transition into investor. And I understand that some of this stuff is a way away. Some of you don't want to be like that. Some of you just want to run a business and hire some people and work with people. That's awesome. I just want to show you the matrix. So what we're going to do is basically build out with our time freedom, the ability to transition from the job quadrant into the business/investor quadrant. There shouldn't be anyone who is a hobbyist in here because you are already making money and you're already profitable because you've been able to invest in this. My goal is to transition you from job into business owner or investor. So I will see you on the next video where we're going to talk through our stop list. All right, so the number one thing that I get asked when I tell people you should be hiring someone is, I don't know what I would get them to do. I also am too busy to be able to create processes and job specs, and if I have to train people and blah, 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 and it kind of runs a bit out of control and we let ourselves get away with it. So I'm gonna let you in on my secret for running a business. I basically run my business through one list and that's it. And if it doesn't go on the list, it doesn't get done. This might sound almost too perfect, but I'm gonna show you how I created it. As we saw on the earlier the job business matrix, if you're not able to step away from doing the work, you have a job or a hobby, but hopefully it's at least just a job. And if you're not able to step away from the business and focus on strategic work, building partnerships, creating content, developing that next stage, it doesn't have to be content and partnerships, but pushing your business to that next level, or at least focusing on the one thing that will really make a difference, like your core role, you are going to really struggle to grow the business at all, and you're constantly going to be chasing yourself. So there are elements of work that you shouldn't be doing at all. We tend to design productivity in a way around the to-do list. We have a list of 10 things we want to do. We have a list of goals and things. I mean, this is a to-do list. It's all stuff that I want to do, right? But what we should be doing first of all is what we call a stop list. Parkinson's law, as I've stated before, if you give a random assortment of time to any task, the task will swell to fill that allotted time. If I say you've got 10 minutes to do something, you'll take 10 minutes. If I say you've got 10 days, you'll take 10 days. Shout out to my friend Dave Toomey, who said if you leave everything to the last minute, it'll only take a minute, which I kind of like, and it's partly true as well. And so what we want to do is create something called a stop list. And what this is going to do is two things. First of all, it's going to show you all of the things that you should stop doing in your business and the things that you shouldn't be focusing on. It's also going to build out the hiring and job process for anyone that you do hire. And anyone you hire will immediately know what their job is. Like, we have an incredibly quick onboarding process. It takes a while to train people up, but they know immediately what their job is, and it's called a stop list. So if we jump into the stop list, whatever this is called, whiteboard, here's what I want you to do. You have your core role. Now this is very, again, simple but difficult to do. You have your core role, and I want you to tell me what that is. For me, it's partnerships. And to an extent, it used to be creating content, but it's not that anymore. It's partnerships. Partnerships is my main role. And so, as I go through the week, anytime I do something that is not focusing on partnerships, I write it down on the stop list. So for example, course creation. And this becomes very frustrating because at first you will do nothing but write your things on a stop list. And you don't have to do it written down. I literally had it in front of me. In fact, a friend of mine, Chris, said he thought it was a bit weird because I just had stacks of paper where I would consistently write in my handwriting, I did this, 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 and this, and none of these were on my to-do list. They were all on my stop list. But it gave me a lot of data to work with. So anytime I do anything that is not partnerships, I write it on the stop list. And I mean any time. So what's the first thing that tends to happen? This is during working days, right? Lunch happens pretty much every day, and that's fine, but it's not partnerships. Okay, what else do? I answer emails. And what I would do is I would catch myself. I would say, okay, I'm just going to open up my emails, and I go, oh, I'm using emails. Fine, whatever. And we'll talk about this later. I just want you to write it down and document it first. I know you're thinking, yeah, but I get every single email is unique. It's irrelevant, right? It's irrelevant. I just want you to write it down. And then I would check Facebook. And then I would do a video script. I would update the team. And so on and so forth. And eventually I had a list, in fact 5 lists because I did it every single day, of all the things that I was doing every single time I did them. Now if I went back and answered my emails, I wouldn't write it down again, but I would put a little mark next to it. And that would stack up. Facebook would stack up. Let's say I jumped on a call to qualify someone. Yeah, qualify. Call. Great. And all I'm going to do is ramp these up. And now we have this task list here. And I can actually group this by task type. And we can see that there are tasks that get done every single day, tasks that get done every single week, month, quarterly, and infrequently and yearly, and these are ones that are either dead or need to be killed. If I had to do it, it meant someone had to do it. But rather than just randomly trying to say, oh, I'm going to hire a content creator or a VA, I wanted to make sure that I had a list of tasks that they were going to do. Don't worry about writing the processes for them. Don't worry about doing training and stuff. We're going to take care of all of that later. All I want you to do right now is write the stop list. And this might take a week, but you could start it today and you could go through that process and start writing out all of the things that you are doing that are not partnerships. Even if you think, yeah, well, I wouldn't even know how to train someone else, like, I don't know, checking affiliates, for example. Or building sales page. Whatever it is that's not your core role, whatever's not your core role, I want you to write it on the stop list. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen eventually. And before you know it, there's going to be things coming up that other people are able to take care of. Then, of course, there are other things which you probably aren't going to encounter within a week. Things like taxes, filing taxes, reconciling accounts, chasing debt or bad debt, issuing invoices, all of this stuff. If you happen to do it in the week, awesome, but have a think about all the things that you're doing that are not partnerships. And I like to divide them up into daily, weekly, monthly, and we'll talk about that in a bit. I don't want you to divide them up just yet because there is a method to doing that. Daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, and what we call reactive. So like issuing a refund, for example, that goes on the list. So that's what I need you to do. Go and start your stop list. And Share your stop list with the group. Let us know what is it you need to start stopping. Yeah. And also, as you start to mark these, you'll begin to get a weight of how much time is being taken up with emails per day, how much time is getting taken up with Facebook, for example, how much time is getting taken up with support, and bit by bit we're going to stack it so that the biggest tasks, the ones you're doing most frequently that are not partnerships, are getting taken off your plate first, and you will immediately start to find 2, 3, 4 hours a day. So let's do that, and I will see you on the next video, which is actually planning your perfect day. So just before the planning your ideal day, I wanted to show you these things called task blocks. Task blocks are really important to understand. It's one of the ways of dividing up your tasks and understanding which is going to get your business results, which ones need to be done first, and which one needs to be kind of killed. So there's a worksheet here called task blocks. And if we jump into the whiteboard here, tasks can be divided up into 5 different categories. Key result areas. These are things that are business critical that need to get done, typically operations and admin, usually, that don't necessarily result in income, but without them, you don't really have much of a business. Next, there is admin. Admin is stuff like finance, reconciling accounts. Again, important to the business, not necessarily business critical, but if you don't do them, you'll notice them. Wasted time is time like browsing Facebook, fucking around, doing whatever. Key life area. This is actually this thing called life, like that's outside of work and outside of a business, which I know is very difficult to understand. This is family, this is friends, this is health. This is the stuff that most of us are doing or trying to do. And income generating tasks is usually sales. Key results areas, I would consider marketing up here. An IGT is something that will actually physically result in me generating a sale. So while I might spend a load of my time and energy trying to generate more subscribers and leads, it's not until I start booking appointments and sending proposals that I actually start generating sales. So appointments and proposals are income generating tasks. Partnerships, potentially. It's up to you to define that, but I try to keep it as close to the dollar action as possible. And what I need you to do is to start thinking about all the tasks that you've been doing, start putting them into these kinds of blocks. So you might say key result area is, building those sales pages. It's important, but it's not necessarily something that I'm going to be doing. Also creating content, sharing content, support. Now a trick here is you really want to have 7 of these tasks maximum, not just for you, but across the business, which is very difficult because we actually do a lot of stuff. But I want you to try and think, well, if there are only 7 things that I could do with customers, what would that be? Support, creating content, creating products, building it, whatever. Admin should be self-explanatory. It's basically anything that is to do with finance or administration within the business. It's not quite operations. Remember that triangle we talked about? We had sales and marketing, we had admin and finance, and we had ops or delivery. Ops is building the work. Sales and marketing is getting the money in. Admin finance is reconciling accounts, bookkeeping, taxes, paying staff, paying invoices, chasing bad debts, that kind of stuff. Wasted is when you know full well that you are spending time on YouTube. I've got a real thing for watching other people build furniture. I love doing that. I've got YouTube channels, but I know it's a waste of time. But I will write that down. And here's the thing. I'm actually not going to get rid of wasted time. I think it's important during the day and during the week to have those blocks. Key life areas are things that I want to do. They might not come up on your stop list, but this is stuff like date night. Key life area is going to be really important because I want you to think about what is it that you want to start doing with this extra 10 hours a week that we're going to give you. Date night, gym, kids to school. Spelling like that, I need to go to school again. Things like key results areas as well might be things that you're not doing at the moment that you want to do. So I want you to put in things like strategy, where you just spend time strategizing. Income generating tasks, calls, pitches. Again, this can be a mixture of things that are on the stop list as well as things that you want to start doing. The idea is that we want to start getting all the things that aren't key result areas and income generating tasks off your plate. You should be focusing on your core tasks first, your role, and then ideally IGTs and KRAs, and then everyone else can do things like admin and stuff, because we want you focusing on KLAs as well, your key life areas. So go ahead and just start dividing these tasks up, because it's going to be useful in the next video when we start talking about planning your ideal day. I want you to have a think about what are the areas within your life, the key life areas that you would like to do more of, and the key result areas as well. Okay, so let's get into giving you back 1 hour a week. Here's what I want us to do. We're going to try and plan an ideal day. Now, this might not be something that you can achieve from day one. This might not even be something you can achieve this week, but it's what I want us to work towards. A lot of people have probably told you that you should be working a certain number of hours, or you should be doing it like this, or this is how a business runs, or whatever, and it's just not true. You can plan to work your business however you want. Ages ago, right at the start, you might remember at the top of the model, the things that define financial freedom and the ability to scale and grow, including doubling your revenue, are time, obviously, money, obviously, and discipline. Discipline is vastly underrated, but it is what enables freedom. As Jocko Willink says in his book, Discipline Equals Freedom, it is a dichotomy, it is a paradox, but it is also true. You have to have the discipline to plan your day and stick to it if you want to have the most amount of freedom possible. The good news is I'm not expecting you to somehow magically create a business that you can do in only 1 hour a day or 1 hour a week. It is possible, but it takes a lot of hard work to get there. But I am going to ask you to try and look for 1 hour this week where you can just do whatever you want. So if we jump over to the whiteboard, this is a really simple plan. And obviously I build this out in Google Calendar. If I show you, this is my Google Calendar. This is how I work, right? This is how I build out my days. And all these white blocks are basically free time, but I've built in all the stuff that I want to do or that is important to do. And so I want you to think about your ideal working week. And it's going to be a mixture of the tasks that you like to do, that you want to do, your core role, as well as those task blocks we talked about earlier. First of all, let's decide a time when you're going to start work. I understand that you will have obligations. You got to take the kids to work, you got to do shopping, grocery shopping, whatever. I like to put those in first. And here's the funny thing about obligations. When I first did this, I thought Olivia, my wife, would hate the idea of us having a scheduled date night. It turns out she really likes it because it's guaranteed to happen. And I say, I guarantee you, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we'll have dinner together. Now, it turns out that during 2020 and 2021, every day is dinner together because no one could ever go anywhere. But there were times when I would want to go play video games with my friends. So Tuesday is a really good video game day for me. Now, this finishes at 6 p.m. If you want to extend it or change it or use Google Calendar, I highly recommend doing that. But I want you to put in some obligations. So you know that from 6 till 7 is kid time, right? And you understand that, and that's fine. And this is the thing, that the funny thing is, as soon as you start blocking in time, and I understand kids especially are chaotic, I guess, and it's not always going to be like that, but this is a good place to start, and I can assure you most businesses don't do this. And then what you're going to do is you're going to think, okay, that means that I get to work at 8 o'clock, come home, but I'm going to do 9 o'clock until 11. Most people, I would argue, do their best work in the morning. Some people do say that they do their best work in the evening. Personally, I do my best work in the morning. You might want to measure that and think, when do I do my best work? When am I most energized? When am I most pumped? I record these videos in the morning because I'm charged with energy, unless I've done a ton of coffee, which sometimes I have to do. So these here are really, really good key result areas. This is a good place to do your core role. And if you think, well, my core role is partnerships, I wouldn't know how to spend 2 hours a day doing partnerships, then do 1 hour a day. Or whatever. And I want you to immediately think, Even if every other day was an absolute wash, could I spend 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., just 2 hours on a Monday, the first thing, doing my core role? Immediately, we have found you 2 hours. Immediately. And so I want you to think about that and think, would I do the same thing every day? Here's another thing I want you to think about. Breaks. Breaks are really, really important. In my opinion, nothing comes between me and lunch. Everyone says breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Some people love dinner. Lunch is my favorite meal of the day because I can either eat breakfast or I can eat dinner or I can have a lunch, right? So from 1 till 2 is lunch every single day. And you might think, yeah, do you know what? I'm kind of more of a afternoon snack person, or I have 2 breaks. Fine, book them in. Book in 50 minutes. Doesn't have to be an hour block. What I want you to do is know that you are going to have a break. It's impossible to do 8 hours straight. For someone like me, who is considered sort of super pumped all the time, the reality is I, like anyone, struggle with my energy levels throughout the day, and I don't always bring my A game. And I need to book in these times where I'm booking in breaks for coffee or lunch. And lunch is really important because I think it's a good time to like refuel your energy. If you're one of these people that thinks, no, I'm a free spirit, I don't do well under structure, how's that working out for you? I'm going to be pretty brutally honest. How's that working out for you? Do you find that you have an overabundance of time and resources to be able to do what you want? Or are you honestly really trying to catch up with yourself? If you feel that you need to have freedom to do what you want, that's fine, but I'm going to challenge you to block out time to have that free time. At school, we used to call it, well, in America, I think you call it recess. Is that right? We just said it was a break, playground time. And so you can block that time in. I'm not saying that every minute of every day has to be regimented. And maybe you say, actually, in that case, between 2 and 3, immediately after lunch, that's when I want to have free time. Google, I think they spend, not that Google's a great representation of a great company, but they spend roughly 10% of their time, or 1 day a week, so that's like 20% of their time, working on free projects. That's fine. Friday for me, for example, is basically X time, so experimental time. I can do whatever I want. I run the business from Monday to Thursday. On a Friday, that's when I look at other weird stuff. That's when I build my own funnels. It's when I do stuff that I've got no idea where it's going to go. I will spend time just daydreaming. I do some odd stuff. I'll lay down on the floor in my office here with all the lights off and the doors closed and the blind down, just so I can get some like sensory deprivation and think about it. I'll jump on calls that I think might not necessarily be productive, and that's fine, but I've blocked it in. And I want you to start thinking about this ideal day. And then you say, all right, well, I'll tell you what, from 5 till 6 or from 4 till 5, that's going to be a KLA time on a Monday and on a Thursday. It's KLA. I know that I have an obligation to do some shopping for my neighbours. And that's actually legitimately true. So from 3 till 4, that's actually when we do shopping. So we do the shopping for my family, we do the shopping for Olivia's family, and we do the shopping for a few of the neighbours as well. There's loads of time throughout the day, but you will find that you just don't have time to do everything, which is why I like these KLA, or key result areas, or income generating task blocks. Here's the cool thing about income generating tasks. Tuesday are basically pretty much entirely IGTs. And what I mean by that is that is when I try to book income generating calls, qualify people, sales calls, pitches, proposals, that kind of stuff. Thursday, we obviously run a coaching call from 2 till 3. That's like an ops, that's a delivery. I'd say that's a KRA. I have to do it. I like doing it, but eventually Kate's obviously taken a huge amount of the burden, and I wouldn't be surprised if we took on another coach and we're able to double it and have more calls. But I'm starting to block this stuff in, and I have instantly noticed, this is by the way pretty accurate to what I'm doing here. Wednesday's pretty open and Thursday mornings are pretty open. So this is where I start to find time within my business, but I need to plan this ideal day. I need to rank the tasks that I want to do, And ideally, they are my core role. So what's that? Partnerships. Content's a big one. Sales. Training as well. Training for me. Training. There we go. And also staff training. And team training. That's really important to do. I often spend a lot of my time training the team, training the staff. But I'm looking for areas and time when I can do that. I'm going to say, do you know what? During 11 till 12 is just going to be training. And that's for me. We've all got courses and stuff that we haven't been doing. And this is true, by the way, from about 11:30. So it's slightly, it's about 90 minutes. I just spend just listening to coaching call replays and stuff. And usually it's about 11 o'clock. But this gives me oversight of my calendar, and this is how I am immediately able. Your calendar, you want to look like this. It's not going to look like this from day one. I understand that. But I want you to start blocking out this time and creating your ideal day. I want you to create the week that you want to work with. Because right now, you're going to have to try and overlay all the work that you're doing. And you're going to be hiring, and you're going to be doing a lot of migration. I understand that. It's not ideal. But we need to make that transition, which is why I would like you to ignore Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Plan it out, have a think, write in your obligations. That's a really interesting one to do. My mum, when we were kids, she worked 2 jobs, was getting a degree. She was a single parent. You know, she worked, like I said, 2 jobs and was getting a degree. But we never felt like she wasn't around. And the reason we felt she wasn't around is because she said to us, I guarantee you, she didn't use those exact words, but between 4 and 6 every day is family time. That's it. She would work at a cafe and say, I will gladly work crazy hours for you, but between 4 and 6, I need to be home for my boys. And then sure enough, after 6 o'clock is when she did admin work and stuff that didn't require her to be a location or work on her degree. But giving people those guarantees and say, yeah, I will absolutely be there for you on those days. 99.9% of the time, people will accept that and they'll like that and they'll want that. So what I want you to do is try and build out your ideal Monday. Just think, what are the obligations that I've got? What is the KRA that I need to do? What's an income generating task that I need to do? And what's a key life area I need to do? Build in some breaks and make sure your obligations are in there. And you'll be surprised at how much you can pack in. Even between 8 and 9, that can still be a break. That can still be awesome breakfast time. After 6, plenty of time for dinner. We've even got 3 and 4. Can you imagine if you dedicated 2 hours just on a Monday to just your core role of building partnerships on a Monday, sending out those emails, getting people on board, and then you did 90 minutes of training? Everything else we can figure out, because next week, so you're doing this week, next week we're going to do the same for Tuesday. The week after that, we're going to do the same for Wednesday and then Thursday. And then we're going to go back and find another 2 hours and another 2 hours. And eventually you're going to have 2 hours per day, which are basically up to you. But more importantly, what this actually does is it focuses the time that allows you to double your revenue. This is where you'll find doubling your revenue. It's not working longer hours, it's doing less. It's doing less with your time. And that's the really funny thing about it. Next up, we are going to just try and help you pick 1 hour, which is going to be hopefully quite a short video, but I want you to try and build out your ideal day. Try and do it for just a Monday and implement it. Stick to it. Tell people about it. You might think it sounds a bit weird to say to your partner, your husband, your wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, look, between 9 and 11, I'm uncontactable. They'll go, yeah, absolutely fine. That's not a problem. Put your phone on silent, no worries, and you'll smash out 2 hours of incredibly powerful work, and it will give you more time to do on other things. That's what I want you to do. Right, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so if you're going through this for the first time, your job is to pick 1 hour in that Monday where you are going to do something that you want to do, which is why it's so important to block in that key life area. I want you to think of a task that you want to do for yourself that is entirely for you, whether it's doing something completely mindless and meaningless, whether it's doing a hobby, going to the gym, working out. I want you to think about something that's important to you. Typically, your best time is going to be spent building relationships with family and friends and saying to them, hey, it's going to sound really dumb, but from 3 till 4, if you're free, I'd love to go for a coffee with you. And it's going to be not work related. I also don't want you to necessarily do something like just watch Netflix or TV. The reason why is that I think that's like what we call a consumption task, and those are useful to switch off the brain, but I find that most people actually, what they want to do with their key life area is do constructive things, contributive things. Going to the gym, working out. You just watch a 15-minute YouTube video on some yoga or Pilates and follow it along, but you've blocked it in, and then that becomes sacrosanct and you leave it and you don't ever touch it. So what I want you to do, this is what I want you to do, is pick up 1 hour, pick just 1 hour this week, because next week you're gonna pick another hour that's gonna stack on top of it. It might be in a different day, or it might be on the same day directly after, but I want you to pick 1 day off, 1 hour next week as well. But in this 1 hour, I want you to tell me in the group, what's the 1 hour you're blocking off? What's the time? So 3 till 4. And what are you going to do in that time? Are you going to go for a walk, go for a run, go to the gym, do that YouTube training that you've always been meaning to do, bake a pie? If you do bake a pie, let me know which one, because I've got a bit of a hankering for them. So let me know. That's what I want you to do. And we are now at the end of time freedom, and you have got all of it. This is a very simple module, but a very difficult module. It's not something easy to implement, but I promise you, if you can figure out how to commit to this and get over all of the humps and barriers, you will find you have way more free time that is constructive, and you won't feel like it's just slipping away. So that's what I want to do. Next up, we're looking at the productivity multiplier, which is extremely exciting because we're going to be hiring someone to take a lot of these tasks off your plate. So I'll see you in that next module. Cheers, guys. Hey there, funnel builders. So in this module, we're going to talk about the productivity multiplier, sometimes called the productivity maximizer, depending on how I'm feeling. This is all about getting more work done. It's also about efficiently hiring. I think a lot of people are worried that when they hire someone, that their cash flow is immediately going to drop. So in this first video, I want to talk about a few misconceptions and ways that you can handle that and why it's so important to hire people. You also don't have to go full into a full-time salary straight away. You can basically outsource by the hour now, and it's really important to do that. And there's ways that you can kind of dip your toe in the water, so to speak. Hiring people has made my life infinitely easier. When I was sick in 2021, it made my life infinitely easier knowing that I had a team of people who were taking care of admin, finance, sales, operations, delivery, and frankly, it wasn't costing me a huge amount either, partly because my time was worth more than the money I was spending on my team and my staff, but also because I was so clear on what they needed to do. And there's a few kind of big problems that people worry about when hiring. We'll jump over to the screen. The basic structure, you've seen me talk about this already, that we want is you are here, and what you basically are is the direction. You are the direction of the business. I like to think of it, the easiest term possible is the captain. You are the captain of the ship, and you have decided that you are going to go off to some island in the distance. And along the way, there are loads of maelstroms and whirlpools, and there's other islands with palm trees, and there's lots of distractions. The captain of the ship does two things. First of all, they have the compass that tells them where they are going. In a lot of like pirate movies and stuff, the captain also uses the wheel. They don't. In real life, the captain doesn't steer. The captain gives directions to his first mate, and the first mate is the person who typically steers, or is the person who is in charge of the crew, right? We're a heavily naval family, right? So the captain has the compass and determines which direction they need to go in. He decides we are going to this island and nothing else is going to stop us. You do not see the captain offloading cargo, running around. You don't see him paying tariffs and fees. You don't see him going, oh, now let's go over there. Oh, now let's go over there. If you do, which might be you, that's that constant distraction thing of going in other places and you'll never reach your final destination. You also don't see them steering the ship. You don't see them doing the sails or any of that kind of stuff. I mean, I don't know how long ago this captainship is, but it's a long time ago. And this is critical for you to understand. The captain says, we are heading on this bearing in this direction. I need everyone else to keep us on this course and to do their job effectively. You will feed information down to these 3 core areas: sales and marketing, admin and finance, and operations, which is delivery basically, and that includes customer support as well. Now, from the get-go, you might not have the resources or the funds or even the amount of work to hire one person for each of those jobs. That's absolutely fine. Chances are you will still be involved in all 3 of these, but the goal is to get us to a small fire team of around 4 people. Someone to help with operations and delivery, someone to help with admin and finance, and someone to help with sales and marketing. But the way that we're going to start dividing this up and multiplying your productivity is by taking the tasks that occur most frequently, that are also the furthest away from your core role. As we've talked about, your goal is direction. So let's say that we found out that your core role from the previous tasks is content. Just for example, you believe that your agency is going to do best if it creates epic content that brings people on board, right? Every time you are doing something like support or admin, uploading content, every time you're doing troubleshooting or fixing, I mean, we've all had those days where the laptop just doesn't work. Every time you're doing that, it's pulling you away from that core direction that you want to take. And it's your team's job to begin pulling that work into their category basically, and away from you in troubleshooting, because we don't want you worrying about this kind of stuff. One of the common problems though that happens, a lot of people go, yeah, I get that, that's what I want to do. And remember, you can hire by the hour, and we'll talk about this in a bit when we talk about dividing up tasks. Do you want my little island here? One of the big problems that happens is we have the customer. And tell me if this has happened to you. Customer, support, so this could be your VA. I prefer online specialist or online Filipino specialist, because we're going to be hiring from the Philippines for this. And then you. And the big problem we're going to encounter is what we call decisions offloading. Decision offloading. The customer has a problem. Another big fat marker there. And they call up or get in contact with support. And support goes, well, this is outside of our regular realms of things that we can help with. So they go back to you. Tell me if that's ever happened on a call. You've said to customer support, banks are atrocious for this. Hi there, for some reason my bank card isn't working. And support goes, okay, let me check with my manager. And then you're either held on the phone, or typically what they do now is they say they'll call you back. And because what they're doing is they think this is efficient, but it's not. They batch these up. That's why, by the way, you never get an immediate response, is because they like to batch these problems up and then pass all of them on to their manager. And then a certain number of those will be fixable by the manager. The manager will understand what the decision is, and they'll pass that back to support. And then support gets in contact with the customer. Now that's presuming that it's fixed. We all know that 99% of the time, it actually requires a little bit of digging. It requires the customer to go, no, that's not quite fixed it yet. So they go to support, which then adds another block on to that troubleshooting chart. And then it has to go back to the manager. And sometimes the manager has to go to one of their higher ups, their directors. This happened with me recently. We had a bill come through for hundreds, I think it might have even been close to £1,000 or something, for a company that we hadn't used in ages. And I said, this is not good enough. So I called the support called their manager. Manager had to take it to their directors in order to get it fixed. And I was like, what an incredibly inefficient process. And so the director then gets to make the decision and passes it back to the manager. The manager then passes it back to support, and then support passes it back to the customer. And again, that's presuming that it gets fixed. This is criminally inefficient. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take decisions and we're going to allow your team to make those decisions by themselves. We're not going to jump in full, like deep feet first. We are going to take it slowly and bit by bit. But now my team is able to make decisions around things like refunds, customer support, happiness requests, problems with the website, all of this kind of stuff, because we have offloaded the decision. The thing is, what would Mike do? But it's not even that. I want them to say, what would Clarence do? Or what would Kate do? Right? And this, by the way, has proven to work again and again and again, to the point where I remember turning to Liv at one point and saying, well, what the hell am I going to do? I've just made myself redundant from my own business, but it's freed me up to do so much stuff like this, like create more in-depth programs. So that's ultimately what we're going to be doing. We're going to be creating, that's actually number 3. Number 1 will be what we call dividing up tasks. And number 2 will be hiring. And I'm going to show you my entire hiring process. And we've got loads of extra training around this as well. So yeah, let's jump into it, because next up we're going to be dividing up tasks, and this is where it gets really interesting. So I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so let's talk about dividing up tasks. Now, this is critical to understand because we basically want to give anyone that we hire, we want to ramp them up to speed as quickly as possible. We want them as productive as possible straight away. It's got to the point now where we're able to hire people without having to think or worry too much about it. They get onboarded very, very quickly. And this is how we're going to do this. So we're going to talk about dividing up tasks, and we're also going to talk a little bit about creating processes as well, because I think people overcomplicate this and they feel that they have to be the ones to do it, and it's not. So if we go over to our whiteboard, you should have your stop list. And I have a stop list. I'm going to bring it up now while I talk to the camera. The stop list was vital for us as a business at Sell Your Service, because it meant that we were able to understand where my time was best spent. And if we look here, this is my stop list. Like literally, this is the things that I said. These are all the things that I'm doing regularly that I shouldn't be doing. And it turns out it's actually longer than this. We've added to it since. And so what I want us to do is now divide these tasks up. You have been probably doing this for a day or two now, and you've probably got a pretty good idea of the tasks that you need to get done. Let's say you don't want to do full time. By the way, my team are paid roughly $100 per week, and that's for a full 35-ish hours per week. They're based in the Philippines. I'm going to show you my entire hiring process. I love working with my team. Kate's outstanding as a coach, genuinely outstanding, but it would be silly of us to put Kate in an admin role, whereas our admin team and a content team like Clarence and Jar, and we're probably going to hire another couple of people this year, are just absolutely outstanding. I also like that they're a few hours ahead of me, because it means when I wake up, a lot of work's got done. It's brilliant. So you have got your tasks, and you probably did them like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, for example. And so what we need to do now is we need to divide them up in terms of their frequency down this column here. And we also need to work out what slot they fall into. Now, technically speaking, admin and finance are actually one column. However, I have found that they can be very, very different, and sometimes a lot of marketing work falls into admin and a lot of operation work falls into admin. So we need to divide up tasks by daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, reactive, and planned. Daily means they happen every day, unsurprisingly. Weekly, monthly, quarterly is every 3 months, yearly, once a year. Reactive is stuff like customer refunds, or if you sign up a new customer, it's not something that happens regularly, but you need to do it. There's an interesting blend, because, for example, checking for refunds, going through the email and the support tickets is obviously a daily task, but actually doing a refund, we might have 2 in one day, and then we might not have any for a month. So it's more of a reactive task. If you sign on a customer, you obviously want to do that task as soon as possible, but it will be a reactive task. So it's something that you want to get done when the customer is actually signed on board. And a planned task is kind of like your long-term to-do list. This is a really interesting segment to share with your team, because they end up kind of going off and building all this stuff that you haven't thought about. It's really, really interesting. And then we want to divide it up into admin, finance, marketing, sales, operations, and delivery. Operations is things like support, customer refunds, not that you guys will have many of those unless you do like digital products. dealing with troubleshooting and things like this, I have found that these can be heavily scripted and outsourced. Like most people who say, oh, I can't get access to this, I can't get access to that, password resets, server resets, things like this, super easy to get other people to do. One of our emails that goes out automatically is like, have you tried it in an incognito browser? Have you tried in a different browser? And that solves 95% of problems. So a lot of that can be taken care of by your team. Marketing and sales is anything to do with conversion. So creating content. Basically, if marketing and sales affects your subscribers, your leads, your appointments, presentations, and then sales and sales plus falls into operations and delivery if they're getting done. But if it affects the actual outcome of it, it's within marketing and sales. So once they've had a sale, often they move into operations and delivery. Finance is reconciling accounts. It's using your QuickBooks or Xero. It's checking out bank statements. It's creating reports. This was actually maybe the biggest leap for us in our business because I started getting regular reports through on our cash flow, our most profitable customers, our most profitable products. This was really interesting, and it'd be one of the first things I would try and hire and get someone to do for you if you're not doing already, particularly if you're bad with numbers. I'm terrible with numbers. I'm also pretty bad with maths and money overall. So having someone kind of build a dashboard, like Jar went away and just built a dashboard for us that just shows me, here are your top customers, here are your top products, here are your top months, all this kind of stuff. Really powerful. And then admin is things that don't require an enormous amount of skill but need to get done. So database entry, transfers, migrations. It might be that operations and delivery has something like actually executing the support, but checking the tickets is what leads to the operations getting done. So we check for tickets every day. We check for refund requests every day. We check for like interview requests every single day. But weekly, an admin task, although it might be to do with marketing and sales, would be something like doing outbound podcast interview requests, putting me out there to do podcast interviews. Let's actually have a look at our current list. Let me show you my literal task list here, which I think I've shown already. And we can see daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly. So what comes quarterly? All right, creating Zoom meetings, worksheets, all this kind of stuff for our coaching program. With you guys, we do that once a quarter. And there's a few more things that will happen once a quarter. Balance sheet needs to happen monthly. Facebook content calendar happens monthly. Recording and tracking of blog posts. Creating video sales letters is what we call infrequent, but these are reactive things. So I need to create a video sales letter. We have a process now. And in ClickUp, I'll share this actually with you guys. I'm happy to share this with you. What we do is we have a date that recurs either weekly, monthly, or quarterly. And the team like Jar and Clarence can do that themselves. And I have a checkbox that says, have we written up a process? So here's how we do processes. We use Loom, right? Loom does everything. And if I need to go and do something, what I do is I hit Loom, I go onto Loom and I say, I am now gonna show you how to do webinar funnel setup, for example, and I just record Loom and talk through it. I don't write the process. The team writes the process that they're in charge of. Remember, they need ownership of the outcome. So if I spend all my time creating the process, when there's a problem, I have to go back in and change the process. And now the guys have this. We do it whereby they actually create a document. You can see that they go through the process, they create the screenshots, and this is how we create a process. And you'll see actually a bit more about this later on in one of the later videos. I record the video, I send them the video, they follow it through a few times, the video, and then I say, after you've done it a few times, can you go in and write up the process? And then they create the screenshots and do it step by step by step, including any templates, any requests or anything like that. It's a super easy thing to start doing, is just using Loom and getting your team to take care of it. And what also happens is if the process changes, they can go back in and change it and they don't have to wait on you. You are no longer the roadblock, and that's really critical to understand and get used to. What I need us to do now is to divide up tasks, because our next job is to actually hire someone. And here's the advice I'd give. Let's say you only have the budget to do 25 quid a week. So basically, let's say you do 20 bucks a week, which is roughly a day, roughly-ish, 1 day a week. Maybe you do 2 days a week for 40, something like that. I would get as many weekly and daily tasks off your plate, because what that means is they can actually do a lot of the daily tasks being checked every week for the first kind of little while of doing it. And then eventually all of the tasks that take up the most of your time, remember we did that time block exercise, the ones that take up the most at the top end up getting taken care of by somebody else, and it frees up enormous amounts of time. And for the sake of 40 quid a week, it's just insane to me that more people won't do this. As I said, my team are on $100 a week. We do bonuses and stuff like that, but I'll talk about that in the hiring process. So that's what I need you to do, is to start dividing up tasks, because the next video, I'm going to show you my hiring process and how to hire not just a VA, but a member of your team who happens to be from the Philippines, who is dedicated and hardworking and smart. I thank my lucky stars that we have the team that we have. They're just outstanding to work with. They're an absolute pleasure to communicate with and talk to, and they provide valuable insight, and they're more than just someone who just executes tasks. They're a really valuable member of the team. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do next. Hey, so let's talk about hiring. Now, if you've hired people in the past, or if you've already got team members, this is specifically how we're going to hire an online specialist from the Philippines using a particular website called onlinejobs.ph. If you have developers and designers and you've got other team members around the world or locally to you, that's fine. We're specifically going to look at an external resource. I have found repeatedly that my Filipino team have outstanding English. They're always on time. They're very efficient. And so I'm going to show you my process for hiring, how I hired our first online specialist. I don't call them VAs because they're more than a virtual assistant. A virtual assistant is at some point going to be your phone. So these are online specialists, and we now have an online content specialist, an online finance specialist, an online admin specialist, and I'm just going to take you through that. So let's jump over to the screen. There are 4 basic stages to hiring someone, and these need to be done in order, and you can't skip any of these either. I think the number one thing people worry about is hiring what we would call a dud. So someone who either doesn't turn up, they're not very good. We've all hired people who have not been very good. We've also all hired people and realized we're paying them, but we never have any work for them to do. That's never been a problem for us. So the first thing is the job post. This is critical to understand, and we have to get this right, because in an ideal world, if someone saw this and they were the perfect candidate and they could work like that, we want them to jump on board and immediately get up to speed. The next stage is the interview. Now, this will take up the most amount of your time, probably around 7 to 10 days. It gets shorter each time, to the point where now we can hire people within a couple of days. But your first few will take a long time, and I'll talk about why. So I just want to prepare you for how long that can take. Then there is the trial, and then there is a full hire. Our team are paid $105 per week for about 35 to 40 hours a week. That's actually going to drop, but we'll talk about that in another video. Not the pay, but the number of hours they work. The trial is about 4 weeks, so about a month. You'll pay them full rate, but it's your chance to see whether it works. Now, if you do not immediately have $105 or $100 a week to be able to give away, your team will like to be paid weekly. You can always do 1 day per week, but you have to understand that we'll be working with people who have got lots of different jobs. I have never personally found much success in like you pooling with 5 other people and sharing a resource. Personally, I found it not work, but there's nothing wrong with hiring for 1 day a week. We're going to be using online jobs for this. You can, of course, use other resources. We've previously hired from People Per Hour, from Upwork. Does Upwork even exist anymore? There's a lot of different places where we've hired from, but now we use online jobs. We pay weekly. So we pay every single week, and we use something called Payoneer. Now, the reason I like online jobs is because it has everything bundled into one. There is a cost of $79, but you can post jobs for free, but then it's $79 to get their information. If you're only going to do this once, it's well worth the cost, and I'm going to take you through that entire process now. So all you're going to do is head over to online jobs. There is a link on this page. If you go to sellyourservice.co.uk/online jobs, it will redirect you. Full disclosure, this is an affiliate link, and the other thing is an affiliate link as well. And it's really simple. All we do, I'll move that down there, is click on post a job. And you are going to write out all the bits and pieces that you need. In terms of primary skills, Office and Virtual Admin is a good one to start with. Admin assistant, Excel, that type of things, personal assistant. Don't worry about this too much. This is just basically matches against that particular person's like skills and what they've put in. What's more important is the interview process and posting the job in the first place. So you've got access to this. This is a template. This is in Google Docs. This will be on the page where you will be able to see the exact posting template we've got. So what we say is we are a type of business. So you are an agency. We are a sales coaching company. Looking to take on a business admin assistant. We have a few daily tasks and weekly tasks. I then list off a few of the different tasks to give an example. These are the tasks I'm doing. While they're difficult, they take away from my core roles. If you think you'd be suitable for this role, please reply to this job posting with the subject line, business admin assistant, and here's a weird one, your favorite food in the subject line. For example, business admin assistant lasagna. In your email message, please include the following, your name and a link to your online profile. Also, could you answer the following? What other jobs do you have? How much time can you spend working for me? Do you work from home or an internet cafe? If you have any other information you might find relevant, please go ahead and I'll add it as well. Get to know you better. This does a few things, this job posting. First of all, it's all about qualifying people out, right? If we look at this, by going to my messages, these are all from a previous job posting, right? So you'll get over 100, I would imagine. So we have admin assistant. This person here clearly didn't read the full posting because I said, please reply with business admin assistant and your favorite food. So this person put just admin assistant. Someone put business admin assistant, hand tossed pizza. That's much better. That's exactly what I want to see. So I'm immediately going to start sifting through these and going, no, 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 no. This particular person here, this is their link, great. Then they've answered their other questions. What other jobs do I have? I don't have any other jobs. How much time can I spend working to you? I can work 4 to 5 hours per day. Do you work from home? I'll be working from my home. See my CV attached to know more. Online jobs has something called ID proof, and the higher the proof of their ID, the more likely they are to be the person they say they are. If we have a look, I just choose someone else, that's like basically completely 100% verified. This thing here called Time Proof is a time tracking software that we use to start with during their trial and for the first few months to understand, are they doing X amount of work? So we will post this job. However, virtual admin assistant email support. This person hasn't read the full thing. They haven't answered any of the questions. Like, bizarrely, this is actually, even though their ID is really high, they are not suitable for the role. So you're going to get a load of these come through. And what you're going to want to do is basically sift them down to about 20 different respondents, maybe between 10 and 20 different respondents. You want to tell them that you've narrowed it down to 12. So what I do is I send them a message. This is before the email. So I want it moved into my email inbox. So this is then the first message that I send them. So we talked about here, the job posting. If I come back here, no. This is posted to online jobs. We then get lots of applications, right? You'll start getting them within a few hours. I would give it a day or two until you have like a decent number you can sift through. The first thing is to qualify. Did they answer the questions? And are they ID proofed? That's what you want. And you want to pick roughly 10 to 20 to go forward to the next one, because a lot of them are going to start dropping out. If I then move back, this is then the message that I send the people who I want to take through. I want to move them from the online jobs into my email inbox just because it's easier for me to manage. So I say, thank you so much for your application. I've had hundreds of applicants, so congrats on making it to the final 12. I say 12, whether it's 20 or 10, doesn't matter. I also want to thank you for your patience. I've had so many applicants, I've had to look through them. I'd like to ask a few questions. Are you still interested in the job? The role will be full-time. Tell them the role and how much you've going to be paying them. Then number 3, I like to ask them, hey, are you comfortable with posting things on my behalf? Are you comfortable with being seen in my group with your Facebook profile, whatever? And then I use, well, we don't use Quip anymore, but ClickUp as a project management tool. Are you okay to learn with that? And then I want you to email me, and that's why I put my email address, with the subject line, Business Admin Assistant, and then your name. For example, Business Admin Assistant - Mike Killen. Thank you so much. That's the first message that I send to them. So that's the qualifying message. 10 to 20, and then I message them. Message to inbox. Now, in docs, they are in my email inbox. And I will have, over the period of the next 3 or 4 days, more and more people come through that process. And chances are you will probably get roughly 3/4 of the people coming through. Some people will get a job and they'll say, I'm not interested. Some people won't, whatever. And then it is a case of between 1, 2, and 3 emails. You're going to need to send quite a few with lots of different questions, and you're just trying to qualify them out. Because at the end of it, I want to offer them a paid trial. And now I have included all of the questions that I ask my particular hires. This is email 1, email 2. I never ask for a video interview. Some people insist on it, but we've got a relatively decent team. We've got a great team, but we've got 3 or 4 of us. And I've only ever got on the phone with one of them. I've never felt the need to get on a call with Clarence or Jar or anyone in the future. Personally, I've never felt that need. If we come up to the top here, these are all the questions that I ask, typically grouped. So this is the first set here that we talked about. This is the second set. This is the third set. This is the fourth set. And if I get through it, this is one that Kate, our coach, suggested. If I get through this, I would say, hey, this is our results page. So this is what I expect from you. This is the job role. Would you prefer that? Is this okay? Are you happy to be hired for this? And they go, yeah, I'd love to get hired. Go, fantastic. And then it's a case of, and again, I will share my onboarding process. I'll share my onboarding doc with you guys. You get them set up, you get them an email address, you move them through to the offer, and you basically want them to know that they're going to be on a paid trial for 4 weeks. And you say, okay, here's your email, get that set up. And that's usually the first loom you're going to record is here's how to set up an email account, because they might not have done that before. We use Newton for everything, Newton HQ, which you guys have probably heard of, but we get them to set that up. We then also ask them to do a LastPass. And we essentially go through this process to get them set up, and I just start sharing passwords with them. Some of the questions that come up, do I share them so they can see the password? Yes, frankly, I do. They're not going to be doing anything to do with PayPal or Stripe from the get-go, but now my team have got access to almost everything. We want them up and running, and the way that I like to then manage this is during the hire, this then moves into management, is at the top of the day, I ask them to send me a list of what they're going to do. For example, let me find this. So this is Jar. Here we go, start of the day. Hi Mike, good morning. What I'll be doing today, adding requests, and she tells me what she's going to be doing. She also says what I need from you. So what does she need from me? And a lot of the times I'm the roadblock. It's happening less and less and less, obviously, as we offload more and more and more, but it's like, I need access to your Calendly, or I need access to Optin Monster, or whatever it is. And then that's all we need at the start of the day. And at the end of the day, she says what she did today, the problems she faced, and again, if there's anything she needs from me. That's at the start of the day and the end of the day. It's just a super short message. It doesn't have to take ages, just a few bullet points. First of all, it lets me know when they've clocked in, not because I like to micromanage people, but I just like to know when they're working. One of the big problems with the Philippines is internet access and storms and rolling blackouts. They happen, so they are not going to do a standard 9 to 5 every single day without a problem. Most of the time, blackouts are scheduled, especially if they're working in somewhere like Manila. So they will tell you ahead of time, like, oh, we are I won't be able to work today. And that's fine. You just have to accept that that is the case. But they will always come back to work on the other things. The thing I found with onboarding is the first few days you have to be in constant communication. You're basically going to take 2 or 3 days out of your job just to sit with them, messaging them every single day, messaging them regularly just to get them set up. You're going to want them to then go through your tasks list, and you are going to record a Loom video of that first daily task, send it over to them, get them to watch it a few times. And it's going to feel for the first 7 days or so, like 5 days or so, that you're not making a lot of progress, but you are making progress. You absolutely are making progress. I use Loom, and we have everything stored in folders in Loom, like tasks and processes. I get them to watch it, and then I get them to do it, which is why I like daily and weekly tasks, because I can get them done quite quickly. Anytime you have a task come in where you think, oh, I haven't had that on my stop list, I immediately record a Loom of me doing it. I don't even write it on the stop list anymore. I immediately write a Loom. I say, hey, this is a task that needs to be done every day. Check for emails. Here's how I respond to refund requests. Here's how I respond to new support requests or interview requests. I've also found it extremely useful to say to them, and we'll talk about this next on what we call offloading decisions. Hey, ultimately I'm here. I want you to reduce the amount of refunds that come through. So I will find some training on refund requests, like the Digital Marketer Lab training on the refund reducer. I got Clarence and Jar to go through that so that they did the training, and then they were able to come back and write the process. They were able to create that going forward. It's a iterative process, and you're just going to be building on it every single day. But now both of them understand our tone of language, they understand our brand, they understand the words and the syntax that I use. It won't happen overnight, but it will happen eventually. That's what I'm talking about. So what you need to do now is create a job posting using this process here that I've got. Start getting those people in. Tell us in the group what the next stage is that you're struggling with, and we can help you. We can continue working with you. If you've got any questions, make sure you ask them in the group as well. I anticipate this is the one I'd be doing the most amount of auxiliary training around, because it can be so complicated. It doesn't have to be, but people get in their own heads about this a lot. So use this template, go ahead and hire someone. There's other training available on this page to do with the hiring and interview and management process, which I will talk through. Other than that, the next up we've got is to offload decisions. That's the next video, and this is where we really begin to start cooking with gas. All right, so we've hired someone, and now what you're going to be doing is one of the hardest things in the world, which is letting go of control. In fact, let's immediately go over to the whiteboard. So on the left hand side we have control. That's if you do absolutely everything. And what most people want in their business, or they think they want, is to clone themselves so they can have absolute control over all the tasks. There's a few reasons for this. If we create a process, we think that's the best way of doing it. There's a whole reason why, I'm not going to get into it, but ultimately we think that we want people to take over those tasks and do the task exactly as prescribed. And on the other side, we have freedom, which is where you can just do whatever you want every single day, and everyone else takes control of whatever you need. And this is a spectrum. It's essentially a sliding scale. And most business owners are around here when they start. And the problem is that when they hire someone, one of two things will happen. Either they will run out of tasks, or they'll come across a problem. And if your slider is all the way over to control, if you think there's a dividing line here, they will need to spend more time talking to you. We have all had micromanagers in the past that didn't let us do any of the work. Hell, some of your customers might be micromanagers, where they presumed that they knew best. They knew what the outcome was, they knew what the task should be, they knew what the process should be, and they had zero interest in letting you figure it out for yourself. One of the most frustrating things I see regularly is when parents do this to their children, frankly. The kid is trying to figure out how to unbutton a shirt or whatever, and the parent immediately comes in and says, I'll show you how to do it. The hardest part of this process is you are going to have to people learn through failure. And this is very difficult for people, Because when your bar is over all the way on the left-hand side towards control, you don't want anyone to fail. If you feel that $100 a week is a lot of money, it is, but if you feel it's a lot of money, you might be thinking, well, I want to make sure I get an ROI on that as quickly as possible. And it's not a case of immediately doing that, or it's not even a case of immediately being up. It's a long process, and then it stacks up over time. It's exponential. You are going to have to let your staff fail. You're going to have to let them try things. You're going to have to let them do things, get them wrong. And a lot of the times they will get it wrong, but eventually they'll get it right. But I've got news for you. You're not perfect either. You've got a lot of stuff wrong in the past. You just either forget about it or you think, well, I've learned that lesson so I can move on. Let me give you an example. When I had been working with Clarence for a long time, who's editing this video, hello. One of the things I wanted to offload was not just content uploading and posting on YouTube, but content creation. And eventually, we got it to the point where Clarence could create our YouTube thumbnails. I had a process for creating YouTube thumbnails. I had a set task list of things. My control level was all the way over here, but I knew I wanted my freedom to be more important, so I wanted to move that. So it means giving up a lot of control. And the way that you give up control is I didn't give Clarence control of the task. I didn't say, here's the task. What I said is, I want you to create thumbnails that increase our click-through rate. Which means if 100 people see that thumbnail, I want 5% to click, right? So I want 5 people to click through, 5% click-through rate. And I want it to either continue going up or hover around 5. This means that Clarence will take some of my thumbnail ideas and then try them out and test them. And occasionally we will then continue and trying other ones. But the point was, as I said to Clarence, you go and create any kind of thumbnail you want. I just want to see this 5% click-through rate. And what that meant was, first of all, Clarence was then able to go away and do her own training around YouTube thumbnails. And it turns out she got it pretty quickly with like graphic design software. We just use Canva. And a couple of times it just hasn't worked. It's bombed. That's not a bad thing. It's something where you go, well, we've understood that it's bombed. You're obviously not going to continue doing that because you've seen the goal we're trying to get for here. So what are you going to try next time? And instead she'll try something next time. So it becomes self-correcting. This is what we call autonomous team members. It's team members who are able to go and do what they needed. We had set this up really simply. I think when I took this amount of time off, I think a lot of people thought that I had some incredible documentation process. And to an extent, yes, that's true. We do have a decent document library, as you've seen. But it's mainly because people understood the outcomes that I wanted. They knew that I wanted more people to turn up to coaching calls. And so they said, well, we're going to make these decisions. Now, here's what's going to happen. Occasionally, someone is going to make a decision which you can see is the wrong decision. You can go, we shouldn't do that. But here's what you have to do. You have to willingly accept, I know this is going to be wrong and it's going to be a disaster, because I need them to learn from it. So they come back to me and go, do you know, those subject lines, they didn't work. It was a bad idea. I go, okay, what are we going to do about it? Mike Michalowicz tells a story of when he hired an admin assistant and said, I need you to organize our invoices. And the person goes away and comes back and says, I'm going to do it by surname. He goes, okay. He goes, I'm going to do it by the first letter of the surname. So organizing it by the first letter of the surname. So there was A's, there was B's, and he was like, well, that's not going to work because there's only 26 letters in the alphabet. So we will only be able to have 26 different invoices. And the admin assistant came back and went, do you know there's only 26 letters in the alphabet? So Anderson and Ablabab, they get mixed together. And he was like, oh, so she was like, next up, I'm going to take the first 2 letters and a date. The date the invoice was issued, right? So 21. And he was like, 21 what? The year or the date? The day, the date, the month? And again, he was like, that's not going to work. But because she had ownership of the outcome, which was make sure that invoices get issued on time and then they get chased, she saw the problem eventually. She began to see the problem. A lot of the time we think we like it when people ask us questions. They go, good, they're asking us lots of questions, that's really good. When in actual fact, they're just taking your time up and they're getting you to do the work. Now, it's not like they mean to do that. It's not like they want you to do the work. We're just trained that we should constantly be checking in. So eventually, she said, well, what we're actually going to do is we take the first 5 letters of their surname, so B-L-A-C-K. We take the date the issue was in, the date the invoice was issued in terms of, Americans will do month, day, year, obviously, M-D-Y. And then there is a specific customer reference number that they all have, which is usually their customer, which is usually their company initials, and then a number. So if we have another business called like Sell Your System, that would be SYS. 2. So there's a completely unique invoice number and a completely unique customer number. Actually, it might have been the other way around, so you could have name and then name and company and then name and particular invoice or something like that. But anyway, they self-solved because Mike was clear about the outcomes. So you have probably seen this already because we talked about it briefly. But this is what we call IPO, Information Permission Outcomes. You would have done this back with the stop list exercise. You're going to think, well, what's the task? And the task might be something like refunds is a really interesting one because it can be quite tricky. I'm not going to repeat in too much detail all of this, but the first thing you want to look at is the outcomes, right? What is the outcomes? I want to reduce refunds. I don't want to deal with refunds. I want someone else to do it. I want to deal with refunds. I want them dealt with within 24 hours. I want us to try and save or upsell refunds. So people who say, this product wasn't right for me, great, let's do it. I actually don't want to do any refunds because I want to save the cash. So I say, hey, well, if I give you this other product that's more expensive, how about we just call it even? Right? There's loads of different tactics. What permissions are they going to need? They're going to need permission to my email inbox. They will need access to my email inbox. And some of you right now will be going, that's insane, there's no way I do that. That's when you have to say, do you want freedom or do you want control? This is called 7-figure freedom, not 7-figure control. We need to move your slider further and further over this way towards the freedom lever. It's not a switch. It is a slow process. It's a spectrum. It's a lever. I want you to move it over. What else will they need? They need permission to our payment system, like Stripe or whatever it is, or PayPal. They will also need potentially the messaging system, and they'll need access to our products. And we do this for every single task. We first of all determine the refunds. And if I say I want to reduce refunds, I will even say to them, can you go back over the last 30 days and figure out how many refunds we did? And they go, we did 5. I go, great. I want next month to be 4. I go, okay, fine. And then the next month I want it to be 3. And I want us to try keeping it as low as possible. And you can try stuff. And in the past, we have tried stuff. And the team have come back to me and said, I want to try this thing where we're going to give them a month's membership trial instead. And it hasn't worked. We've tried other stuff where we say, we'll give you a refund, but would you like to buy this other product? Great. And it hasn't worked. But they have ownership of the outcome. I want the refund reduction. So you now have to look at the tasks that you're doing on your stop list and think about not the task, but think about the outcome. What permissions do they need? Another thing around permissions is, well, how much can you refund without going back to me? I am now of the case where I'm like, basically anything other than a core product, so under $1,000, you can just refund, right? But because we have a refund process that I want you to go through, hopefully we won't need to do any of those. And then information is things like training, it's the Loom video, it's external training. So does Digital Marketer have anything on this? Does ClickUp have any training on this? Does YouTube have any training on this? Go out and do some more training. Some information, previous metrics, like this stuff here, how many refunds have we done in the last few days? If you build this out, and I know it sounds like a hassle doing it per task, but you only have to do it once. The most important one is get clear on the outcomes. Do not tell people to do a job unless they know the outcomes. Because you want to say to them, I want you to go off and do this. And they'll go, take editing a video. I said, here's the key thing. If you've got a task and you're just doing the task for the sake of it and you don't know the outcomes, that's a pretty good reason that you should just get rid of that task. When I do reconciling accounts, I do it because I don't want a huge tax surprise at the end of the year. I want to know exactly what our cash flow is. When it talks about editing a video, I know that the job of editing a video is keeping their engagement as long as possible. I have to make the presumption that if I can understand it, that someone else can as well. So the clearer we are on outcomes, the more likely we are to be successful with our hires. And it's critical to understand this. So here's what I want you to do. Take your stop list and come up with a few different outcomes for a few of the tasks that you're going to be hiring for. And this is the outcome document. I talked about that results document. This is the outcome document I want you to share with any new hires or trials. I say, these are basically the 5 things I want you to do. Yes, it's going to be checking for my emails, but what I actually want you to do is to make sure that we book interviews, that I don't have to have conversations with interview people. I just get it in. This is basically, what do you want? And it is also, how do they know that they'll be successful? And if you go, I just don't know, I don't know what the outcome would be. Either you're not spending long enough thinking about it and you need to be way deeper with it. And remember, I've got some examples available on this page. But if you don't know how they would be successful, how do they know if they'd be successful? And this is where you begin to offload decisions, because the decision comes in, how would I know if I'm being successful or not? And I go, I now know that what Mike wants is a higher click-through rate. And it turns out that videos with no text on them, thumbnails with no text on them, have a higher click-through rate. And I go, great, if you can prove to me that that's true, then let's do that. I don't care what the task looks like. Then go away and create the process so it's standardized for people who come in later. So that's what I need you to do, is go ahead and create the outcomes and then get them to record the process. Get them to loom it. They don't have to talk, just loom it and then write up the process. And now you've got a hire who's becoming more and more self-sufficient by the day. And that's basically Simplify. So we have gone through the Simplify module, which is really exciting. I'm not going to spend too much talking about the next module, but what we have basically done during these 3 modules is we have created the cause to your business, as in the CORES and the $1 million drill, allowing us to find that doubling your revenue. We've started giving you the time back in order to be able to focus on strategy, sales, partnerships, content, whatever your core role is, in order to free up time to have you working on the bigger picture stuff. And we've looked at the productivity multiplier to hire your first person to start doing some of that work. And you could probably do this within the space of a week if you really smashed it out. Next up, we were looking at Systemize, which is where we're going to talk about your escape plan, product matrix, and sales map. So that's what we'll do in the next video, and I'll see you there. Cheers, guys. Hey there, funnel builder. So welcome to module 2, which is Systemize, which is this one over here if I move my camera down. In this module, what we're going to be looking at is something called the escape plan, the product matrix, and a sales map. Now, hopefully this is where you'll start seeing the gaps in your sales process and in what you can offer to customers. This is a really exciting module to me. It's not all about having loads of automations and systems. It's not about going into Go High Level or Active Campaign or whatever and building out 1 billion different autoresponders. There will be a little bit of that later on in sales, but actually I've written a lot of that for you. And during sales map as well, I've actually created quite a lot of the content for you. What Systemize is about is understanding, does your customer know the path that you are setting out to them? As well, do your team know the path that you've set out for your customers? The most important people that you should be training at all are your team. Even if you only have one OS from the productivity multiplier or from hiring a team member, they need to know what the products are and services that you offer. What we typically find is that in order to try and fix low sales, what people end up trying to do is they create a new service or they go after a new niche. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create one method for helping your customers, using the escape plan. The product matrix basically changes how much they pay and all the different ways you can deliver it. I want to give you some more time back during the product matrix. It's another big misconception that people have. And the sales map is going to point out exactly where you are missing sales. So let's crack on. First of all, we're going to be looking at the escape plan, and we're going to be breaking that up into about 5 little short segments for you to do. So I'll see you on that video. Excellent. So let's get into this. Escape plan is basically the process that we're going to give customers to help them where they are today and help them to get to where they want to be. So I want you to imagine that there's a big cliff face, and typically we would take a bridge right to the other side. This is where your customers are today. And this is where they want to be tomorrow. Now, the reason I call it an escape plan is because today is something that they want to escape. And tomorrow is somewhere they want to reach. It's basically where they want to get to. And the part of the problem is that we face, especially at marketing agencies, is we get really focused on what the aspect of the bridge is. We get really interested in what the individual steps of the bridge are, when in actual fact, the thing we need to focus on more than anything is what they want to escape. So these are things like their problems, what they want to fix, what they want to change. These are things that basically stress them out. Now, here's what's really important. Tomorrow, so where they want to reach, which is their goals, their wants, their desires, the results they want. Those are extremely important, but it is more important that we market the problem. We explain the problem, we spend time talking about the problem, we understand their problems, we really focus on their misery. It might sound a bit grim, but I promise you that the way that we work with a lot of businesses is we need to understand what they are wanting to move away from. And then there's other aspects of this whereby there is also a longer term tomorrow over here behind them. These are basically the consequences that are chasing them. If they don't change, what happens? These are their fears. So if their problems are low sales, why is that a problem? Well, because they might have to end up getting a job, they might have to fire staff, they'll feel like a failure. This section is incredibly important to understand and to market in order to get people to start moving. As a very broad general rule, people will first move away from a problem rather than towards a goal. It's just a human motivation thing. Typically, large corporations tend to want to move towards a goal, which is why if you are selling at a medium to enterprise level, then you'll probably want a goal-orientated sales process and message. However, most of us will be selling to the person, the individual. And in my experience, even when the corporation wants to buy the goal, which is the tomorrow, which they want to move towards, when I'm actually talking to the people buying it, so the directors, the CEOs, the managers, I have to understand their problems and start marketing to their problems. So really, the today and the tomorrow aspect are the most important parts of this. And we're going to talk about all of this. And there is also a future over here, which is kind of their long-term goals, mainly based around status and who they want to become. So this is the impact of okay, well, if you want to fix the low sales and you want to double your sales, why do you want to do that? Well, because I want to feel like a success and I want to grow the business. Great. But I can't market the long-term future. I have to just add that in. And then at some point along this journey, there are these roadblocks, these huge roadblocks in the way that basically prevent them from getting where they want to get to. And these are based on myths, they're based on mistakes, things they're trying. Like a lot of people, to double their sales, will just invest a ton in advertising, and that doesn't necessarily work. It can do, but it doesn't necessarily. There's a lot of beliefs, like self-limiting beliefs. Even when the individual says, yeah, I want to grow this business, I go, great, let's do this, let's do ABC. And they go, I don't think I can do that. And I go, well, why not? And it's usually some kind of internal limitation. So what we're going to do is help them get over all of this. We're going to break it into 3 segments, 1, 2, 3, and each segment or stage, I should say, will have roughly between 2 or 3 steps. So in total, we'll have about between 6 and 9 steps that they'll need to take. Previously, I've taught between 5 and 7. I have found that the 3 and 3 model works really well. 3 stages, each stage with 3 steps works really well. It allows for a little bit more flexibility, and they don't all have to be huge steps. You know, like a website should really be an entire stage rather than a single step. So it kind of helps break these down, and I'll talk about this a lot more. So what we're going to cover off is the problems that they've got, as well as the consequences and fears. We're going to look at the goals that they're looking to achieve. We're going to look at the individual mistakes and myths that they've got, as well as the actual plan itself. And then we're going to talk about how we can basically build this into a product or a service and start marketing this to your market. What this does is it gets all of your intellectual property down on paper. It shows that you've got a model, and I'll even show you how to explain your model as a sales pitch and even use it as a lead magnet to generate leads. And it also demonstrates massive authority, because the idea is, if you have a plan for being able to help someone with their top 3 problems and reach their top 3 goals and overcome their biggest mistakes, and you've got a system and a plan that does it, surely you've done this a dozen times and surely you've got the correct answer. So next up, we're going to be looking at the problems that your market has. This is kind of based off that initial core problem from the $1 million drill. If you remember, we've got audience here. And then the next thing down is their problems. That there is the core problem that you solve: clients, sales, leads, whatever it might be. But we're going to look at about 3 problems that they're really experiencing in their life that contribute to this large overall problem. And I'll talk about all of that. So I will see you on the next video where we talk about problems. Okay, let's talk about problems. You got problems, I got problems, everyone got problems. Mo money, mo problems. No one in the history of mankind has ever woken up in the middle of the night thinking, oh, I need to hire a marketing consultant. No one's ever thought that. Sometimes people have thought that was the solution to their problem, but no one ever wakes up thinking that. Problems are a very emotive, deep, resonant experience that we have as human beings. Problems are not things like, I need to build a marketing funnel. Problems are, I have no idea where to start. I need more customers, but for whatever reason, I just can't seem to get them through the door. Problems are things which seem insurmountable. By their very definition, a problem is something that you can't see the solution to, right? When you're given a maths problem at school as a kid, it's only a problem until you solve it. No one wakes up thinking, yeah, I'm going to go and hire a marketing funnel consultant because that's going to fix all my problems. And I think what we have to understand is there is a big difference between an internal problem and an external problem. I've talked a little bit about this in the core problem that you've got and that you face within your $1 million drill. An internal problem is something that is very, very personal. I don't have enough leads. I'm stressed about the business. I don't know where to go. I haven't got enough clarity. I'm sick of running into problems. I'm dealing with low value clients all the time. I can't seem to get our products off the ground. We have a really high refund rate. They're things that you're worrying about that often as well are comparison based. So it's like, oh, James down the road, he doesn't have this problem. He seems to be able to write books left, right, and center. Or Mary never seems to have a problem with generating leads and sales. So internally, what are the problems that I'm thinking about? External problems are things like you don't have a marketing plan, or you're not clear on your brand, or you don't have $1 million message, or you don't have $1 million drill. I can't market that because that is what I see as the solution, and I see it as your problem. You think that your problem is lack of sales, lack of leads, or whatever it might be. So we need to really get inside the mind of our customer. And hopefully, if you've done some of the previous exercises, if you've done the core problem, this should be a relatively easy exercise for you. And so if we come into the worksheet here, and like I said, you guys have got access to all of this. We're just going to skip over this for a second. There's a few ways of getting a lot of problems out of people. Number one is asking them. Emailing your list or asking a group. Questions like, What gets you stressed? What is it you're worried about right now? What are you struggling to fix? What do you wish you could change? What do you wish you could fix within your business? If I could wave a magic wand, what would you ask for? And people will literally tell you what their problems are. And people buy solutions to problems, right? They don't buy the solution, they buy the solution to the problem. And so if they say, and they overwhelmingly come back with, every time I make more sales, I have to hire another salesperson. My profit margins never change because it's exponential. It's an increase in cost. Every time I make more sales, I have to hire another salesperson to be able to make more sales for the next stage. That's quite common. Another one is like the scalability problem. Every time we make more sales, we have to hire more delivery people. The price of transportation and gasoline and petrol has skyrocketed, and it's meant that a lot of my guys aren't coming into the office. These are real problems that they face. They seem insurmountable. And to a lot of your customers, they're going to go, well, let's just throw some advertising money at it, right? For example. Another one is to just list 100 problems that you think your market has. And this is hard work. And if you want to take the time to do this, I highly recommend it. Hopefully, you've got your core problem. Hopefully, you've got that already. But you want to list 100 different problems. They don't know how to set up a web page, they don't know how to generate leads, they don't know how to set up Facebook ads, they don't know how to run Facebook ads, they don't know how to do advertising, they don't know how to generate money from advertising. Sales slow down, sales are seasonal, they can never do consistent sales. Customers always say they're too expensive, customers never seem to have any money, I never seem to have any leads. And just blasting out 100 different ideas. And what you'll find is that you'll be able to start grouping some of these together, and then these two and these two will become one. And eventually you're going to get to 3 pretty big problems. For you guys in this particular space, you have the sales ceiling, which is basically no matter how hard I work, I never seem to be able to increase my sales, and I'm now running out of time, or I don't have enough time to go out there and find new projects. The other side is overall sales friction. Like, I find sales very complicated and difficult. I'm making money, but my customers never seem to have any more money. I don't know where my next sales are coming from. People seem to say that I'm too expensive. I'm struggling to get people to buy from me. And the third one, and actually interestingly, I think the most powerful one, is overwhelm. Like, my business is too complex. There's too many things going on. I'm selling too many things. I'm overwhelmed with all the different levels of advice. There's so much content out there and so many different business models. And so why the core problem that I solve might be sales, it's made up of these 3 different things. So what I want you to think about is, if the core problem for your business is whatever it is, what are those split into? What are the 3 other problems? Now, these could be 3 smaller problems that when they stacked up, they equal one big problem. For example, overwhelm, sales friction, and sales ceiling combine to a problem with sales. Or it could be that the overall process is we have a problem with staff being motivated. No one seems to want to pick up the phone and make any sales. Products don't seem to be interesting to customers, and we have no idea where to find new leads. And individually, those stack up to be a big problem as well. My advice would be, actually don't overthink this, but I want you to think through what these problems are. And this is the way this needs to work. I need you to think about, very basically, what are the things they're stressed about? They go, oh my God, I wake up and I feel blank. What do they feel? Do they feel overwhelmed? Do they feel stressed? They're sick of looking at XYZ. What is it they want to change or fix or quit or leave? What is it that they want to disappear? What is it that they want less of? What is it they want more of? These are all things that we need to start thinking about. So I want you to think about the 3 problems that they've got. And so if we do this from a different example, let's say that the core problem that I'm dealing with actually is just money or income. I should actually be more specific, is income. Let's say that my core audience is YouTube channels or influencers. And I've got a load of other riders and characteristics, like they have over 100,000 subscribers and they're making money from YouTube already. And their core problem is that their income is tied to YouTube. This is a real problem, and we work with a few businesses who do that have this very problem. Advertising goes up and down, advertising, the adpocalypse and all this stuff. Their income is tied to YouTube, and they know that. And they think, okay, well, what do I need? They wake up thinking, my income is basically tied to YouTube. Why is that? Why aren't I able to change that? So the number one thing they want to change, fix, or escape is lack of sales. Another thing that they want to change, fix, or escape is feeling trapped. And these, again, are very emotional. They feel trapped in the platform. And the other one is they have no idea. They go, I don't even know how to change, so I've got no plan. These are pretty simple, right? There's nothing like groundbreaking behind this. This is really important. Miles Beckler talks about this all the time. The problems that you solve are the problems that people know about, and they're not secrets. They understand these. And this is from asking my customers. My income's tied to YouTube. I'm sick of it. I go, great. So talk about that. I go, well, I've got a lack of sales. Like, my products don't sell. I don't even have products. Everything is tied to advertising or sponsorship deals. So I don't have sales. I feel trapped by YouTube, and I've got zero plan moving forward. I've got no idea how I would even do this. And here's the interesting part. We then want to answer, what happens if they don't change? What is the consequence of them staying there? Basically, if without a plan of movement, they will constantly feel locked to YouTube. What happens if they don't change? If they feel trapped to YouTube, they don't move outside, they will always be at the behest. I would change the wording because I don't quite know that behest would be right, of YouTube ads, right? And a lack of sales, if they don't change, they have to quit, get a job, and they're a failure, right? At least in their eyes. Already now, can you begin to see that the pitch that we put forward is, hey, if you're a YouTube content creator and influencer and you've got over 100,000 subscribers and you make almost all of your money from YouTube ads, you probably feel like your income is tied to YouTube, and that's a problem. This is typically made up of three core factors: a lack of sales, feeling trapped in YouTube, and you're worried because you don't know how to plan. You don't know how you would escape this. If you don't change this and you stay exactly where you are, you're going to have to quit, potentially get a job and feel like a failure. You're constantly going to be at the whims, there we go, that's why it's important to say stuff out, the whims of YouTube ads, right? You've got no control over your financial destiny. And if you don't have a plan, you'll constantly feel locked to YouTube. They go, yeah, that's me. That's me. So here's what I want you to do. What are the three things they wake up thinking about? What are they stressed about? Don't overcomplicate it. They go, I don't have enough money. Great. I don't think I can trust any of my staff to do the work. Great. Now, is that a problem that a marketing consultant can fix? 100% it is. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And they think about, I don't have a plan. Typically, I'm going to give you a bit of a hint here. Typically, a problem based around money, a problem based around feelings, and a problem based around clarity are that's supposed to be a bullseye, by the way. It's supposed to be a bullseye. That's a pretty good area to go down. Your core problem is very much like a result driven, like, oh my God, this is the insurmountable problem. Typically, they are made up of a money problem or some kind of result-based problem, some kind of emotional problem, and some kind of clarity or focus problem. If you end up using the exact same language as me, that is absolutely fine. And remember, that's because if you have eggs, flour, and sugar, flour and sugar look exactly the same because they both come in paper bags. You could make everything from pancakes to waffles to cakes to batter to something we have in the UK called Yorkshire puddings, which are incredible. Cheesecake, muffins, cookies, biscuits, scones. There is so many different things you can make with the same basic three ingredients. Don't think, oh my God, I have to have this incredible new problem that no one else has ever thought of before. That's not the way to double your revenue in an easy way. What we're looking for is clarity and getting people to understand that you've got the problem. Remember, because you are also solving a specific core problem for a specific core audience. So all of this is adding up to a very unique business. Next up, we're going to look at goals, quite a similar process to this, hopefully a slightly shorter video, and I will see you on that one. Awesome. So let's jump into this. I'm going to move myself down here into the corner. goals, wants, and futures. What I want you to think about here is, again, if someone's problem is a lack of sales, surely the goal is more sales. It is, and we will talk about something specific. Your function will give you a pretty good idea about this. Here's how I want you to think about this. We've got things like where are they escaping to, what looks like a great future to them, what would make this all worth it, what are their result-based goals and longer-term motivation. If that's too much, I want you to know, how would they know that they were successful? Remember the outcomes we talked about previously within time freedom and productivity multiplier? We have to give those outcomes. How would your staff know that they're successful? That's basically what we're writing here. That's what a goal is. So in an ideal world, this will match the problems we talked about earlier. So what do we have? We had trapped. We had no plan. And we had a lack of sales. Don't overthink this. All right, think about what their goals are, but this is where we can start getting specific. They say, what do they want more of? Where do they want to reach? What do they want to see happen? They want to see 2 times sales. Now, I know that that's what we're talking about here. And so maybe for this particular example, remember we're looking at YouTube influencers. How about they launch a product and equal ad revenue? That's how they'd know they'd be successful. That's a goal. And ultimately, that's what they want. They want to solve their problem. They want to see sales. But rather than just going, well, I can help you generate sales, how about if we say, how about we help you launch a product and equal ad revenue? And go, actually, that sounds really specific. That sounds like a really good goal. And sometimes people actually need a bit of guidance on their goals. They typically want more sales, they want to feel successful, they want to feel younger and faster and fitter and more attractive or whatever. But if we say, okay, well, how specifically? Now, admittedly, a lot of this is going to come out in the lexicon and the language that we talk to with the customers. But they say, yeah, I want to launch a product and equal my ad revenue. Great. I'd say that's a pretty specific goal. And if we give that to them, they would go, yeah, that sounds awesome. I want that. Great. That's a great place to start. What do they want more of? Where do they want to reach or see happen? They're currently feeling trapped by YouTube. Or they certainly feel locked into that YouTube method of making money. And maybe actually, we can even split this out. Maybe we actually don't launch a product. Maybe we equal ad revenue in sales in our own product with product from audience. So from their audience, their subscribers. Trapped. Launch an external product. And no plan. Clarity and focus for the next 3 years. Clarity and focus for 3 years. We build them a 3-year plan, or we build them a system that can be built out over 3 years. Immediately, can you begin to see that we are solving these problems and saying, well, how about we reach the point where we give you clarity and focus for 3 years? The key, and the goal is also the solution to an extent. You want to say, if you're feeling trapped, what you need to do is launch an external product. If you've got a lack of sales, what you need to do is equal ad revenue from a product with your audience. And they'll go, yeah, that sounds awesome, but how do I do that? And we go, I'll talk about this later, right? Then we get to say, similar to the consequence, what's the impact that they have? Why do they want to do this? What will they become? Right? How will they know that all of this is worth it? And from a sales perspective, they'll feel like they're running a successful business. I can't help but misspell successful because Bart Simpson misspells successful and he goes S-U-C-E-E-S-S. That's the way you spell success, and I keep having to remind myself that he's wrong. Feel successful running business. Why do you want to launch an external product? We basically want to take control because they want to take control. And again, this is half based of just some logical progressions that I can make, but also asking people, all right, you feel trapped. So what do you want? Instead of feeling trapped, what do you want? They go, well, I think I want to launch a product and make sales outside of YouTube. Great. Why? I'll go, oh, feel successful and to take control of my financial destiny. Awesome. Take control. Financial destiny. Great. Problem solved, right? These are the impacts. So now when someone goes, I don't know, look, do you want to take control of your financial destiny and do you want to feel that you're running a successful business? Yeah, I guess so. Great. That's why it's going to cost 25 grand in order to get you from where you are to where you need to be. They go, yeah, I guess so. This is the motivation for why it's all worth it. Admittedly, the more powerful one to get them moving is the problem and the consequence, but eventually they're going to want to start falling into this goal and impact cycle where I say, well, the goal is clarity and focus for the next 3 years. This needs to be different. Why are they afraid of happening? That should be different. Why is this important? What impact would that have? They would feel more in control. And so now we don't sell funnels, we sell futures, right? We don't sell features, we sell futures. This is not a funnel business. Now what we do is we help successful ad revenue generating YouTube influencers with over 100,000 subscribers transition from relying on YouTube advertising to creating their own products and taking control of their own financial destiny. That to me sounds way more appealing than I'm a funnel builder or I'm a marketing agency. So that's what I want you to do for goals, wants, and futures. Again, ask people, use some logical progressions, deep dive research, go into YouTube, ironically, and search what people are searching for. Go into Facebook groups, LinkedIn groups, have a look around. What are people looking for? Next up, we're going to look at roadblocks. And this is where you really begin to differentiate yourself and find some USPs for your business. So I will see you on that video. Awesome. So let's talk about roadblocks. Roadblocks are a mixture of things. They are things that they're aware of. They're things they're not aware of. This is your customers, and they're things that sometimes you are aware of as well. Often, this can be things that they are aware that didn't happen and didn't work. And they're also things that they might be doing now that don't work, and that you need to explain to them why they don't work. And perhaps most importantly, say, look, it's not your fault. It's because other people have told you that's the right way to do things. So, in fact, let's jump into the worksheet here. Again, we've got another little worksheet for you guys. We are over here on the problem section. Bum, bum, bum. Here. That's where they are today. And they want to move over towards goals, right? However, there are these big roadblocks in their way. Their problem is that they might not necessarily know it's a roadblock, or they might but see it as a roadblock and actually it doesn't exist. So there's a bunch of different things we've got to cover off here. One of my favorite questions to ask people is when they are buying a product from me, is to say, okay, what have you tried in the past? And they say, well, we've tried advertising, we've tried content marketing, we tried SEO. I go, great, how did that work out? And they go, oh, well, it didn't really work out. We spent a load of money. I'm like, oh, okay, so it didn't work out. Why don't you think it worked? And they said, well, because we spent a ton of money on ads, but we never converted anything. They're telling me the reasons why that didn't work. That's why competition's so fascinating to me, because I regularly get people join this program who say, I'm actually going to go with a different coach. We're going to go with this type of coach or that type of coach. I go, fantastic. I'll catch up with you in 6 months' time. And we did the exact same thing with our agency as well. They go, actually, we're going to go with a slightly cheaper agency. I go, awesome. Because it's going to make the next sales call I have with you infinitely easier. I go, hey, how was, I call them up. I say, hey, Richard, just wanted to check in, man. How you doing? I go, yeah. Good, actually, Mike. Funnily enough, I was thinking about you. And I would hear that a lot, right? Roughly 6 months ago. Why is that? I go, well, we ended up working with another e-commerce agency. I go, cool. How's it working out? They go, just not that great. They just haven't seemed to get us the results that we want. I go, that's a real shame. That's a real shame. I'm sorry you had to do that. I mean, it sounded like you made the right choice. I don't say to them, yeah, I told you so. I don't say any of that. I agree with them. And they go, yeah, we did. I thought we had made the right choice. I said, look, man, our proposal's still open. All right, we can still help you XYZ. We can still help you generate leads from your blogs. How do you feel about that? I went, okay. I was like, so why didn't it work out? And I'll get them to basically talk about why this other product sucked, basically. Myths, mistakes, and roadblocks are very similar. It's broken up into 3 sections. Mistakes, self-beliefs, and fears. Mistakes are things that they have tried. So they've actively pursued other things. And I want you to write in 2 or 3, because we're going to select just one from each. But I want you to write in 2 or 3 to brainstorm it. What have they tried before that hasn't worked? What have, in our particular case, YouTube influencers who want to transition from ad to product, what have they tried before? They've tried mistakes they've made. They've actually tried launching a product. All right? They've tried launching a course. Bum, bum, bum. So they've tried it and it didn't work. They themselves, bizarrely, might have spent money on ads, and maybe they've tried sponsorship. Or partnering. That's a good one. When, Yeti says, hey Mike, we'd love to work with you. Here's X%. Great. All right. These are things they've tried that we have to be consciously aware of and say to them, you've tried launching a product before. I know it didn't work. That's not your fault. It's probably because XYZ. It's because you were told the wrong information. It's because you were told something that used to work and doesn't work anymore. It's because whatever. Don't give them a reason like it's because your branding sucks. It's because the name of the product is shit. It's because you used the wrong funnel software. Don't do any of that. Put the blame on somebody else, the other, the out party. It's because so-and-so told you, and it's nonsense. It doesn't work like that anymore. You've tried ads, bizarrely, to get out of earning money from ads. I see this a lot. People will then go, well, if I advertise my channel, more people will watch my channel, I'll make more ad money. I'm like, cool, how did that work out? Not so good. We ended up spending more than we made. Interesting. Sponsorship didn't work out. They were really unhappy and they ended up pulling sponsorship from us. Or we have to talk favorably about their product and I don't really believe in it. Right, there's a lot of stuff in there. Here's an interesting one. Myths. What myths or objections do they believe are true which aren't true? For example, courses don't sell. Really interesting one, that. So these are things that they believe about the external solutions that they have heard that don't work. Content marketing takes ages to get results from. Facebook advertising is extremely complicated. It's a dumb time to start a YouTube channel. So some myths. What are some myths that they believe in that are preventing them? So a mistake is something they've tried. That's why it's at the top. They've actually tried to go over it. A myth is something which they think, well, that will prevent me from doing anything at all. So courses don't sell. My audience doesn't have any money. That's a really classic one. Audience is cheap. That's a really classic one. What are some myths they believe? No one likes being sold to. Basically no one is buying. Which I have heard almost every single day for my entire working life. No one is buying. And number 3, these are much deeper things. Self-limiting beliefs and fears. What self-limiting beliefs they have about themselves? I don't know how to set up a course. I don't know. I'm a fraud. Imposter syndrome. Interestingly, on imposter syndrome, very, very quickly, I learned that if you take responsibility for your actions, if internally you feel like you take responsibility for your actions, say, I'm worried about being seen as a fraud, and they go, right, this product or this thing failed, this blog article failed, this launch failed, whose fault was it? And if you take responsibility for that and go, that's my fault, by definition means you're not a fraud. So it's a really weird self-check and balance thing. Anyway, we'll talk about that in another video. So self-limiting beliefs, I don't know, I'm a fraud, I've never made a course before, I could never charge for something like this, it would be the most money I've ever made, I don't make a huge amount of money, so why would I be able to charge someone $3,000 for a product or something like that? What are the self-limiting beliefs that stop them from moving? These are often the most powerful and actually have to be kind of mentioned a little bit later in the sales process, but unless we address this, they will never, ever, ever move. And this is actually the one that is preventing them from moving. Here's how this works. I'm a fraud might be the core self-limiting belief. I'm a fraud. So therefore, I will coincidentally believe that courses don't sell. And because I coincidentally believe that, I will try launching a course and I know it will fail. All to justify the idea that I'm a fraud. That's typically, very, very briefly, how our internal dialogue tends to work. We tend to make mistakes based on myths that justify a self-limiting belief. I know that's a bit deeper than you were expecting on a course around sales, but whatever your self-limiting belief is, you will tend to believe in things or believe in myths that will prevent you from taking action. And then when you do take action, it happens to confirm that particular bias, which means that you get to continue not having to put yourself out there because you're worried you're a fraud. There is a little bit of a barrier between the belief and the fear. Sorry, the belief and the myth, but don't worry about this too much. But I want you to write out what are the mistakes they make, what are the myths, what are the self-limiting beliefs and fears, because at some point when we go back and flesh out this model, you can see now how we have their problems, we have their goals, we have their beliefs, and now we're going to look at the solution to their problem and present it in a way where they go, oh my God, why aren't I working with you? So next up, we are going to build your signature system. Okay, signature system. This is where we are going to create something that's basically your intellectual property, your model. This is really exciting. So here's what we need to do. You have got a series of problems, okay, and you've got a series of goals, and you want to get people from one side to the other, yeah? They don't necessarily know what those stages are. Previously, I talked about 3 stages and 3 steps per stage equaling 9 steps. Don't worry about any of that. This is going to be quite a long process. I wouldn't be surprised if this takes you a week to work on. This is not something that comes up immediately. If you already have a process in place, awesome. Continue on. So a signature system. If you don't, or if you'd like to just stress test it, which I highly recommend, let's go through this, because what we're going to do is we're going to brainstorm a load of ideas. We're then going to try to group them. And then we're going to go back to those ideas and start eliminating them. We're going to start cutting some of them out. You're probably going to cut roughly 1/3 of the ideas out, because we tend to want to overcomplicate and over-deliver. Right? And this is very difficult to do. So the first thing I need you to do is to brainstorm a bunch of tasks. This is between 20 and 30 tasks and to-do items that someone needs to do in order to solve their problem. Don't overcomplicate this. If you think, well, they need a website, great, write that down. That's fine. We'll get more into the specifics of what a to-do list is and a task is later. And then if you think, actually, what they really need is a landing page. And then you think, what they really need is a really killer headline. And they need an opt-in, a form, and they need a lead magnet. Don't go back and self-censor and go, okay, so they don't need a website. Don't worry about that. Just jot it all down. Imagine I gave you £1 billion. I'm generous like that. And I just said, just solve their problem. I don't care what it costs. If you've done the 25K drop exercise, this is another kind of way of doing this. But I just want you to throw all the ideas down, all the things that they would need to do. And what I do, quite literally, is I write them on cards. Sometimes I write them on Post-it notes, but most of the time I write them down on these little flashcards, and I write out, okay, well, they'll need to have a signature system. Okay, and I'll go, great, well, let's just break that up a little bit. What in the signature system, what else do they need to do? I'll say, well, they'll need to understand problems, roadblocks, myths, and some of them are like infinitesimally small, like that will take about 30 seconds for them to do. Some of them will take about a day to do. Don't worry about that. We're going to break all of this down into a way that really makes sense. So I need you to go away and brainstorm between 20 and 30. In an ideal world, you'll have closer to 30. What tends to happen is around 15, 20, we're really struggling, and then you start thinking of a few more, and then you can't stop. If you end up coming up with 50, awesome. But I then need you to go back, leave it for an hour or two, walk away, go do something else, go watch Disney Plus or whatever, come back to it and say to yourself, do they really need to set up a Facebook page? Because they probably have already done that. Or is this something that maybe the advanced guys would do or that the beginners would do? You've got to try and remember that you are on this triangle here from expert to intermediate and beginner, you are probably going to be going around here, right? Experts don't need your help, and there's not that many of them. Intermediates need your help, and beginners need your help. The majority of the beginners are too far below you. They don't know how social media works. Some of the intermediates and the experts don't need you either, because they are looking for that next level. But the weird thing is they tend not to pay that much. Specific problems make specific amounts of money. So if we mark it to here and we say, okay, I'm just going to focus on solving this problem here. I'm not going to focus on any of the stuff up the top or any of the stuff down the bottom. I'm just going to work on these margins here. That's what I want you to do. So I'm going to leave that for this video, and we're going to come back in a second to continue this, because I want you to do this in two parts. So I want you to stop and brainstorm a ton of ideas. Just get these ideas out, start thinking about the tasks, and don't move on to the next video until you've got at least 20, but ideally 30 tasks, cards like this, post-it notes, bullet points, whatever, of just things that they need to do in order to solve that problem and achieve the function. If it's easier for you to go back and think about the core problem and the core function, that is absolutely fine. Don't worry too much about trying to solve the 3 problems and get the 3 goals or anything like that. Just think about the core problem. And for my guys, it was sales, or income actually, wasn't it? Specifically. And the core function is move ad revenue to in-house. And again, I would need to work on that to make it more specific. So I'd say, I'm going to show you how to move your ad revenue, move your income from being tied to YouTube into your own in-house products and services within 45 days. That's what I would say, something like that. Okay, and then I would just write down all the different ideas that they need to have. So example, it would be like, well, they need to have a full course. Okay, great. Let's think about this. They would need to have, well, weirdly, brainstorming sessions. They need to have a model. You know, they need to have worksheets. All this kind of stuff. But I'm not going to get rid of course just yet. Okay, so I want you to throw down as many tasks as possible and then come back to the second part of this video when you're done. Okay, awesome. So you're done. You definitely got around 30 cards, 30 different tasks, yeah? Because here's what we need to start doing. We're going to start grouping these together. Now, you've actually got 3 of these worksheets. They're exactly the same. I don't know why I gave you 3. You could just print them out 3 times, but I was like, yeah, let's make it easy. And here's what I want you to start doing. We're actually going to focus on a mixture of tasks, steps, and stages. So here's how this works. Your model is going to sit at the center here, and this is going to solve the core problem and achieve the core function. And if you remember, we had kind of similar to my model, which by the way, I want you to copy and rip off. We had 3 core problems. We had a problem, and a problem. Yeah? Which all contributed to this larger problem. It explained the larger problem. It gave context to the larger problem. And then we have said, well, actually what you need to do is have solution, solution, solution. These are stages. So you are currently in the systemize stage, okay? Roughly speaking. Then each stage has got 3 steps. And I'll talk about the timings and how do you know the difference between a task and a step and a stage, and I'll talk about all of that. But we want to say, look, if you want to achieve, for example, what was one of our things, like to unlock yourself from YouTube, wherever it was, take control of your financial destiny, feel more in control, you know, launch an external product is kind of what they want to do. So we might say, well, to solve the problem of feeling locked in, you need to launch an external product. Something like that. You've got 3 steps, and that's basically opt in, sell, and deliver, something like that. And then each step is roughly going to have 3 core tasks. So if my maths is correct, that's 27 tasks, 9 steps, 3 stages. And this solves one problem. We are just breaking this down into the smallest possible step, but we don't sell the tasks or even the steps. We don't even really sell the stages. We explain the stages to the people so they have a high level overview. We look at this, for example. Let's take mine, right? I'm going to show you how to, struggling with a lack of sales, which is very frustrating. I'm going to show you how to double your revenue and get 10 hours back, okay? The problems, now admittedly I'm using internal language here, so I apologize, but we have the sales ceiling, which is where your income is tied to the amount of work that you do. You've also got sales friction, and you have overwhelm, which leads to burnout. Okay, my solutions are build a sales system, simplify the business, and systemize, which we are currently in now. Systemize. And to simplify, what would we do? We looked at the $1 million drill. We looked at time freedom, and we looked at productivity maximizer or multiplier. I'm going backwards, so I apologize. We're going anti-clockwise in this one. For systemize, we look at your escape plan, which we are currently in now. We will also be looking at your product matrix. And we'll be looking at the sales map. And then finally for sales, we will be initially looking at the money magnet, then the velvet rope, and the campaign crusher, right? So it goes around like this. And then each one of these roughly has about 3 tasks. Now, sometimes I divide the videos up like this one into multiple videos just to make it easier, but roughly speaking, they've got about 3 tasks. And you will be staggered at how many models you see that follow this. There are so many examples that follow this exact process of identifying the core problem, showing off the core function, identifying 3 problems that they recognize that explain the problem further. It's a bit like saying, I've got a really bad back. You go, great, okay, so you've got really bad back. That's the core problem. So the function then is, I'm going to show you how to have a better night's sleep and have a better back. You go, great. Okay, well, so we'll talk about some of the bit larger problems. Well, I'm struggling to sleep, my mobility is limited, and I'm feeling a little bit grumpy because I feel old. You go, great. And then we look at the 3 solutions to those problems. Now, their goals are not necessarily the same as your solutions. We're going to talk about that in a bit. So what I want you to do is take your brainstorming ideas and start to group them together. Now, there's a reason I've asked between 20 and 30. Because I believe that you will probably end up with around 27. And wouldn't you know it, 27 gives us 3 tasks per step, and then 3 steps per stage. Okay? So these ones here from the brainstorm are going to go up in the top part here. Brainstorm. And as I mentioned, you've got 3 of these, so this might be the first one. So the first individual stage that you think about, and don't worry about naming it, and this is just about grouping it. This is why I like to write these down, because I like to just put them out. We're not going to worry about the order or anything like that yet. We're just going to group them together. Make this nice and thick down here. Into groups of 3. And so you'll say, okay, well, the first one is some of the tasks they need to do, if I group them together, are opt-in, a form, and a headline. Perfect. What would be the step for that? It's basically a squeeze page. Okay, cool. Simple. The next one, you're going to need a Facebook group, which is nice and simple. You're going to need to invite people, and you're going to need to do regular content. Cool. This is also going to happen to be a step of a Facebook group. And you're going to go through these. So eventually you're going to have 27 tasks, and you're going to have 9 steps, and they're going to be grouped in 3 stages. That's why I've given you 3 sheets, so you can do 1, 2, and 3 as individual ones. In actual fact, I would highly recommend writing them out and grouping them in front of you on paper. Just writing them out, putting them down on paper, and then playing around with them. Roughly speaking, you want around 3 cards. Now, if it turns out that one group has got 5 cards and one group's got 2 cards, that's fine. We can begin to dial this in. But ultimately, if you group them together, roughly speaking, into 9 groups, don't worry too much about the order, because as you can probably see, not just from this triangle, it goes a little bit like this. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just group these cards and those brainstorming ideas into 9 different groups. And then eventually we're going to work out an order whereby we do 1 to 3 first, then 4 to 6, and then 7 to 9. Typically speaking, what we tend to find is that this bottom one is something along the lines of a foundation. Typically speaking, what we tend to find is this second one is around the lines of building, roughly. And then this one is executing. If you think, I've seen this before, good, it means it works, do it, right? So many businesses are set up this way, even for an agency, and we will talk about this later. If you're thinking, this seems a lot like a course or a coaching program or an online learning program or a book, it is. But it is also how successful agencies scale their business and start to double their revenue. It's critical that we need to do this. Partly because it's going to make training a lot easier. It's going to make scaling a lot easier. It's also going to invite a load more product ideas, and it's actually going to reduce the amount of time that you spend faffing around in other areas. So I want you to go ahead and remember each one of these, like these are the individual steps. So this here is a stage. This is a step. And inside each step is going to be 3 tasks. The tasks are what we currently have around 27 of on the brainstorming. So we're going to turn the brainstorming into the tasks. I just want you to group them together, then group them into the steps, and then try to group the steps into a stage. And immediately that might not be obvious. And we can always just use code words. You can say, all right, this is the foundation to start with. Because we're going to come up with, I've got sales, systemize, well, simplify, systemize, and sales, right? We've got the 6 A's, you know, from 5-figure funnels of audience, amount, assets, authority, attention, and action. Right? We've got these things kind of clumped together. We can come up with the clever stuff later. I just want you to group these together for the start. And that is basically going to give you the start of your signature system. And next up is where we're going to start building the benefits and figuring out why each stage is important. And it basically stacks the reasons that someone should buy from you. So you don't just have one reason why someone should buy from you. You're going to end up with about 11 reasons. Hey, funnel builders. So a lot of you have been asking about the definition between tasks, stages, steps, timings, all this kind of stuff. So we're going to build this out. I'm going to show you in real time how to do this, right? You've got, hopefully, your different brainstorming ideas. Here's a very, very, very brief overview of how to do this. So I'm going to divide this up. Let's move my monitor down, move my camera down. So we have the task, of which you'll have the most. These are micro. Yeah, so you have about 27 of these. We have the step, which you'll have 9 of, and we have the stage, which you have 3 of. You have 3 tasks, 1, 2, 3, for every step, and then you have 3 steps for every stage. So it looks a little bit like this. This is the core product that they're buying. There is a stage here, stage here, stage here. Each one of these has a step, step, step. So that's the core. This is the stage. This is the step. And then each one of these has a task, a task, and a task. Okay? And eventually, if we go all the way around, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, bump, 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 1, 2, 3, bump, 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We have 27 tasks, 9 steps, 3 stages. All right? And ideally, they can't move on to the one until they've done the other. All right. Typically speaking, the first one is some kind of foundation. The next one is building it. And the third one is launching it or executing it. Here's what I want you to think about. A task, roughly speaking, is 1 hour to 1 day. All right. So I want you to think, if this takes me about an hour to do, or take my customers about an hour to do, or a day to do, it's a task. This is a doing thing. Okay? I'm going to build this out in real time with you. A step is going to take roughly 3 days to a week. So what's that, 7 days? Roughly. You could do to 10 days. So 3 steps could take 30 days, so about a month, okay? If they did all of them, which obviously leads us on to the stage one, being roughly 1 to 3 months. Roughly. This is how you want to start thinking about it. You want to get your clients' results as quickly as possible. It's roughly 3 months to start seeing results. You're not going to immediately dominate them within 3 months. A lot of campaigns take a long time to do. But roughly speaking, a stage is between 1 and 3 months. So the entire course is anywhere from 3 to 12 months. You could have much longer ones and much shorter ones. It might be that you have a load of tasks that take an hour, but the individual step combined takes 10 days or a little bit longer, and overall the stage takes 3 months per stage, roughly, okay? This is just some very, very rough guidelines. A task is something that they are doing, okay? This is something they're actually executing or gets done. A step is something that they then have use of. They can then use it. I like to think of it as either a resource, if I spell resource correctly, or a skill, all right? And then the stage is basically kind of like a mini status. The step is something they can use, and the stage is then something that they have, all right? For example, let's say the core course is how to become a chef. For example, it's very broad, it's very boring, I know, but I'm going to show you. What's 3 things they need to have? One of the things they need to have is knife skills. Oh. In order to be a great chef, you've got to have great knife skills. What are the 3 skills or resources they need to be able to have? They need to have, first of all, a decent knife. They also need to have chopping skills. And they need to be able to keep it sharp. Okay? So I know I've got skills twice, I apologize, but they need to have knife skills, but they need to be able to use a knife properly. They need to be able to use a chopping board properly. They need to be able to use a sharpener properly, right? They need to be able to use this resource properly. So what do they need to do? The knife, first of all, they need to understand the types of knife. So this is something that will take about an hour for them to figure out, basically. The types of knife, the parts of a knife, and types of chopping boards, because there are different types. So there's actually different types of chopping or slicing, right? Then we actually get into using it. So we have where to hold it, how to use it. So it would be slicing or chopping. Oh, I've got that twice. But like I said, I'm literally building this in real time. How to hold it, different types of things that you're actually cutting. So what is it that you're actually cutting and cooking? And then most importantly is the setup. Sounds dumb, but different chopping boards require slightly different setup. Sharpening is different types of sharpener, how to sharpen, and cleaning. Each one of these will take roughly an hour to probably learn. If you learn the different types of knives, the different parts of the knife, and how to hold, and the difference between chopping and slicing, all right, you'll know how to use a knife. All right, you'll know how to knife things. If you know where to hold it, what you are cutting, and the setup of your chopping area, you're going to be better at chopping. And if you know the different types of sharpening, how to sharpen and how to clean it, you'll have sharpening. And if you can do all of those, you'll have better knife skills. That in total would probably take, well, obviously it takes years to become really good with a knife, but within 3 days to 5 days, you could probably become pretty proficient with a knife. And then that means in roughly a month, you would have killer knife skills. Yeah? Does that make sense? Because each one of these takes roughly 3 days, roughly. Even if they smash through all of these, if this was 1 hour each, right? Even if it only took 3 hours, that's a day. You know how people are, how they learn. So in theory, you could do all of this within a week, I guess. I mean, you could probably smash through it much faster, but it needs a little bit of practice. But this will enable you to have knife skills. I hope that makes sense, and I hope that clears it up a little bit. I appreciate it's tricky. This is an iterative process, so you're going to come up with the ideas. You're going to do a little bit of editing. Then you're going to cut things. And then you're going to go back to ideas, right? You're going to do that a few times, but that's how I want you to focus on it. Stage, step, task. Okay, cheers guys. Okay, so hopefully now you've got 27 tasks grouped into 9 different steps and 9 different steps grouped into 3 stages. And you're beginning to see this model take place, this escape plan take place. This next piece we're going to talk about is basically going to give you ammunition for your sales. It's also going to give you ammunition for all the copywriting you do, and most importantly, your sales process. This is going to be critical for the next piece, which is your audit and checklist, and basically how you qualify people. So if we come over to here, we've got the escape plan, we've got the signature system. Here's what I need you to start doing. Remember, each step is made up of roughly 3 tasks, but we don't sell the tasks, we sell the step. And the step is going to get them something specific. So for example, one of our first steps was the $1 million drill. I'm going to make this slightly fatter. $1 million drill, okay? The difficult part and the bit that people skip is they go, well, I know why I need that. I know why I need 5 cores. I know why I need a Facebook group. I know why they should have a better headline. I want you to go, well, I need you to tell them why they need that. There's this really funny paradox, especially with marketing agencies, where we assume that they know that they need a marketing agency or a funnel builder, and yet we also assume that they know all the steps in the solution. And I'm like, well, if they knew all that surely they wouldn't be working with you. You might call it the $1 million drill. I think I originally called it the 5 cores when we were putting this together. But what does it actually help your customers do? What does it give your customers? You might say, well, this gives my customers clarity and focus on what to move to. I go, awesome. Can we be more specific? I go, well, it's basically a 1-year plan or a 90-day plan to double revenue. Okay, great, awesome. What problem does that initial actual step solve? And remember, this might here be grouped into the stage for you, which would be the foundation. And that's just as an example. That's just to give you an idea. Foundation, or in this particular case, it's simplify. Right? So $1 million drill gives them a 90-day plan to double their revenue. The problem it solves is overwhelm and focus. What result does it get? What measurable result does it get? Focus on a niche, right, which helps massively, and clarity. How could you measure that? Well, they're able to write out what their niche is. Great. What mistake or myth or belief does it correct? So earlier when we talked about those myths or mistakes, is that I can have a wide niche, or I don't need a niche, right? Let's make this up, okay? Let's say that we're still talking with the YouTube influencers. That's our agency that we've made up. And one of the steps is to build a Facebook group. So the step is to put a Facebook group together. What does this give your customers? What does it help your customers? And you need to kind of talk this out and brainstorm it, and you'll need to write it and rewrite it and write it again and keep rewriting it until basically you then have a list of 9 things that you can help your customers do and 9 problems. And so I know we've got core problem, and then we've got 3 problems, and now we've got 9 problems outside it. That's very true. Most agencies will try to say, we can solve all these 9 problems. There are 9 P's there. I've just drawn the circle really badly, right? Most agencies will say, oh, we can do traffic and leads and sales. And I know these aren't specifically problems, but this is what a lot of people try to do. Have you ever been to a networking event where you've said, oh, I've got a real problem, we're trying to launch a YouTube channel or whatever, and someone goes, oh, I can help with that. And you're like, really? 3 seconds ago, you just told me you're a graphic designer. Go, oh no, I can also help with that as well, right? It's this savior complex. People are desperate to be seen as useful. Trying to solve 9 problems, no one gives a fuck about 9 problems because they're considered, it's too overwhelming, right? Some businesses will try and solve 3 problems. They'll say what we do is, and you'll see this a lot on LinkedIn, people who think they've really nailed their niche. We say, what we do, we're a marketing agency that focuses on sales, conversions, and leads. You know, wow, how unique. What a fucking unique take on marketing you've got. Smart businesses, agencies that absolutely dominate their market and can never be replaced and competition can never weasel in, will focus on one huge rainbow glittered problem that no one else can even get close to, right? And the reason they're successful is because their problem is so specific. First of all, it's for remember we've got $1 million drill, audience, problem, and you've got the function. Those 3 things combined are outstanding. You say what we actually do is we help YouTube influencers break free from ad revenue and launch an external product. That's the problem we solve. That's hyper specific. But when you start talking to your audience, you go, and do you recognize this symptom? They go, yeah, that's me. Do you recognize this symptom? Yeah. And this one? Yeah. Great. Now tell me, how are you currently driving traffic to the website? They go, we're not, we don't have traffic. Okay, great. How are you currently generating leads for your business? Well, we just have YouTube subscribers, I guess. Great. How are you currently generating sales? Well, we have a few links in our bio. These smaller problems, these 3 problems here are symptoms. And they go, oh my God, that's me. Yeah, that's me. That's exactly my problem. These ones out here are actually qualifiers. Now, while you solve them, you ask about them. And this is when people begin to think, actually, I need to buy this product. If you've ever heard the whole like sell without selling or pitch without pitching or any of that kind of shit, it's ultimately this. They basically just ask, and what are you doing to generate traffic? Because this is going to come up in our audit and our sales process. So anyone who's bought this, I've probably asked you, okay, how are you creating a plan to be able to double in 90 days? I don't. Okay, do you have a plan for doubling your sales at all? I don't. Okay, great. This helps my customers build a collective audience that they can market to. Okay? An engaged collective audience that we can market to, because we're also going to have to build an email list, remember? Maybe that's down here. I don't know, by the way. I'm just making this up. This helps and gives my customers an engaged audience to sell to. So now we can ask, what are you doing to build a collective market, a collective group of people that you can market to? They go, oh, I don't. But again, similar to the lawyer who asks the question in the courtroom, it's the question that's important, not the answer. They go, we're not. We're not building a collective audience. That sounds like a great idea. That's a dumb thing to do. Right. What problem does it solve? Folk relying on one platform. The result it gets, which is measurable, we now have 2 audiences. How would you like 2 audiences instead of 1? How would you like an engaged audience? And they go, yeah, that sounds awesome. Great. What myth or mistake or belief does it correct? Again, it's probably relying on, and again, this is just me kind of brainstorming, relying on YouTube. That YouTube is your only option in this particular case. So again, your audience have made all these mistakes previously, and it might be that this is all the same mistake and myth belief. This is all the same mistake, myth belief. This is all the same mistake, myth belief. Great. It might be that these are all pretty much the similar problem. Great. I guarantee they're probably not. There's probably, in fact, it actually goes more similar, less similar, less similar. So these are quite specific. These are quite similar. As a rule, right, it goes up like that, roughly speaking. But that's fine, by the way, because this is really the one that really matters here. This helps and gives my customers. You go, great. What are you doing to build an engaged audience who you can sell to 24 hours a day? You go, well, apart from YouTube. I go, outside of YouTube. I go, oh, we're not. Awesome. They go, yeah, we've got a list. I go, great. How big is the list? It's 200 people. Okay. Okay. How do you grow that? Oh, we just kind of generate leads occasionally. Awesome. We are beginning to build out a sales process. This is why this system is so important. Most people believe that a signature system is basically another word for course curriculum. And I will show you that that is potentially true to your audience with the product matrix. What people don't understand is that what you are building out is your sales process. Imagine getting on a call with someone who's relatively qualified and you know they've probably got the budget, and you ask them, first of all, what are you doing to solve this core problem? What are you doing to move away from YouTube? We've got a couple of products, but they don't really sell. Great. Then the core function. Can't remember the exact wording for our core function now. What are you doing to launch external products? Again, we've got a couple of products, but they don't work brilliantly. Fantastic. Talk to me about your 90-day plan to double your revenue. I don't really have one. Okay. What about building a collective market? We don't really have one. Okay, what about building an engaged audience that you can sell to 24 hours for free that has no reliance on YouTube advertising? Yeah, we kind of have an email list, I guess. Okay, great. Can you see how if we stack up 1, 2, and then basically this is 3 to 11 questions, they are telling you whether they will buy from you, right? And we go, awesome. Would you like to get this super, super quick? Would you like to get this within the next 45 days? They go, yeah, great. It's 25 grand. And we'll talk about identifying things like gap costs later. This is absolutely critical. I need you to build out this signature system. And ultimately, what we're going to do is in a minute, we're going to talk about the audit and the checklist, which we've talked about a little bit. But this is critical. So go ahead, write out the steps, try to name them. They don't have to be super, super sexy. I've got like time freedom and $1 million drill, but that's only because I wrote them out and then rewrote them and then left and came back to them a few days later and rewrote them. More importantly, tell me what it gives your customers, tell me the problem it solves, the result it gets, ideally something that's measurable, and what myth, mistake, or belief does it correct. And I will see you on the next one. The audit and the checklist, by the way, is killer. I can't wait to do this video. I don't know why I'm so excited. You're going to see it in a second. Right, I'll see you in a bit. All right, so we are almost at the end of Signature System. That wasn't so bad. Hopefully you've seen now just how powerful this type of methodology is, especially when it comes to reducing sales friction, because you're just asking all these questions like, hey, do you have a method of crafting awesome abs? No, I don't. Do you have a method of being able to eat whatever you want? No, I don't. Do you have a method of being able to go to the gym less but look better? No, I don't. Awesome. We can actually do all of this. How do you feel about working with us now? Let me move myself down into the corner here. The first worksheet here, this is just going to compile your escape plan. This is basically the business, right? And we're going to scale this up and down depending on how you want to run your business. So you don't need to rewrite everything, but I do find that, as I'll talk about next up, training your team. This is a really easy way to train your team. We're going to show you 2 ways to train your team, and then also train your customers, create lead magnets, sales process, pitches, qualifiers, all of this, all from this one sheet. So I want you to look at the individual steps. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And remember, these are made of 3 tasks. You don't have to write the tasks in, but you can do. I find that the tasks tend to vary a little bit. Sometimes they're only like a 2-minute video. Sometimes they take a little bit longer. I'll talk about that in a bit, actually. The result that you get them is basically what we talked about earlier. What does this give them? A 90-day plan to double their revenue. So that's really simple. Don't overcomplicate that. If it solves a problem as well, fantastic. But a result is basically a mixture of solving a problem and achieving a goal. So we say this gives them a 90-day plan to double their business. All right, awesome. And the step is $1 million drill. Then I'm going to group these together into the stage. So the stage for this particular one is simplify. And I want you to start thinking about now, what is the big, broad name that I want to give this? There's other recordings where I talk about the business model. Alliteration helps. It's not an acronym. An initialism helps. So maybe ASS is a good one. Poo. These are all classics that you can use. We have SSS. For 5-figure funnels, we've got these 6 A's, which really should be 3 A's, and we should break it out, which you can see we're kind of playing around with there. Don't get super stressed about this though. Don't go, oh my God, I don't have some amazing names. Taki Moore, for example, he has capture, convert and deliver. Is it? No, he doesn't. He has fill the funnel. He has fill the funnel, convert and deliver, right? So his is FCD, whatever that means. Yeah, so don't worry about that too much. But I do want you to put in the large overall problem that you're solving. So earlier, we talked about these 3 big problems here. So this here is a stage. And this is the problem that you're going to put for the stage. And this here is a stage as well. So that's stage 1, stage 1. And ideally they should mirror each other if they can do. Fantastic. And then this is the result that we get. Yeah. So for example, earlier, one of the stages we talked about was, you know, they feel trapped by YouTube. So the problem is they feel trapped. And this way they basically are able to take control. Okay. And we might call this one, well, hell, you might even call it escape plan. Maybe it's an escape plan for them, right? Problem, result. Problem, the thing that they solve, the thing you go, oh my God, I'm so stressed about this. The result, the thing that you're basically going to give them. It's made up of step, step, step. Each step is going to be made up of 3 tasks, okay? And it gets a specific result. The problems here, these are the problems here. 1, 2, 3. And they happen to match 1, 2, 3. Those problems, yeah? This is just a place for you to be able to work on your pitch as well, because this is also your pitch and all your videos and all your content, right? Nice and simple. What do I want? 1, 2, 3. Those are the results. 1, 2, 3. Results. Okay. The myths, mistakes, roadblocks, and fears, that's what we've talked about earlier. We've talked about those in those initial stages. I want you to just write 3 down. It might be that they're grouped together. Fantastic. If you can get your problem to match 1 myth, mistake, or fear and to be destroyed by this goal, awesome. That's fantastic. Don't feel you have to, though. Please, please, please don't feel you have to. Chances are, after you've delivered this a few times, you will then begin to see the patterns emerge and your language will change slightly. That's fine. Nothing is ever finished. It has only ever started. Longer term future, this is basically their longer term desire. This is what they become. This is a really strong finish to a pitch. So ultimately, the problem is where they are here. All of these combined, I know we've got 1, 2, 3. This is combined where they are here. And over on the other side, when they've achieved all these 3 results, how would you like to be a YouTube content creator who also runs a successful business with their own products and they have control of their financial destiny and you have complete vision over your future? They go, yeah, that's what I want. All of those 3 results are what they're getting here. Broken up, they are like that. And then the problems are over here. And then all together, they are here. What are the consequences and the fears that they have, which we talked about earlier? Those are the 3 pieces that we talked about up here. Yeah, so these are the consequences over here, the bottom part of these 2 worksheets. Consequences, impact. Tomorrow, fear. Wow, that's some good spelling. And then future, status. Okay? This is where we're going to do the audit. Now, this is going to come up a few times, but what I want to do is show you this model, which you've probably seen already, because I call it the coffee ring model. It basically looks like you've got 3 coffee cups placed one on top of the other. It also looks a little bit like the biohazard symbol. There we go. This is more simple than a lot of people give it, than people realize. They tend to overcomplicate it. You can also use the other one that I've talked about earlier, which is the triangle, problem, function, and then you have problem, 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 solution, 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 step, 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 step. Okay, you can do that. That's absolutely fine. But this is a really good way of auditing people to show them that they should work with you. Remember, we are transition-based marketing. So we're looking at people who are single, who want to become married. We don't try and convince them to be married. We capture them when they are married. And you go, are you overwhelmed and stressed by this? Yeah. You feel the finances are getting out of control? Yeah. You're having a lot of arguments, both with your partner about what's supposed to be the happiest day of your life because they want to invite his super racist uncle? Yeah. Great. That's the transition. They're experiencing problems during that transition. And so what we do is we put the problem and the function here in the center. And we talk about these individual results that they're getting. So those are the results that we talked about. Result, result, result. Time, money, freedom, discipline is what I've talked about with you guys. Focus, actually. Now, typically, the way this works, you'll need to play around with it. What we have found is that we have a problem here, a problem here, and a problem here. What we want to try and do is, for example, the core problem is feeling trapped by YouTube or relying on YouTube revenue. The function is to launch a successful business. The result is, financial control or destiny, control of your financial destiny, launch a product and have more insight over the business. So we want to look at it like that. The problems were feeling trapped, income going up and down like that, income or whatever it was, I can't really remember, and no plan. What you want to try and do is play around with these, and you might want to move them around like this to see which one makes the most amount of sense. Don't get confused about this, because all I'm trying to say is if this is no plan, I want to create a plan up here. Yeah, as the solution. I'm actually going to make that blue. Just as an opposite standpoint. It doesn't have to be, all right? Please, please, please don't get head up on this. It's not going to make or break your business. And you're going to deliver this so many times, it's going to change anyway. So I want a plan to solve this problem here. And it might be that we have a product here to solve this problem here. And it might be that I want to create a launch here to solve this problem here. Don't worry about this too much though, but I just want you to write, and this is basically the stage. These here are the results. These here are the larger problems. Okay? Now what we can do is then when we go through each step, you are able to say to people, remember, this is why we wrote this out. What does this give you? And the first step for $1 million plan is, do you have a plan to be able to double your revenue in 90 days? No, I don't. Okay, great. Now, if you've been on some of my webinars and calls, you know that I do a traffic light system. And I say, okay, if you're able to tell me the exact niche you work with, the problem you solve, the function you've got, the role that you have within the business, and your outcomes that all of your team has, that's green. If you have if you have 4 or 3 of those, it's a yellow. And if you haven't got any of them, or you've got maybe just 3 of them, that's a red. And people go, oh yeah, I'm definitely red. Great. And then for one of the other ones we talked about, it was, do you have more than one audience, or is your audience entirely based on YouTube? Green would be you have at least 3 different audiences across a couple of platforms, including an email list, and the numbers are relatively similar across them. Yellow is, yeah, you've got some followers here and there, like depending on how they work. So I have got a Twitter campaign, I have an Instagram campaign, but the numbers are vastly different. And red is I don't have any other channels except for YouTube. Here's the key to the traffic light system, and I feel like I'm going to kind of hopefully not piss too many people off with this one. We do red, yellow and green, and there's so many ways of setting this up. You could do this as a form on Outgrow. You could create a survey. You could do this on one-on-one calls, which I'll show you later during one of the next pieces. The goal is to have green as not almost unobtainable, but basically a perfect score. You want as many people in the yellow and the red one as possible, right? So it's almost like the barrier to entry is much higher for green. So this would be a 5 out of 5. This is 0 to 3, and this is a 4. So for the $1 million drill, if you've got 0, 1, 2, or 3 out of the 5, you're a red. If you've got 4 out of the 5, you're a yellow. If you have 5 out of 5, you're a green. Does that make sense? Like, that's what I mentioned with the audience. Do you have 3 platforms, including email, where the numbers are pretty similar across the board? If you do, that's green. The likelihood is hardly anyone's got that. So I'm wording it in a way that is obviously the goal that we want to get people to, but chances are I'm talking to them, no, they don't. If you have a couple of platforms, you make it appealing to be in yellow, and red is like, no, I need to fix this right now. Yellow is like, yeah, I've got a couple of platforms available, I'm doing it, but I'm not really converting them, and also I don't really manage them, and the numbers are much higher in one than the other. That's a yellow. So that shows, yeah, I'm getting there, but in actual fact, the barrier is so much higher getting to green. And red is what you want to try and make most people fall into. A good balance is like you want to have 2 reds and 1 yellow, something like that. So red, red, yellow. And you're going to get greens at some point, of course you are, because that's the point, right? Some people are smashing areas of their business, but they're failing in others. But building an audit like this means that when you create video content, I'm sure you might have seen, I just go through this and I say, tell me what you're on. Right, if anyone is red in a few areas, those are telling you the areas you need to fix immediately. Why not jump on a call with me, 10 minutes, and I can tell you exactly the first 3 things that you need to identify, the top 3 priorities that you need to work on first. This gives people insight and a plan. This is a great thing to automate, great thing to do a video of, really good lead magnet, really good to do full-on webinars, good for qualification calls, good for sales calls and pitches. It's a good like score checklist thing if you can do that as an app on your website. There's so many things that you could do with this. My advice is play around with the model and repeatedly try to put the stage in, the results, the problems that you're solving, and then the individual steps, and then use that chart that we talked about earlier. Like, what does this give your customers? What if someone does this, what would they get from this? What's the benefit? And figure out a traffic light system and just run through this a few times. Next up, we're going to be talking about the product matrix, and this is where we take all of this and begin to think of ways to be able to make money from it, frankly, as well as begin to eliminate some products that aren't that profitable. Yeah, I hope this was useful. Let me know in the comments, let me know in the group if this was useful, and of course, if you've got questions, please ask them. Hey guys, how are you doing? This is based off of a support request that Mark sent in, if I can find it, basically asking about the difference between stages, steps and tasks, doing, having, being. I think I've got it as use, have and do. This is also, I just want to give you guys, I'm going to get rid of this. How old are these things here? Never. To give you a bit of context, inside the 7-figure freedom program,
inside Systemize, I have the escape plan overview, the signature system, and the task steps and stages. That's what I'm referring to. And specifically in task steps and stages, I think I do talk about like doing, having, being here. And I just want to give a bit more help, and Mark's asked for a little more context around this. In fact, a few of you have, so Mark, it's not just you. Okie dokie. So, right. I don't know why I made my face so big. There we go. I want to do a few things in this. First of all, give some more examples, and also try to give more context to how this works. First of all, Mark and anyone else watching this, don't overthink this too much. It might have been a mistake that I had made where I wanted to try and give more context or more, I don't know, structure, and I've ended up doing more harm than good, perhaps. The reason that I tend to have this thing of doing, using, and having is because most people, when they build a signature system, they try to pack way too much in, way too much. And they build a signature system which will basically not only help you build more marketing funnels, but have a successful marriage, learn how to fix a car, and be able to save money to be able to go away on holiday. They try to pack way too much in there. And what I try to say is every single step that you want to take your customers on, they only are going to be able to do about 3 tasks. And a task should take maybe a day, something like that. Maybe a little bit longer. And I think in the example I give, it's something like, is it 3 days? I actually can't remember. 1 hour to 1 day is how much a task should be. And what that basically forces you to do, and I know this sounds counterintuitive, is your process, in theory, should take between 9 hours and 9 days. Now, we know that's not true because, for example, 7-Figure Freedom is designed to take 90 days, right? But I just want you to understand to try and strip back as much as possible. The reason that I've given it in this framework here is because people end up having a task being like, build a website. I'm like, no. You need to focus that way down. You need to have a home page, a checkout page, and a sales page. And in theory, a home page would take a day to create. You and I all know that it doesn't take a day to create. But if someone was firing on all cylinders, could they create one home page in a day? Probably, yeah. I think they probably could if they really put their heart into it. I want to give you a few examples. So first of all, we have 7-Figure Freedom, the core function of which is to double your revenue and get 10 hours back. I want to look at, and I'm just going to give you, we're just going to do a bunch of examples, right? We have Sell Futures, Not Features, which is the new book that I'm releasing, which is basically a way to increase sales. We've got Retainer Breaker, which is a way to do non-one-on-one work, but still make a decent income if you're a consultant. And if we were to make one up, maybe, let's do, let's do something a bit different. Let's just do trying to save money. So let's say that we run a financial services and we just want to help people save, I don't know, 10 grand for a deposit on a house. When we have an overview of these processes, because we are the creators of them, we fall into the habit of because we have oversight and we know how the entire process works, we have a tendency to start with the steps. Now, if I go into 7-Figure Freedom, for example, we have Simplify, Systemize, and Sales. So those are the stages. So we have
the name, the function, the problem, and we have a stage. Now, you could call these anything. I don't care if you say that yours are called steps and the other ones are called stages, modules, steps, learning paths, stepping stones. That let's all agree that the vernacular is almost irrelevant. When we explain to the customer, here's how I'm going to fix your business, they need to be told from the framework of a problem. So they're actually basically looking at, am I going to be able to solve this problem? In fact, actually, the way that this was explained to me is actually slightly different. I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. When we were growing up and we were very little, my mum left our father, who was pretty abusive. Well, I say pretty abusive, very abusive. And something my brother and I were basically, we were always happy as long as we were with mum. That was just the thing. She could throw us in the car, we could drive away, it didn't really matter. And I used to have real anxiety about things coming up. I used to be mum used to call me a panic mouse, right? That's like a UK thing. Is that a UK thing? I don't know. Like being a little panic mouse. And what she would do is she would break down what was going to happen to us in stages. For example, travel. When we moved in with my stepdad, he would take us to France. And to me, that was a big deal. First of all, I wasn't that keen on him. I grew to love Chris as a father, just an outstanding man. But I think when you're young and you've come from a different environment, you're maybe in a bit of a funny headspace. As a child, I was like, I don't want to go to France. We were literally like children, like little. I don't want to go to France. You know, what if we get lost? I don't know any of the language. All of this. And I was framing it from the perspective of a problem. The problem was basically I didn't want to go. I was scared, essentially, of travel, right? And I remember what mum used to do was to break this down into, she wouldn't go through every single aspect of what we would do. She would just break it down into relatively manageable chunks, such as we'll make sure that we get something to eat. We'll get you nice and comfortable in the car, and we'll also have you'll basically be with your brother, my younger brother, who I love very much. These very, very simplistic overview things were easy for us to get a handle on, because I understood we're going to have something to eat. We would get the ferry across, right? So we would drive the car in the UK, you drive your car onto the ferry, and then you get the ferry to France, and then you go to like Eurocamp. That was a big deal for us. Being in the car, you know, we would have whatever, but it was just grouped together like this in a nice, simple, easy to understand stage. And then in my mind, I check off, like, this is actually first, is we'll get some, oh no, it's being in the car is first, making sure you're nice and comfortable in the car. And we had a little routine for that. Something to eat and something to do with Sam, my brother, who we were together, but again, this is all like, you overcomplicate things as a kid. These big milestones are what we would check off as we were going through the process. And the way that we would check them off is with those smaller steps. And so in the steps, you'd make sure that you could sleep, you were comfortable, and as children, entertained. When we were looking for somewhere to eat, you'd arrive at the ferry, you'd look for somewhere to eat. First of all, we would think, okay, what are we hungry for? Make sure that we can eat together. And I know this is stupid, but I'm saying from the perspective of a
child, there was always some kind of little treat involved. We didn't eat a lot of sugar growing up. Well, certainly not with my mum. And it was kind of a treat to have like really sugary things. We did eat chocolate and sweets because we were children, and my grandmother used to buy us tons of things like donuts. In order to make sure that we could sleep, we would have like a pillow, a blanket, and I think we had an eye mask or something like that. These were individual things that we could physically check off. We would physically be able to say, yes, we have done that. Now, this is why I think a lot of people overcomplicate this, because you and I could say, well, the website is the main thing at the center, and we need to have homepage, checkout, and an about page, for example. And you might say, well, for the homepage, you'll need to have, an opt-in form, a headline, and a pitch. And then we'll say for the opt-in form, that needs to have 3 individual steps, and that would literally be, the field, the promise or whatever the redirect is, and the redirect. And then for the headline, you might say that there are 3 steps of promise, problem, and audience, or something like that. And then for the pitch, I have whatever we've got, audience, problem, and function, right? But we can go down and down and down, or we could explode this out, whereby if you're doing a brand new redesign of or a rebranding of an entire business in order to drive up share prices, you might say, well, the first thing is to check out our online presence. You have to know your audience. So you have to know, do they have the resources to build their entire online audience? When we've talked with way larger corporations, they have entire teams dedicated to just the website. So to them, a stage is looking at their online presence, then we look at the website, then we look at social, and then we look at email, and whatever the other areas that are. And then for the website, they will have the tasks themselves, right? So, and an individual task, something that they could check off, would be make sure that we have an absolutely killer about page, make sure that we have checkouts, and make sure that we have booking forms, for example. All of those, of course, can go into further and further and further categories. You have to know your audience, and you have to think, what would my audience reasonably be able to do at the smallest level? And remember, we've got 27 of these tasks in total. And this will essentially be a checklist that they are going to work on one by one. They have 27 tasks because they have 9 steps. And those 9 steps make up 3 stages. For us, you want to think reasonably, could someone do these 27 in about 90 days? That's roughly what you're saying, is roughly speaking. In theory, if they hammered each one after the other, day after day after day, that would take about a month, 27 days, right? And we'll even give them 2 days off or 4 days off for a weekend or whatever. Most people don't work like that, which is why it tends to take 90 days. What you actually want to be thinking about is the transformation I can take someone on reasonably, could someone do it in 90 days if they just hammered their way through it? That is a perfectly acceptable process. Now, if the process is almost certainly repeatable, great. If you are working with, and this is also kind of down to your pricing level, if you're working with huge multinational corporations, 90 days, it might be something they need to do in 180 days. So therefore the tasks are going to be slightly bigger. So for someone who is trying to save, we go back to this example down here, some financial service businesses, and they're trying to save 10 grand, the first thing you want to do, and again, if we try and look at the problems they're facing, they're in debt, they want to buy a house, and they don't feel secure. So in this case, I would go, okay, well, the first thing you need to do is pay off all your debt. That would be the first stage, is have no more debt. You don't have any more debt anymore. You don't have debt anymore. For the house, you basically have a deposit. And for the security, you have 6 months of cash flow, right? Those are things that we would essentially have acquired if we follow these processes. And then for the steps, so this is the stage, and I'll do this one as the step. That's a bit too thick, is it? Yeah. The first thing is to organize. Direct debit, we call it. Don't know if you guys call it something else. It's just when a transfer goes out, and then what we call pay down. And then the individual tasks would be to look at your highest interest. In order to organize it, look at your highest interest. And I don't know if this is correct. This is just how I've done it. Consolidate and communicate. Now, feasibly, could one person take a day to figure out how much interest they're paying across the board and rank them in terms of their most interest? Probably a day, yeah. Could they look into consolidating all this down? Probably. Could they then spend a day, if I gave them a draft letter about communicating with their banks to say, look, this is unaffordable, I would like to consolidate it, and this is my payment plan? For example, direct debit. Work out a budget. Could someone spend a day working out a budget? Probably less, probably even an hour. We would go through that, and feasibly, this might take more than 90 days. Saving 10 grand would definitely take more than 90 days, right? At least it does for me. So in this case, chances are the process itself is going to take a long time. There was a part that you mentioned earlier, Mark, as well about worksheets. Like, do the worksheets come for the stage or the step? Don't worry about that. Sometimes you will have worksheets for each individual task. Sometimes a worksheet will be for the step. My advice is get 27 steps out first. Most people try to build it out this way, and I don't want you to do that. I want you to build inwards and say, well, from A to Z, this would probably take, I reckon, to save 10 grand if you were really diligent, for just the average person would take probably about a year. So that's 12 months. So to get from A to Z over a period of a year, what are the 27 things that someone needs to do? Now, we talk about things like, well, they'd have to repeatedly do some of those things. Yes, they would, but a big significant chunk of that would be able to be done probably within 90 days. All of this stuff would be done within 90 days. And some of the systems that we're setting up for saving a deposit and for 6 months cash would also take 90 days. In theory, you could do all this within 30 days or even a week. This would probably take 30 days. You just have to repeat it over and over and over. Don't overthink this. Try to list out 27, 30 if you want, different tasks that someone needs to go through, and have it as a checklist. Some of them will be big, some of them will be small. Just write that part out first. Again, if we look at, and if you guys aren't watching further, that's fine. I'm just going to repeat this with a few different processes. You have to keep coming back to the promise. So Sell Futures, Not Features is the new book that I'm going to be releasing. Basically, how to uncover hidden benefits in any product and service, no matter how boring, that are so desirable and compelling, you can't help but sell more of them. My job is to help people sell products and services with way more confidence, so that they go out to the market and say, yes, I sell financial services, but what I actually sell is X, Y, Z, and they become excited about the products and services that they're selling. That's the promise. So I thought, okay, well, in 90 days, for someone to go from A to Z, like that, what are the things that they would have to do in order to get super, super excited about that part of the process? In fact, I've actually got it on the board behind me here. And we're still working on this, right? So the first thing is, and we just listed them out. you've seen me do this on other areas. I've just listed out the tasks. I've got them here for, I think this is for retainer breaker. I've got them here for, I think this is for sell futures, not features. We do this repeatedly. And I'm just going to list them out. And it's stuff like, well, I can't even remember now. Benefits, what are they losing sleep over, problems. So yeah, you've got things like problem, list out their problems, list out their goals, what's causing them to lose sleep. What kind of changes, what do they want to become? And some of these are literally like just asking the question, the task is, what do they want to become? What are their problems? List out the problems, list out 100 of their problems. And that's the task. And slowly, these have clumped together into, unsurprisingly, not a particularly exciting formula, but it basically comes down to the customer, the product, and the process. And for the customer, it's basically what's their big problem, what's the transformation, and what's the goal. For the product, it's what's the offer, the message, and the benefits. So benefits, offer, and message. And for the process, qualify, sell, and close. If someone was to then go through each one of these, the tasks are what these larger, smaller pieces of 27 make up here. And they are literally, some of them are a single question. The task would be, I want you to list out all the problems that your customers are facing. And go, yeah, great. Now, in theory, someone could do that in a day. It might take them a week to brainstorm the ideas, go away, come back. One of the tasks I have you guys do is build out this signature system, list all the different pieces. I hope this makes sense. I hope I have given you, I've got a retainer breaker as well, but I'm not going to go over that one again. I hope this makes sense, and I hope that it gives more context. If not, I'm happy to go over this again, and I'm happy to do some more live training around it. This is a long video. Appreciate it, guys. I will speak to you in a bit. Cheers, guys.
Hey there, team. So let's talk about the product matrix. Now, immediately, you might be thinking the product customer matrix from Apex campaigns. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's absolutely fine. The product matrix is slightly different. There are similarities and overlaps, but it's got nothing to do with the customer. The product matrix is basically what you bring to the business. I promise I'll go over all of this. I basically want to help you generate some more revenue without you having to do much more work. And you're going to see what I'm talking about. So if we jump over to the whiteboard, the digital whiteboard, this is the one you probably remember from Apex. This is the customer product matrix. At a very high level, because I don't want to go over it too much, the most profitable area is to sell current products to current customers, right? Hence this quadrant here. And we will be talking about these products. We won't be talking about product launches or relaunches. We won't be talking about converting audiences into leads or anything like that. There is some of that later on, but we're not talking about the product customer matrix. We're talking about the product matrix. So just product matrix, which might sound stupid, but there is a difference. At a very high level, this is the product matrix. Along the bottom, we have the value to the customer from little to none up to the most amount of value they can get. And then your investment from hardly any investment up to the most amount of investment. And there are 4 basic quadrants depending on how much work you put in. Most of you are in the done for you or agency model. Agency just means I will do this for your business. I will build the website. I will do the consulting, whatever. It's great value for the customer, but it's also a lot of investment on your side. You have to give a lot of investment. This is why I say everyone should charge 25 grand to work with you. If they want to work with you, i.e. done for you, DFY, if they want to work with you, that's fine, but they have to pay for that privilege. If they don't want to work with you or they can't afford that, there are other areas we can look at. Typically, because the value to the customer is so high and your investment is so high, this is not massively profitable. You could charge 25k, but the amount of work you do with the customer means it's not always very profitable. There is some profit, of course, there's always profit, but it's not the most profitable. In actual fact, what we want is something on the lower end of the investment scale for you and the higher end of the return or the value area to the customer. That's things like recurring revenue, coaching and education, high ticket and memberships. Now, most people are in the done for you area. This could either be your high ticket, your current high ticket, or the core. That's great, that's fine. What I want you to think about is using this done for you agency as the core and the high ticket, but ultimately I want to see if we can minimize your investment and maximize the value that the customer gets. For example, a high ticket product, people don't realize this, is not just like 10xing the price. It's not a 25 grand product just for the sake of it. It should have the highest profit margin. Your high ticket product should be the most profitable product on your list, bar none, right? I know it sounds counterintuitive because you think, well, if someone's spending 25 grand or 100 grand with me, surely they want 100 grand's worth of results. True, but it also doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to cost you 25 grand. The highest ticket products need to have the highest profit margins. We're going to talk about all these different types, but a very basic revenue. If you're having to put a lot of investment in, but they don't get a huge amount of value, that's where you're generating your leads. That's with things like free content. Useful, but obviously we can't put all of your money there because you don't make any. It's not until we kind of cross this barrier that we start to make money. Without a huge amount of investment, so a low investment on your behalf and not a huge amount of value to the customer are things like one-off products and low ticket items, books, you know. And when I say your investment, it's more about ratio. You could spend 10 hours creating a lead generation content like an Optin Offer and 10 hours generating some products, but obviously the value to investment ratio is much higher on the leads because you don't actually get anything back except for leads. You do begin to get them over here for customers because whatever time you put in, hopefully there are sales made. What I mean by customers is that you couldn't just retire on doing low ticket products. There are businesses that do low ticket products. I also don't believe that everyone should have to have only a high ticket offer. I don't actually believe that high ticket is the path to pure profitability. I personally believe in recurring revenue, coaching and education, memberships and other products, affiliate being another good one. But it's a good way of turning leads into customers. And then if we want to generate stable revenue, we want to have some kind of done for you product or a core offer, and affiliate products work as well. The problem with affiliate products is you're not always in control of who the customer is, which can be a bit of a problem. But if you're looking for profitability, recurring revenue, and yeah, high ticket works, but it's not the be all and end all. So what I'm going to help us create is actually a suite of products across a range of different prices. And here's the important thing. This does not mean a different product every single time. What this actually means is that your signature system from start to finish, the more they invest, the faster they get results, or the easier. Here's what I want you to think about. So this is their investment. If they don't invest a huge amount of time, that's fine. They'll still get the process, but they won't get there as quickly if they do it high ticket or recurring revenue or your core offer. Jamie Lark is one of our coaching members. Hey, Jamie, if you're watching this. And he said, everyone gets to the same destination. It's just they decide how fast they get there, which I love that. And that's exactly it. So I'm not going to get you to create hundreds of different products because that's actually probably your problem, is that you've got too many products. What I want you to have is one core offer where you basically take someone on this journey from A to Z. And remember, we've got 3 stages, each stage with 3 steps. A few of these are going to be really suitable for recurring revenue, and the high ticket at 25K is basically, or higher, if you want to go higher, that's fine, is basically you will implement all of this for them. The core offer might be slightly different. It might be that you have a few templates and products that they can offer some educational materials, or you outsource it to somebody else. Recurring revenue is going to be looking at 1 or 2 of these items that they can do repeatedly. We're going to go over all of this, trust me. And then the free stuff is content. And then there's a low ticket, which is still useful because they pay for things like advertising. By the way, I'm not going to be doing an advertising funnel. I'm not going to show you how to do Facebook ads. You don't need any of that. Your problem is not that. Your problem is that you have probably got, you think you haven't got enough core products, but in actual fact, you've got probably 5 or 6 core products that you offer. You haven't got anything massively high ticket, and you haven't got anything recurring. So we're going to talk about all of that. So this is the product matrix. So next up, we're going to be looking at identifying gaps in your product matrix, and I will see you on that video. Okie dokie, so let's look at the gaps in your product matrix. Typically, what we find is that most people have a lot of bespoke options. They have a couple of things which they say they do, like building funnels, but then they don't have a lot of things in between or either side. I also find that most people are charging 5 grand for a 25 grand product. You probably have a high ticket, done for you agency product already. You're just not charging enough money for it. It's got nothing to do with how you find leads or where you find them. It's all to do with how you're positioning it. There's also nothing wrong with selling a product for 5 grand as long as it's profitable for you. So in this, I'm going to show you how to identify the product matrix gaps. And then next up, we're going to look at the value ladder. That's the video after this, where I'm going to talk about pricing and what you should be pricing, because all of this is going to become much, much easier during the sales process. So if we jump over to the worksheet here we go. Cool. Right, so here we have the 5 product levels. Okay, high ticket, recurring revenue, core offer, low cost, and free. Now these have got some pretty specific categories, right? They have to have certain characteristics, I should say. And then along the top, we've got different ways of delivering those products. The agency model, also called done for you, is great, but only if it's profitable. And most agencies are not profitable by a long shot, because what they actually charge for is a core offer, and what they actually deliver is a done for you product. Done for you is really useful when you want to invest in the time in the customer, but you have to remember they're going to be taking up a lot of your time. And even if they work with your team, that's still taking up time away from other customers. So you have to know, am I able to afford building an agency, right? Which sounds crazy. What a lot of people do as well, and this is a big secret I want to let you in on. A lot of agencies secretly want to move away from the agency model, but they really like working with clients. If that's you, I'm going to do 2 things for you. First of all, I'm going to show you how you can move away from doing client work. I'm also going to show you how to enjoy doing client work more when you have other things to offer. Moving away from client work is one of 2 ways. Either you as the business owner, because you've got your $1 million drill, here you've got your role and you've got the outcomes, right? Hopefully your role is not doing the work for the customer. It's that higher level stuff. Yeah? Hopefully. If so, great, because you can now hire people to do that work for you. If you want to move totally away from doing client work, that's absolutely fine as well. We can find other ways of doing it. But what you'll find is that when you start looking at things like productization and education, you are able to do better agency work, because someone who really wants to work with you, their expectations are much lower, they're willing to invest a lot more, and you can help them get better results. It's a really interesting thing that happens. Let's go through these, right? High ticket. This is basically anything that's 5 figures plus. Okay, 10 grand, 25 grand, ideally 25 grand. That's what you want to be aiming for. Because think about it, if your revenue is 100,000 and you want to double it, We just need to sell 4 high ticket products and you're done, right? Your revenue goals are hit. Okay, that's why I like high ticket, because they take up a lot of your goals. Recurring revenue is something where people pay you monthly or weekly. Yearly, not so much. I find doesn't really work as much. This is ideal for cash flow. I would argue that recurring revenue should probably be your priority. So I would like to talk about recurring revenue with you, and we will talk about building products in later videos. Your core offer. So this is basically monthly. I'm sure you know what recurring revenue is. But you might be thinking, I've got no idea in my escape plan how to build a recurring revenue model. I don't really just want to do maintenance. I don't want to do SEO. It's fine. I'm going to show you how to do this. Core offer is anything that has a $1,000 or pound or euro profit margin. That's how you define a core offer, is if you could sell it and it has at least $1,000 profit margin, which is to say, if you sell a product for $2,000 and it costs you $1,000 to acquire that customer, it's at least profitable, so it's your core offer. Okay? Important to understand, because it could be $5,000, but it costs you a lot more to deliver the work. But as long as it's got a profit margin of at least $1,000, then we know it's a core offer. Low cost is anything under roughly $1,000. Basically, does someone have the money in their account and they wouldn't necessarily have to run it past somebody, right? Is this a one-off purchase that they can test the water with? Okay, 97 works really well, 997 works really well, 47, 27, $9, everything from a book all the way up to like a one-on-one call could be considered a low-cost product. Free is obviously zero cost. At least there is time involved, so they have to read the blog post or read the content. I would say a book probably sits between these two, because the thing is, with a low-cost product all the way through to a high-ticket product, you're getting customer data. With something that's free, if it's an opt-in, you get their data, but it's still hard. A book is a weird mid-level between, you could sell 1,000, well, we sell thousands of books, but only get a fraction of those signing up to the email list. So it's a funny midway point. Don't overcomplicate it too much. Then going along the top here, affiliate products are not your products. High level, I have an affiliate for high level. Every time someone clicks on my link and buys a product through high level, I get a cut of the commission. Affiliate products, it's crazy to me that more agency businesses don't have affiliate products, because they're working with 10, 20 customers at a time. And you've got things like ClickUp, Beautiful.ai, Zoom used to have an affiliate. I don't know if they do anymore, but there are Riverside, for example, it's a fantastic meeting platform, has an affiliate program. There's no reason why you couldn't use affiliates for your customers. Productized means that you are nowhere near it. So this does not necessarily mean a course. This could be, at the most expensive end could be software. So it could be a plugin or an app. Or it could be like a template. Technically, a book is productized. What we mean by productized is that it follows the 3 laws of scale, which I talk about in my book, From Single to Scale. The 3 laws of scale are, do you have to deliver it? You personally, the business owner. If you do, it's not scalable. Could you handle 1,000 orders tomorrow and everyone gets the same product? Basically, yes. So does everyone get the same thing? All right. If you do 1,000 sandwich orders and you don't deliver it, but everyone gets a different sandwich depending on the quality, then it's not scalable, okay? So a book is a good idea for this, like an ebook or a physical book. Courses work. Technically, calls you could do if you booked like coaching calls and things, that would be the same. Don't worry about it too much. We're going to talk about this later. In this particular course, I'm not going to go into every single product and how to build them, but we have got videos on that, which we've got external videos, and are going to be doing more training on this. And also, chances are you don't need to do too much of this just yet anyway. Membership is basically, it's a group of other similar individuals that they belong to, and they communicate with each other. So there's a lot of community here. Education is everything from a self-learning course all the way through to coaching. And coaching has things of membership in them. Again, these are blurred lines. But it could also be consulting. So I sell consulting calls. They're quite profitable. Morgan Stanley, for example, is one of my customers. And they call me up regularly to ask about marketing automation. It's not my favorite thing to talk about, but it's pretty good money for an hour's call. what most people do is they see this and they go, right, I'm going to have an affiliate high ticket, affiliate recurring revenue, affiliate core, affiliate low cost, and affiliate free. Then I'm going to have a productized. I'm like, no. That's the complete opposite of what I want you to do. The first thing I need you to do is to figure out, what do you currently have? All right. Most of you have probably got a few affiliates and you have a done for you core offer. All right. It's got $1,000 profit margin. If it's not 5-figure plus, if it is 5-figure plus, great, you've probably got that. I want you to write in every single time you have done a slightly different version of what the agency has offered you. I'll just leave the discretion of that up to you as to how detailed you want to be with that. But if you find you can't reuse a proposal, that's a pretty good indicator that you have got multiple done for you products. And this is the problem, is most of us have actually got multiple core offers that are in the done for you model, and we haven't got anything else across the board at all. Because what we actually want is one affiliate product that's low cost. We want one productized, this just for example, we want a recurring revenue that's done for you, and we want a high ticket membership. That's actually what we're looking for. But most people, first of all, go, oh my God, what, this is great. I love this. I'm going to have one of these and one of these and one of these and one of these and one of these. And it's a bit like a kid in a candy store. And actually, what tends to be the problem is we are way too heavily stacked in these two here, most of us. Online course businesses have this problem. Their core offer and education, they have like 15 courses and none of them sell, which is again another different problem. So what I want you to do is then, first of all, identify how many times have you delivered a different type of one of these products to your customers. And as I mentioned, if you haven't ever been able to use a proposal, reuse a proposal, that basically probably counts. You've probably got some recurring revenue stuff, maybe around productized, maybe like maintenance plans and stuff. That's great. If you have one product, awesome. If you have one product and multiple price points, that is multiple products. So I want you to put that down twice. Even if they're getting the same thing, but they have different price points, we're gonna put that down multiple times. And what you'll probably find is you're stacked in one or two areas really, really heavily, and you don't have a breadth across these different areas here. That's the first thing I want you to do. The second thing is to use this checklist. So once you have identified, okay, we have done, in the last, and I'll even be generous, let's say 12 months, we have done 4 different agency products because we've had 4 different proposals. We've done 1 consultation and we've done 3 productized, 2 of which are the same product, 1 of which is one product, but these 2 people are paying different amounts of money. Or I have 50% of my customers paying one amount and 50% paying another amount. If you have different tiers, so you have a silver, gold, and platinum level, I'll consider that one product. I'll consider that one product. But if it's just because some pay higher, some pay lower, there's no real rhyme or reason, that counts as 2 products. I then want you to go through this checklist here, right? If you have sold it, I want you to tell me roughly how many you've sold. So for each product, I want you to just tell me how many you've sold. So you'll then divide this up and you'll say, okay, for the recurring revenue, price 1 and recurring revenue price 2, we've sold 5 of those, 10 of those. We deliver 5, but now we only have 8 people on them. For product 1, so for the done for you high ticket or core offer or whatever you did, remember, if it's 5 figures plus, it's considered high ticket. If it's under 5 figures, but it has a profit margin of at least $1,000, then it's a core offer. If it's a core offer and a done for you model, it's under 5 figures, it's probably not profitable. So it should really be productized, but we're going to get into all of this. I want you to say, yeah, we've sold 5 of those particular ones. And then you go, then we had that second done for you one, which was also a core offer, which was for a different customer, and we sold 2. It might be that you only have 1 in this one and 1 in this one, and hopefully you'll begin to see where the problem is. And you go, yeah, we delivered 1 and we delivered 1. And then we think, well, how many did we offer? Well, we've actually only offered this to 10 different people. We've offered this to 10 different people. And there's a sort of a dividing line here. And I want you to go through this. This will take a while, and I want you to go back over the last 12 months. right? This should be in your Stripe, in your PayPal, in your bank account. Just go through your bank statements and have a look at those customer records. This is critical to understand. Do not skip this. Here's the next piece, right? Do you have an opt-in offer where someone can give you their information for free that will eventually lead to them buying this product? If you don't, For the second product, do you have an opt-in offer? Maybe you don't. For the third one, maybe you do. If you have one opt-in offer that you use as a broad catch-all that eventually will lead to a sale, don't put that in. I want you to ask yourself, do you have a specific opt-in that speaks to that specific product? If it's just a general, here's an ebook on the 5 things you can download, that doesn't count because that is so broad that we're going to go and try and go down. I will allow you to say, yeah, we do have opt-in offers. And if you have multiple broad opt-in offers that don't match the products, then write them in. So you've got 12 opt-in offers, but none of them actually specifically match a product. Do you have a promotional campaign? So if someone does sign up to even your broad one, do you have a promotional campaign that you know they'll go on that's regular? Every 1 month, every 3 months, every 6 months, whatever. If you don't, I want you to put a cross next to it. If you do, put a check. You say, yeah, actually every 3 months we try to get people onto our recurring revenue product. Great. Sales tool is basically how you sell, and it might be until the sales module later on that you don't really know what a sales tool is. A sales tool is really basic. Proposals, calls, Zoom meetings, webinars, sales pages. Do you have some kind of sales tool for this product? If you don't have a sales tool, like a specific sales tool, maybe you've just got proposals, great. You go, yeah, we've got proposals, right? And I even want you to write what it is. Or you say it's just a call usually. Fantastic, that's great, that's fine. I just want you to put that in. For some people they go, actually, do you know we don't have a sales tool for this? And next up, a payment page. Can someone pay you without having to do a bank transfer? Do they have to receive an invoice or can they just put in their credit card information? If they can't just put in their credit card information and buy it, I want you to put an X. If they can put in their credit card information and buy it, I want you to put a tick. This is really important. Don't skip this step. Go back over the last 12 months. It'll only take an hour or two for you to go back over it and start looking at it. So the first thing to do is to audit 12 months of sales basically and see how many different types of products you've sold and what categories they fall into. If you have, I'm not asking for the number of sales, just you go, well, I know I have a low cost affiliate product, put a tick. And you go, actually I've got quite a few, put 12. Great, I want you to put 12 in. And then I want you to come back over here and say, have I got an opt-in offer for that affiliate product? No, I haven't. And if you've got 12 affiliate products and you need to go through all 12 of these, you could even do this as an Excel spreadsheet, kind of easy, right? Do you have a sales tool for that affiliate product? You've got a payment link. It doesn't really count because I need you to like physically try and make the sale. Like, do you have conversations with people? Do you have promotional materials? Do you have a YouTube video out there, right? So audit 12 months of sales and see what products you've got. And just because it's high ticket doesn't mean it can't be standardized. I would argue it should be standardized perhaps even more. Number 2 is to give me some rough numbers for offered, sold and delivered. Now obviously delivered, sold and delivered are going to be probably pretty similar, but it might be that you have recurring revenue things that you've sold, but now you only deliver 8 of them, just as an idea. Again, keep it nice and simple. I want us just high level to go through it because what we need to see is, well, where are you spending all your time trying to generate money and where are you currently generating money now? And number 3 is I want you to go through the sales tool, the checkout page, the promotional campaign and the opt-in offer and see, have I got all of those stages of my own funnel to move people through it? If you have a general catch-all broad opt-in offer for everything, then that doesn't count. Have you got it specific for each and every item? And remember, we're going to talk about this later. The irony is actually you're going to end up with one lead magnet that's actually going to do all of them, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Right, next up, I will talk about the value ladder and some pricing. So I'll see you in that video. Cheers, guys. Okay, let's talk about value ladders. So the value ladder, I think, was popularized by Russell Brunson. Ryan Deiss talks about it as well, of course, through his content and programs. The idea is that you ascend people up a model. Daniel Priestley calls it an ATM, so an ascending transaction model. The idea, of course, is that we entice people with free content and then we give them a low ticket. Miles Beckler talks about this as well, a low ticket and then a medium ticket and then a recurring revenue and so on and so forth. Some people are really against this model. Some people love it. The reason I think people are against it is because they think that the next type of product is going to fix their problems and they end up creating loads of different products. If we come over to the whiteboard, it's really critical that you understand that your escape plan for your customer of start to finish is considered one methodology. And you have a product, I want you to think of it like this, right? You have a product that will either take them this amount of time to get from start to finish or this amount of time. And this is less, right? This is much faster. It's also probably easier. Easier. And then we go up here. And this is slightly less faster. This is the slowest, right? But it's possible that if they put in all the time and effort, they would actually get there. And this is medium and so on and so forth. You will see, and the same with us, right? This is the thing we've had to contend with. When people say, oh, you don't really do agency work anymore, Mike, what they mean is, physically, do I build funnels for other people? Yes, I'm constantly building funnels for other people. I don't market myself as just an agency. We have a multitude of different products that suit different customers for different price points. You work with any of the big guys, they will all have a done-for-you model. The smart ones will all have a done-for-you model. The difference is that they don't charge a core product price for a done-for-you model. So you're only ever going to be selling the same thing. You sell the same product, it's just delivered in slightly different and faster ways. That stage and that stage, either it's all education, a bit like this. Ours is a mixture. Ours is actually a membership model. It's more of a membership core model. I suppose you could say it's recurring revenue as well. But we have books, courses, content, webinars, all the way up through to a done-for-you model, which for this particular one, we're going to be releasing quite shortly. As a pricing, here's what I want you to think about. I want you to do 25 grand. Make that a bit bolder. 25 grand for your high ticket offer. If you think there's no way I could charge 25 grand, remember, chances are if you're on this, you've already charged 10 grand for something. Trust me, 25 grand, not that big a jump. I want you to look at around 6,000 per year for your recurring, which is roughly 500 per month. 5,000 is the core offer. That's a very productized offer that someone's going to be buying. Your low cost could be anywhere from 27 to 997. I personally quite like creating lots of these low-cost products and testing them, but I do not want you to necessarily do that. What I want us to do is pick one for the time being. Don't worry too much about the price. If you're struggling with it, I'm going to say 497. There you go. Now, this could be, if you have done Apex or any of our other training, that could be your growth session. Okay? Then the core offer could be a combination of the audit and the workshops. The recurring plan could be whatever we need to do for recurring to keep them going. And the high ticket is the complete done-for-you model. Okay? That's not necessarily the order you have to do it in. Here's what I want us to do. Come over to this one and pick one type of product for your high ticket. For example, done for you. And you're going to say, I want the price to be, and go nuts with it. Say 24,987, right? 987, nice price. Or even more specific, I will even allow a 27,543.80, right? Because if you're specific offers make specific prices, right? You get to make specific money. You get to make the money you want if you're specific about the price, right? So choose something that's around 25 grand, okay? Nice and high ticket. We'll figure out how to build it later, all right? Don't worry about that. Your recurring revenue, I want you to think about, is that productized? Is it a membership? Is it a coaching? Do not undervalue. I'm not telling you to become a coach. I'm not telling you to become a course creator, but don't undervalue the benefit of a membership specific for your customers. Remember, you're not a funnel builder. You're not an agency. What you do is help your particular audience solve a particular problem and achieve a particular function. So therefore, would it make sense to have a group of people who pay a certain amount a month? Now, right now, you might think there's no way I could justify $500 a month for a coaching program. That's fine. So in that case, let's reduce that down. And let's say it's $297. It's going to be productized. And you know that it's going to be, you're going to be using Go High Level, or you're going to be using Go WP or something like that to take the burden off, to be able to have something to offer, okay? But we're going to build out what the product is later. Don't worry about that yet. Your core offer, is that a course? Is it productization? Is it affiliate? Is it education? A core offer as education is quite good because you can teach other people to go through that process. A growth session, an audit is really easy to get someone else to do. So it might be that. Low cost, pick a price and you say, that's our growth session, that's our consultation call. And then pick something that's free. Now the free one, I'm actually going to do for you, that's going to be productized. And actually, more importantly, it's going to be education. And all you're going to do is do that free video audit. Okay, the opt-in for this doesn't really work, but the opt-in for this will be the video. People will ask to watch it, and you're just going to explain your model to them and do the traffic light system, right? Really simply. Sales tool is basically going to be on Facebook or content, or email, because you're just going to be promoting it out and saying, hey, I've got a video on how to, hey, if you're an audience, and we're going to give you this later, this particular headlines and stuff, and you want to solve problem and you want to achieve function, I've got a free video. Who wants a link? People ask for the video, problem solved. I then want you to think about the opt-in that you're going to have to give people. You might want to come back to this later after doing the sales module, because it might give you a better idea of what the opt-in and the sales tool is going to be. I'm going to give you a hint. This free video here is probably going to be the opt-in for all of it. So we've pretty much covered that off. Don't overcomplicate this. This is going to be the video where you talk through your particular methodology, right? Your escape plan. This is how you're going to use it. So we're going to have, I know I said a broad opt-in's not very good, but they aren't when you haven't got them connected to a product. You've got a broad opt-in that's connected to all 5 of your products, right? And then the sales tool is either going to be something like a webinar, selling by chat or text, emails, calls, pitches, proposals, whatever. We're going to cover that off later. As a very high level rule, the ones that I'm going to be talking to you about, low cost is going to be done via email and chat. So is the core offer. So let's copy that. No. Email, oh my God. Email. Chat. Email. Chat. This one here, recurring revenue, is going to be a mixture of email and call. And this is going to be email and call. Next up, I'm going to talk to you about how to train your team, but I just want you to go through and build out a really quick value ladder, because this is then you're going to be able to strip back all of the other bullshit, and you might even be able to find that you have a proposal that you can use again, essentially. You just swap in a few of the details and use it. When people say it takes them days or even hours to write a proposal, I'm always staggered, because mine are basically ready to go. I say, this is what you're buying. If you want to go for it, awesome. Let me take a deposit. Don't overcomplicate it. The difference is the price point. We're going to start having a call instead of just selling it by chat or even a video sales there. But we'll talk about that later. You might want to come back to it in a bit. The opt-in is going to be video. I want you to tell me the type of product you're going to be using and the price you're going to be offering as well. In that case, I'm going to see you on the next video on training your team. Hey guys, so this is critical. I don't know why more people don't do this. It drives me bananas. Train your team. Even if you only have one VA or one online specialist, you still need to train them on what you're doing. This is the checklist, right? We'll jump into the whiteboard here. It's gonna be a super short video. This is gonna take you 10 minutes. And you're gonna do this a minimum of 2 times. The first is going to be for your overall escape plan. Okay? And you're just going to grab a camera or go on Loom or record or whatever you want to do and make sure you have it on screen, and you're going to go through that model, you know, this one here or that triangle one, like that. Doesn't matter what, doesn't matter about the specifics. I just want you to train your team, and you're going to cover off these points. First of all, what is the name of the product? If you have an escape plan name, great. Typically, this is actually going to be the function. So you can say, yeah, we basically help YouTube influencers break free of YouTube and move their ad revenue over. It's called YouTuber Financial Destiny or Financial Destiny Control or something like that. Have a think about it, right? But they need to know the name. The core problem it solves is from your $1 million drill. And then the function it delivers, again, is the $1 million drill. The price point is obviously, this is going to be broad, so you can say the price point for this ranges from between $97 or whatever the prices are and 25,000, depending on the different qualifications or qualifiers. Who is it suitable? This is from the $1 million drill. This is your audience. Here's what's critical. How do we sell it? What are the sales tools? And again, for this one, it's going to be a range of email, chat, and calls. That's fine. How is it delivered? Again, this is going to be a range. So you might say for this particular one, we have everything from affiliate products all the way through to a done-for-you model. And spend some time talking them through perhaps each and every one of these points on the value ladder, right? And then for each individual specific product, I want you to get more specific. A lot of this stuff will stay the same. That doesn't matter. So now we have the individual product. Let's say that you have a done-for-you model. It's high ticket. And again, you're going to help YouTubers do whatever. You want to call it the YouTube Revenue Acceleration Program. YouTuber Revenue Accelerator, right? Something like that, fine. Whatever the name is, okay? Product name, YouTube Revenue Accelerator. Core problem it solves, go over that same problem. You're going to feel a bit funny about doing this back to back to back to back. That's fine, but the point is that actually we're going to build up a library in Loom or Vimeo or wherever you keep your videos, where you are going to allow your team to say, hey, these are the products we have available. And it's so important that your team understands this. There's going to be further training where you're going to take them through how to do stuff, how to deliver it to the customer, what the processes are, what the products are, but you're teaching them this methodology. You don't need to, in this particular product, go into the full methodology, but you still want to talk about the problem that it solves and maybe the other 3 problems, the function it has, what its price is, to $27,583.80. Who is it suitable for? This is when you want to go into a bit more detail. So it's going to be an audience, but specifically, what are their characteristics? They have to have over 100,000 subscribers. They have to be relying on ad revenue, and they have to be earning over 10K a month in revenue already, right? You're just telling them who it's suitable for. Then there's going to be one sales tool, which again, we'll talk about later in sales. And that might be, for this particular one, calls is what you're going to rely on. So we're going to set up calls. And this is where it gets interesting, because you can start saying, and remember, we have the scripts for the chats over here. We have the booking appointment link for the calendar over here, and you give the link. This is where you just give this little bit of information to your team, and I promise you that it'll make things so much easier, because when you say to your team, we've got a brand new person starting on our program or our course or our done-for-you model, and they go, great, we can help them get set up because we know how it works. And that final part, that delivery, that's when you're going to say it is a done-for-you model. And here's the things that need to happen. We need to onboard them. Don't feel you have to get it perfect. You can always add, sorry, my hair's super up. Don't feel you have to get it perfect. You can add stuff. You can say, We need to onboard them. We need to do an audit. We need to do an initial call. We then need to, and you just go through your sales, your stages of your program. You go through, this is step 1, this is step 2, and it can just be high level for the time being. And I want you to go through a few of these and do as many as you can. At minimum, I want you to do 2. I want you to do one video for the overall product and the overall escape plan, and another one for one product that you're going to pick. Maybe your high ticket or your core offer. That's what I want you to think about. Next up, we are going to be looking at the sales map, which I'm very excited about because this is actually where we're going to find you some customers and hopefully start making you some sales, combined with the sales module that comes later up. But yeah, this is big. All right, guys, good work. I'll see you on the next video. Cheers, guys. All right, so we're beginning to move into the sales and lead and money generation part of the program, which is really exciting. And what we're going to be doing during this portion here is identifying our next customers, our next leads, where the plugs are, where the gaps are in our funnel. So here's what most people tend to do. Our income, typically, we jump over to the screen here. Our income goes like that, right? Even if we have steady growth, it looks like this. And during these low points, what we try to do is we think, well, we need to generate sales. And so what most people do is they will go and create a new product, right? That will kill your business because eventually every dip you'll have a new product. If this happens once a year, over 10 years, you have 10 new products. If it happens once a quarter, you have 4 products a year. And this is really common. People will often kind of beat around the bush and bullshit themselves and call it a rebrand. Or the even worse, a reskin, which is even worse. They'll talk about all kinds of new things that frankly don't really work. And they will say, well, we've tried selling this product, but it doesn't seem to work. We generate a few new sales and then it drops off. We need to create a new product again. So this is another product and then another one. Now, there's nothing wrong with adding products to your menagerie, as we call it, product menagerie, or your product matrix. But as we've talked about, and hopefully you've seen before, in the product customer matrix, if we have current customers here, so this is customers, and this is new customers, and then we have products here, and this is current, and this is new. What most people will try and do is they will try and find new customers for new products. They spend so much time doing this and it kills your business. Or they'll take their current products and they'll try and find new customers for those products. Now that might sound smart, but it's not. It's crazy ineffective. Where we should be spending our time is current products for current customers. Now, admittedly, we've come up with an escape plan. We have technically come up with a new product, but we're still going to try and sell it to our current customers, which at best, at worst, I suppose, is launch. But down here is profit. You might have heard Seth Godin talk about don't find customers for your products, find products for your customers. This is what he was talking about. If you have a list of even 10 people, have they had an offer made for all 4 or even 5 of those core products that you offer, from the high ticket to the recurring, to the core, to the low cost, to the free. The free one, maybe we don't need to worry about too much, but have they even had an offer made to them? Have they had 7 to 9 offers made? Like, has the message been put in front of them 7 to 9 times? Have you followed up with them, people who are close? What tends to happen is if we go through that process of, audience through to lead and then proposal and then a sale, as it goes down, as someone moves down this process, everyone who drops off here at the proposal level, and let's say if there's 3 people going through and only one of them comes through, what we tend to do is go, well, let's go back to the audience and try to get some more people through to the proposal stage. And that's wrong. We should be looking at the proposals and trying to get the next one of them over the line. And I'm going to show you the maths of this. So the sales map is where we're going to look at our customer list. It's where we're going to look at our SLAPSS as well. Maybe you've come across this already. This is the sales system that we need to use to make sure that we're always spending time in the right area. And then what we're going to do is clone customers and campaigns and products that work and just focus on them. So in the next video, we're going to talk about the customer list. This is not going to be on the whiteboard, might be a little bit, but it's mainly going to be in a couple of Excel spreadsheets or Google Sheets that I'm going to share with you guys. So I will see you in that video where we're going to find basically and prove to you that the next customer, you already know them and they've already bought from you. Okay, so let's talk about consolidating your customers and understanding who we need to work with. What you're going to need to do is go into Stripe, PayPal, your bank, QuickBooks, Xero, your accounting system, your CRM, whatever, and I need you to export a customer list. Now, there's a few ways to do this because what we want to find is your top 20% of customers, and we basically want to clone them and market to them. Stripe, for example, gives you a list of top customers. It literally just says, these are your top spending customers, and they will consolidate all the payments, and you'll say, I want my top customers for the year or for the week or whatever, and put it in. We have a Google dashboard that does this all for us, but if you're starting out, you might not have this information to hand. So what you need to do is go into PayPal, go into Stripe, go into your bank, whatever, and download a list of transactions, obviously incoming transactions, and can begin to consolidate them. Stripe and QuickBooks can do this automatically, put all the sums together. What you need is a name and the total amount that they have spent on you. That's basically all you need. Name and total amount that they've spent on you. Things like PayPal apparently have got this function, but I couldn't get it to work. It just kept saying there's no data available. So I was like, fine. So I just exported a list of all my transactions. And I went into my bank statements and I exported a list of all my transactions. And here's what we're going to do. This is a list of customer names and the amounts they've spent on me. There is a mixture here of consolidated amounts and individual transactions, but you can see here, I've got 2 for Andreas Anthony, 2 for Andrew Love, 2 for Alan Gray, 2 for Amy Pena. These are obviously fake names, by the way. These are fake names. And what I can do in Excel, you can do this in Google Sheets, but I can't quite remember it. If you click a random cell, we can consolidate this data and add up any duplicates. So Amy Pena and Amy Pena, $47 and $19. This will now come out to $66. So I click a random cell and I click on consolidate. I'm going to delete this. I then click this little button here, which is like find data. And I just highlight the 2 rows that I've just copied and pasted this data in, really simple. Click that little button, then click add. And I make sure that use labels in top row and left column are what we create the data on. Now, if I click OK, after Excel has a minute, it will now consolidate this data eventually. There we go. And we can see that all of the data has been consolidated to the point now where I only have the total revenue per customer. So what I can now do is come and select this. And I can copy it. Great. And I can come over to this Google Sheet, which I'm going to give you a copy of. And I'm just going to clear this data. In fact, I'm even going to cheat. And I'm going to put it in this one straight away. I'm going to bring up here, copy these 2 rows or columns even. Come over here, come onto the top and click paste. So I've pasted in my customer names and the total amount they've spent. Obviously I can sort this by name, but that's not particularly useful. What I want to do is sort by total revenue. And for some reason, it has it as Z to A, fine. Here's the next thing I'm going to do. I'm going to take these 2 columns, not sure why it's doing this, and I'm going to drag them down to copy them so they're the same cell all the way down. I don't know why there's loads of blank ones, but that's fine. And let's delete these. Because what we want is the top 20% of customers that A, we want to work with, and B, can actually continue to work with us. For example, Janie has apparently spent 10 grand with us. Awesome. If you've got a time for last purchase, brilliant. If not, don't worry about it too much. What I want to do now is I want to say, well, how much time did I invest with Janie? So I'm just going to fill this out as well. And what's my relationship like with Janie? Time is basically 1, 2, or 3. 1 means I spent hardly any time with her. It was really simple. She bought the product and moved on. 2 is that I had to deliver the product to her and spend some time. 3 is she's constantly calling me up, spending loads of time with me, and takes up most of my time. Relationship is, do I like this person? 1 is no, I basically can't stand them. 2 is, yeah, they're fine, they're great. Either they're the right type of customer for me or I get on well with them. And a 3 means not only are they great to work with, but also they're my perfect type of customer. So now what we want to do is just go through the total revenue. And here I've got 250 customers, 251. Now I only want the top 20%, so the top 10% would be 25. So I'm actually going to only look at the top 50 here, based on revenue. And what Google's going to tell me is whether I should reach out to them or not, or whether they're a great customer with the scaling. So I'm going to go through and say, yeah, Janie, time spent with her was a 2. It was an agency work, but she didn't cost me a huge amount of time. Leslie was a 2. Manuela was a 3. He just calls me up non-stop. Ephraim is a 3 as well. Jimmy's been a 1. That's been good. Lena's been a 1. Eric was a 2. 1, 1, 2. And I'm going to go through these, and you're only going to do it for the top 20%. And if it's over, I mean, I'm not going to do this for 50 customers. I do this for 25 customers. So you're going to start with a maximum of 100 customers in the first place and just smash through these. That's the time one. Remember, 1 is really easy. They bought it. I never heard from them again. It was like free money, essentially. 2 is, yeah, I had to deliver the work for them. 3 is they constantly call me up and take up all my time. Now, with relationship, I want to say how much I like working with them. 1 is I don't really like working with them. 2 is I either like them or they're my type of customer. Or a 3 is yes, they're my perfect customer and I love working with them. Janie is a 3. Leslie is a 2. Manuela takes up loads of my time. Ephraim, I really like. He takes up a lot of time, but he's also my perfect customer. Lena is a 2. Jimmy is a 3. Eric is a 3. Eric is a 3. Laverne is a 3. Roland is a 2. And what this is going to do now is give me a sum total. You can see that Janie is basically my perfect customer. And now if I score this from Z to A, we can get a grade here, and we can see that the amount spent might not necessarily determine exactly who I should be working with. But this is at least going to give me a starting block for the top 20 people that I should start reaching out with. And all I'm going to do with these customers is try to get them on a call. That's all I'm going to try and do, and just uncover their problems, talk to them, see where they are within their business. Here's a really interesting thing that we can start to do with conversion planning. I'll talk about this in a little bit in another video, but what we've basically got here is a list of your ideal customers. You now need to understand more than anything, what are their problems? What are their goals? Get on a call with them. Start booking calls with these customers. And also do a little bit of a deep dive. So I like to go in and research, and I like to understand, when was their last proposal? Why didn't they buy last time? Do they know about my other products? What's changed in their business? This is where you will start finding more and more sales if you start focusing on these top 20% of customers. Like I said, we have a Google sheet that now just updates. Jar created it for us. It's incredible. And it basically says, hey, Mike, you need to have a call with these 5 people and try to get on the phone with them. It's extremely empowering. It's really easy to start finding out. And this is when you can start qualifying them and asking them about those next products and services. Because if you've created now a core product or a high ticket product or a recurring revenue product, this is the person that you're going to basically make those sales to. The first people that we're going to try and make your next sale to are your current customers. They're the people who have already bought from you. And if you feel funny about approaching people who you've already worked with, don't. They want to hear from you. These are people who basically have put their trust in you before and they want to hear from you again. So start having conversations with them, start calling them up. Next up, we're going to look at our SLAPSS audit, which is a little bit longer and a bit more in depth, where we talk about, as I mentioned, conversion planning and stuff like this. I know it sounds very complicated, but I promise you it's not. But you have now been given a list of people who you should be reaching out to. And what's really important is not just focusing on how much they spent on you. Have a look at the amount of time that they spend with your business. And if you don't know, just say 1, right? You just say it's a 1. If you think, yeah, I remember that project being pretty difficult. Meh. If you think I'm constantly getting emails from these people, put it as a 3. And what this will basically do, notice if I put this at a 3, this score will lower. So it goes down. So she's now still my top customer, but because I really like her, she's up there. However, if I then say, actually my relationship is a 2, she drops back down. And now Jimmy and Laverne are my top customers. Okay, so you want to use this to be able to figure out who is it that you should be working with and then jump on a call with them. We'll look at the SLAPSS audit next because you're going to be doing this once a month as well. So it's a really important video. All right, so SLAPSS. You ever play SLAPSS? We used to do it on our hands, or like this as well. And there are slapping championships, but that's not the SLAPSS we're talking about. What we're talking about is subscribers, leads, appointments, proposals or presentations, sales and sales plus. Basically, this is going to highlight where you are missing sales from. And a lot of these numbers are going to be the same across the board. And you might be thinking, how in the hell am I supposed to understand all this? You need to run this once a month, and chances are I'll do another video in a bit talking through how to create this dashboard really simply. The power of SLAPSS identifies exactly where you're spending your time and where you need to spend your time. If we jump into the whiteboard, here's what I need you to do, right? You might have this data to hand already. If you do, great. If not, you're going to have to go having a look around for it. Subscribers is probably going to be the same across the board. Leads is probably going to be the same across the board. Appointments, presentations, and sales hopefully should be specific. If you currently have a core offer and you are currently selling your core offer, and you've had loads of different ones or whatever, I want you to decide, remember when we talked at the value ladder and the product matrix, whether you currently have high ticket or core products. I want you to decide what you're going to do currently, and then going forward, I want you to do it specifically for the core product that you have. Subscribers is basically the number of people that you have in your audience. If you have a large Twitter following or a YouTube audience, I would also technically put email subscribers in here. These are basically people who you create content for and they're out there. Now, your subscribers might be really low. This could also be a group, like a Facebook group. As I mentioned, it could be YouTube. It could also be your friends or your connections on LinkedIn. All right, don't discount it. It's basically how many people could you potentially try and reach out to today. It's not a particularly difficult thing to try and figure out. It requires a little bit of consolidation. For us, it's over 10,000. So I'm going to put 10,000 plus, but it goes across the board because the subscribers are hopefully the same across all of them. Leads, very specifically, is a name, some kind of contact info, and something they've put their hand up for. For example, if they've said, yeah, I'd love to join your webinar, that's a great lead. Yeah, I'd love to download this lead magnet. That's a great lead. Your leads, I want you to look at how many you have generated over the past 12 months. And hopefully you've got this information already. If not, it's just going to require a little bit of digging around. And then I want you to do it every 30 days or every month, I should say at least. And we're going to have this available so you can put these numbers in and we'll store it and then go over it with you. So it might be for your core, for across the board, let's say, across the board, in the last 12 months, you have generated 500 leads, maybe, okay? And then across this, for you to say, for our core offer, in the last 30 days, we generated 5 leads. And for our high ticket, we generated 5 leads. Don't overthink this, right? Don't overthink this to the point where you go, I've got no idea what these numbers are, or how much I'm going to put in. Just put in the numbers that you have to mind. If you've got this available already, great. Again, hopefully you're only really focusing on like the core offer for the time being, or your high ticket offer, whichever it is. If you've already got one of these and you're doing a recurring revenue or low cost, great. I want you to start thinking about how many leads have I generated for those. Now it could be, in general, you could just have a really generalized, in the last 30 days, we did 10 leads, okay? We had 10 new people sign up and say, yeah, I want to work with you. This is basically, as I mentioned, people who say, hands up, I'm interested in hearing more, and here's my contact information, here's my name, okay? Don't overthink this. This is just a way for us to be able to figure out where do we need to focus next. So I'm gonna just delete this. This is more specific now, and this should be slightly easier because the numbers should be lower. If you have a sales team, the sales team should have these numbers for you. How many appointments have you booked? Now, an appointment is very specifically some kind of call or meeting. So if you guys ever had a qualification call with me, or a strategy call, or a freedom call, that counts as an appointment. So I'm going to say for our high ticket stuff, we had in the last 30 days, we generated, I don't know what it was. I'll say it was 6, all right? In the last 30 days. Now, leads and appointments do not have to correspond, because it might be that you generated 5 leads and it took a little while. Next month, they'll become appointments. Presentations is where you've made some kind of offer, or also called a proposal. So I want you to write in how many proposals you made. And again, for the first one, I want you to do for the first 12 months. And then for the second one, I want you to do every 30 days. So I want you to fill this out every 30 days. But you're actually only going to fill it out broadly. You're not going to do it for each individual product. We've just put this in to give you an overview of the types of lead generation that you could start doing. So proposals, over the last 12 months, how many proposals have you sent out? Maybe it's 10. And in total, you had 20 calls. Great. And then we have a look at sales, and you go, sales was 5 sales. Sales is basically when someone's giving you money and they physically bought. That's not an almost bought, it's when they have put money in your account. Sales plus is upselling, cross-selling, or follow-up. So if you have sold a product to another customer, that counts as a sales plus. If you have had someone, when I say follow-up, I mean from a proposal. If they've come from a proposal, and we've got, for example, 10 proposals and 5 people bought, that's 5 people who should be being followed up with. So in theory, you should have a 5 down here. However, I know most people are not following up with people who didn't buy. All right? They were so close to buying, and immediately people go back to their leads, and we don't need to do that. We just want to focus on follow-up. And then you say, actually, as well, we had 2 people cross-sell into another product. Awesome. And this is why this is quite useful, because what you can start doing is saying, okay, we had 10,000 subscribers across all of them, all right? And I admit, I think leads could probably be the same, like the amount of leads we generated. So we had across all of them, let's say in the last 30 days, we did 100 leads. Now, we booked 6 appointments for a high ticket call, and we booked 5 appointments for a recurring revenue, and we booked 6 appointments for a core offer, okay? How many presentations did we do? We gave 2 presentations, 5 and 4. How many sales did we make? We made 2, made 3, and made 1. Now, in theory, there's a gap of 3 there and 2 there. These should be people who you are immediately following up with. Immediately. And this is why you can do this audit now, because you can have a look at this and say, actually, there are 3 people who I just didn't hear back from. I should check in with them again. And I'm going to give you that. In fact, we've even got it as like a follow-up pitch and follow-up offer on the blackboard here. So we're going to give you that during the sales campaign, during the campaign crushers specifically. Don't worry too much about low cost. It helps with things like retargeting, but what I want to do is help us find people. And now you're able to go, yeah, we had one person buy a core offer and we had 2 people buy high ticket, but we had 0 people buy recurring revenue because we haven't done it. Great. These are the people we should be adding into the Sales Plus to try and get them into this one here. So the Sales Plus is where the gold is made. Yeah? So here's what I want you to do. First of all, do it for 12 months. Go backwards over 12 months. How many did you get for each one of these? This one might be a bit difficult to do for 12 months, but look at repeat customers. That's quite a good one. How many repeat customers did you have? We did 10 sales and 4 of them were repeat customers. Brilliant. And now I want you to focus specifically on high ticket, recurring revenue and core offer in the last 30 days, and then we'll go forward during the next 30 days. So we've got another sheet here that I want you to take a look at called conversion planning. And your numbers go in this column, so in column C and in column G, and that's it. And what we want to do is try and find where we're going to double your business. All I need you to do is put in your SLAPSS. How many leads you generated throughout the last 12 months, how many calls you generated, how many proposals you had written, how many offers you'd closed, and how many follow-up sales. So a follow-up sale is like a cross-sell, so you sold to that a customer again and generated some revenue from them, or you had written a proposal they didn't buy, but then you followed up with them a little while later and they bought. I know this might seem complicated, but if you just trust me, if you can go through this, it will open doors in your business. And then I want you to put in the total amount of revenue that you generated. So if you generated in total 120,000, and this is basically 10 customers. We had 9 offers closed and we had a follow-up sale later on. So that's 10 customers in total. It means the average price is 12,000 per customer, roughly speaking, right? Or 12,000 per sale. If we stuck with those same conversion rates, next year you'll generate 120,000. In here, I want us to look at what we could just increase just by a bit to find this double. And it's not even going to be a huge amount. Let's say you generated 100 leads, however. Let's say you didn't do that. Let's say you generated way fewer than that. Let's say you generated 30 leads, okay? And for every lead you generated, 1 in 2 got on a call with you. And then for every call you booked, 12 in 15, or 80% of them, wanted a proposal, okay? If we just doubled the number of leads you generated, so we increased it by 100%, you would double your revenue. Now, this looks very appealing, I understand, but it takes into presumption that you're able to handle that many leads. So I actually don't want to do that. We're actually going to not increase your leads just by doubling them. What I do want to do is increase the number of follow-ups that you make by 100%. And I want to increase your average price by, let's say, 100%. Let's say 50%. Okay? All we've done is increase it from an average customer value of 12,000 to 18,000 by increasing the prices by 15%. We've just made one extra follow-up. That's all. We made one extra follow-up per sale, and we've already managed to increase your revenue by 78,000, presuming that you go through the same numbers as last year. So if you generated 30 years, just keep doing what you were doing last year. Just do exactly the same. But all you did was increase your prices by 50%. That was it. And increased the number of people you follow up with by 100%, you'll increase your revenue. That's why this is so important. And these are pretty high conversion rates. So I think we could probably get that a little bit higher. But let's say that we generated 50% more leads based on what you're doing. You will more than double your business. These types of conversion rates I know are insane, but that's why it's important for you to get them in. Let's say that you did, let's say 120 grand, you did 0 follow-up sales, you had 10 offers closed, but you wrote 20 proposals, you had 40 calls, and you did 80 leads. Okay, so 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. If we then reset all of this back, and you can play around with this, why I like it. We basically want to see 120,000 here. We want that to be like, yay. And basically, if you say if it's over what the original average revenue is, then it goes, yay. If it's under, it should show red, but we'll fix that later. If we just double the number of leads that you work with, you'll immediately work back. But let's say we can't do that. Let's say we just increase that by 25%, and we increase the number of calls you make by 25%, and we increase the number of proposals written by 25%, and the number of offers closed by 25%, we'll more than double the business. So just adding a quarter more effort, you'll double the size of your business. And there's a few other areas as well. In fact, what I like is to go 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, and then 15, and it's just under. So 15% increase in lead generation, sales, calls booked, proposals written, offers made, follow-ups made. And that basically goes, that's still zero, right? Number of follow-ups is still zero. But let's say you just did one follow-up. That would immediately change the dynamics of your business. That's why this is so important to do your SLAPSS. Next up is product addition. In the last 12 months, I want you to take what your current product was, and you say we had a core offer, and our average price in this case was maybe high ticket was 12,000. We had no recurring revenue, and we had no core offers. If all you did, and you had 10 customers doing 12 grand's worth of business, free obviously is never going to generate you any money, but it's still useful. If you had 5 customers buying a core offer of 5 grand, so like a audit and a training package or something like that, 5 people on a recurring revenue of 6 grand a year, so 500 a month, and 5 people buying a $25,000 product, you would get to 180,000. So shy of doubling, but not that far shy. If we increase this to 10, so less than 1 a month, you will double your business. Almost. This is why it's so important to understand these product breakdowns, because what I like is if I can sell 10 people for 12 grand, I can almost certainly sell 10 for 25 grand. The difference isn't that massive. But if I start moving some of them onto recurring revenue as well, and let's say I actually only have 6 on a high ticket product for 25 grand, bearing in mind, based on what you had already previously done, and you get 5 people on recurring revenue and 5 people on a core product and 5 people on a low cost, and maybe it's the same 5, that's what's interesting, 5, 5, 5, and then 6, right? So you find one other person. That's 205,000. So you haven't quite doubled, but you're so much closer than you were before. All by adding in a couple of products and making sure that you standardize how you're delivering them. Number 1, increase your prices. Number 2, get a recurring revenue product. Number 3, get a standardized core product that you can just ship out the door. It's so important. You don't need to do fancy sales pages. You don't need to do crazy anything like that. Go ahead and play around with this. What you want to do is come up here, file, make a copy. And that'll then allow you to use this yourself and play around with it. It's so powerful to have a look at these. We look at this all the time. We're constantly looking at our SLAPSS saying, what do we need to increase? And at the moment, we just want to increase the number of calls we take on, specifically the number of people we book calls onto, and that will just kind of take care of everything. This is really important to understand and to start getting better at as well. What you want to do is start playing around with this and make sure that it works for you and understanding your business. In the meantime, let's talk next about cloning your customers. Right, a little bit of clarity around the SLAPSS audit, and also we're going to talk about cloning customers. This is much more simple than you might be thinking it is. If we jump into the whiteboard, you have got this many customers. Let's say it's 100. I want you to take the top 20% based on how much they've spent, how much you like working with them, and how much time they took you. And using the spreadsheet we've given you, it's going to give you a score. What it does is it takes the revenue and times it and then divides it. So times and then divide. So if it is times by 3 and then divide by 3, then it will equal out because you think they cost me a lot of time, but I love working with them. If you don't love them, but they're also really easy, it will times it by 1. So you're getting a relatively accurate idea. And all you want to do is focus on the top 20. If you have 500 customers and the top 20% therefore is 100 people. You just want the top 20 to start with. The maximum you want to work with is the top 20, so 20% or 20 of people. Stripe does this automatically and PayPal apparently can as well. QuickBooks can do this. All you want to do is find them, and you want to do 3 things. First of all, book a call. You want to uncover what their problems are, and you want to see if anything's changed. Because these are the guys who are going to buy from you again. And now we have a couple of other products. We have a high ticket product, we have a core offer, and we have a recurring revenue one. And so we're going to basically take them through the process, and we will talk you through this in Campaign Crushers. We will talk you through it. What's also really good is if you take that 20% and you start doing some research on them, you can find out more about where they are in their business and start asking them for referrals. I promise you that'll be the fastest way of generating new sales. What groups are they a part of? And what you might find is that they're a part of a group that's got nothing to do with your industry. That if you work with YouTube influencers and you work with your top 20% of customers, you might find out that, yeah, they're in some YouTube groups, but they're also in the pilots group. And so therefore, it's probably a good idea for you to join that pilots group. I know it sounds insane, but this is where you start to find really, really solid leads. And I also want to try and add their friends on Facebook. So I'll find them on Facebook, add them as a friend, and then find their friends. The third thing you want to be able to do, as we mentioned, is find affinity. So these are friends, people they're working with, colleagues, customers, other people that they look up to, their influencers who they look up to. You want to find more and more about these people from the 20% and look to clone this top 20%. That's what you're trying to do. With the SLAPSS audit, what I want you to think about is how many people have been in this stage in the last year. So I want you to look at 12 months. And then this one, how many people are in this stage today? You might want to do literally how many have we got, or how many have we done the last 30 days. If you're already automating this, you might want to just take a quick snapshot. Can we complete or execute this stage? Really important, because I want you to come down here. And this is where you could put your numbers in, by the way. You could actually physically say, right, we have 10,000 subscribers across the board. We have 100 leads, or we've done this over 12 months. We've got 20 prospects, 10 calls, 5 sales, and 5 follow-up, right? But I want you to think about, can we complete or execute this stage? So with prospects, can we complete or execute the prospecting stage? Can we get people to put their hands up? Or qualify them? Can we get people on a call? Can we physically book appointments? Can we take sales? The number of times people say, actually, we're physically unable to sell. Our banking system doesn't work, or our PayPal system doesn't work, and they're unable to make sales, which is crazy. Can we move people on to the next stage? Really vital. If they're a subscriber, and is there a way for them to become a lead? No. Well, we need to give them some kind of opt-in then, don't we? If they're a lead, can they become a prospect? No. Well, we need to qualify them then. So the next module is the sales, where we're going to come up against the money magnet, the velvet rope, and the campaign crushers. And this is when it's all going to come together, because we need to have this list of, first of all, customers, your top 20% of customers, because we're first of all going to do a follow-up with them. And you could skip that. You could just try and get on a call with them right now. We're going to look at people who have almost bought. So those were people who were proposals here before the sales stage, who didn't become sales. We're going to go back to them. And then we've got the sales and the sales plus. We've got the sales. We want to say to them, hey, do you want to buy our next product? Do you want to buy our next product? Do you want to buy our product again? Core. You'd be surprised. People might want to go through and work with you again on a different aspect of it. And here we go, is an important one. Can we easily measure how many people are in this stage? At some point, I will show you guys how we built this in Go High Level. We've also done it in Active Campaign. The process is almost identical. You can even do it in ClickUp as well. So I want people to say, how can we measure easily our subscribers? How can we measure how many leads we've got per day or every 12 months really easily? And I'm going to show you how to do all that kind of reporting later on. Clone your customers, clone the ones you want to work with. The next video, guys, is where we're going to be talking through the sales process. If I can even find that here. Here we go. This is where we physically are going to take everything we've learned from the sales map, and we're going to build a sales process. We're going to try and get people on calls. We're going to pitch them. Velvet rope is where we're going to qualify them and sell. This is where we're going to generate some opt-ins, as well as actually some offers or a sales tool. And in the campaign crusher, we are basically going to take a follow-up campaign. We're going to go to current customers, and I'm going to show you how to automate and repeat the campaigns that work, so you just continue to generate these sales. That's going to be on the next one. In the meantime, guys, I will see you on the next video when it's released. Cheers now. Hey team, here we go. The final module. This is the sales module, so I'm super stoked to get into this because sales is why we set up the business in the first place. It's why we run Sell Your Service. There we go. I'm super stoked to get into this. Here's what we're going to be looking at. So down here at the bottom, just like before, we've got 3 other kind of little topics that we've broken up, or lessons. We're going to be starting with the money magnet, which is where we're going to be able to craft a pitch that basically really tightens up your offer and make sure that people understand exactly what it is that you're bringing to the table and why they should work with you. And the cool thing about this is that you can expand it out into entire full, 2-hour presentations or proposals. Not that you should need that, frankly, or scale it back into webinars, sales videos, all the way down to individual pitches and right into what we call a social pitch, which is like that 5-minute elevator pitch. We also have the Optin Offer. This is where most people trip up. They think the opt-in format matters, like whether it's an ebook or a training course or whatever, and I'm going to completely flip that on its head. In fact, I'm going to prove to you that you've already built the perfect opt-in and that we can start generating leads on automation across your site. And what I like as well is that if you use things like LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, we can get people to put their hands up and say, yes, I would like to know more about this particular offer and get something in return that's extremely valuable, and then start leading it into booking calls. And then finally, we're going to choose a sales tool, which is really important because we're going to be focusing on chat and email and calls as well. We will do further webinar training. We'll do video sales less training and all this stuff later on, but we're going to be focusing on chat and calls and making you and getting you to get customers on calls so you can close them. The velvet rope, to redo this here. The velvet rope is how we qualify customers. If you ever feel that you constantly give loads of free information away on calls, and what is supposed to be a quick qualifier call ends up being like a 2-hour coaching call for free, I'm going to help you prevent that from happening. I'm also going to help you increase your close rates. A lot of you on the call are probably already pretty comfortable with closing and selling, but hopefully with this system, we're going to start having calls with fewer people, but converting more of those people we do call. So we're going to look at qualifying or qualification and getting people to just book in. Without you having to ask, they'll just book in. And then what I like to have is a 45-minute strategy call or sales call that's very non-pitch heavy, and this works up to pretty high ticket levels. It'll be combined with a proposal, but we'll talk about that in a bit. And then also closing, so closing on the call, getting the sale that day. And then finally the campaign crusher. We've got a few different campaigns that we're going to be running, things like what we call hands up for both leads and calls. We're also going to be doing a follow-up campaign, which is with people who haven't bought yet, who are just on that cusp. And we're also going to be looking at a really simple cross-sell or upsell campaign if you've got a new product. So that's what we're going to be covering. Really excited to get into it. Let's start with Money Magnet. All right, so the Money Magnet. The Money Magnet is very basically the pitch that you give people, the ability to let them opt into some kind of offer where they go, yes, I want that, and the follow-up with the sales tool. It's a really simple process. In fact, if I move myself down here, this here is the money magnet. And what most people get wrong is they try to have lots of different pitches, lots of different opt-in offers, and lots of different sales tools, and even worse, then lots of different products. And what helps attract leads and sales and revenue and lifetime customers and profit, frankly, is consistency across all three. And it might sound completely counterintuitive. It might even sound the exact opposite of stuff that you've been taught in the past. But trust me when I say simplicity sells. If you can make it simple, people will buy. And so in this kind of lesson or topic that we're going forward, we're going to cover off the pitch, we're going to cover off your opt-in offer, and we're going to cover off the sales tool. And when all three are aligned, it doesn't matter how expensive the product is. It doesn't matter if you've got a product suite or loads of different products. The sales tool needs to stay consistent. The opt-in offer needs to be consistent as well. And the pitch needs to be consistent. The reason we call it the money magnet, by the way, is it used to be like a net. I used to say, okay, what we're going to try and do is we're going to throw out a net into the ocean and drag things towards you. And the reason that doesn't work is because if you've ever gone fishing, even with a line, you'll know that you catch fish, you catch Wellington boots in the UK, you catch shopping trolleys which have been thrown into canals and rivers, you catch a lot of weed and seaweed, and what we actually want is a magnet, something that picks up, something that resonates with it. Your pitch is not designed to impress people. This is the fundamental problem that people get wrong, is it's not designed to impress people, it's designed to get them to impress you. It's designed to get them to go, oh, yeah, that's me. That's what a pitch is for. A pitch is not for you, it's for them to go, yeah, that's me. So we want to sweep our magnet over the hundreds of thousands of people and make sure we're only picking up people who are willing to put their hands up. And then we give them a chance to opt in to just one super hyper basic lead magnet with an opt-in offer. And when you've got that nailed down, sure, you can begin to experiment. But trust me, you're overcomplicating it already. And then finally moving on to the sales tool. And I'm just going to show you how to do all this. The reason I like this module in the way that we've formatted it is if you give this to your team to train them on, they will be able to take this, run with it, set it up, and start booking more sales for you and start booking more calls. So next up, we're going to be looking at pitch. And yeah, this is going to be good for you, I think. All right, so pitch. In fact, let's just jump straight into it. Let me move myself down here. A good pitch asks the customer if they want to buy. A great pitch makes the customer ask if they can buy. The way that that is flipped round is critical. I mentioned earlier with the net, we try and throw the net out or the line. That's basically asking the customer if they want to buy, if they're interested in buying, both for the opt-in offer and for the sale. But a great pitch means they go, oh, actually, can I get a copy of that, please? Could I? Do you mind if I jump into your boat? Rather than you fishing, do you mind if I just come into your boat? I'd love that. This goes throughout the entire process. The opt-in offer, even content like headlines, all the way through to the initial sale and the end close. You want them to go, okay, so what's the next step? Can I have access to this? And that's what a great pitch is. If you ever feel, I don't really like the pressure side of selling or really hard-hitting closing, there's nothing wrong with that. I quite like it, and some customers quite like it, I think, in a way. But a way that for you to be able to have this as a more natural conversation is to open up the opportunity to where the customer goes, yeah, I would really like to join, actually. I'd love this to be a part of our process. I'd love to join you on this. And so I promise you, this is the only lesson with some slides. I just couldn't think of a way to be able to draw this stuff out on the whiteboard. We have 3 types of pitches, and they vary in complexity, length, depth, all of the good stuff. We have pitches for new leads and subscribers. We have pitches for prospects, and we have pitches for customers. Depending on your relationship with them, they might be someone who you've known for a long time, but they are still technically a new lead or a subscriber. You might have only known them for a few days and they become a prospect or a customer. So it's almost irrelevant of the length of the relationship, it's where they are in the buying cycle with you. So on the left-hand side, we have a pitch for a new lead or subscriber. This is essentially when someone says, what is it that you do? What would be the benefit in me getting to know you? Years ago, when I was kind of doing, networking and running a different type of business, one of the kind of things that came up was like, oh, we just want to connect with you, hang out, be friends, chat, see what's going. And my initial reaction is, I've got enough friends. I don't need any more relationships. And you have to understand that your customers and your leads or audience or prospects or whatever already feel that to an extent. So they want to know, what is the immediate benefit to them? Categorically, what is the benefit to them? They don't want to be sold to. I even now get people join me on Facebook who ask me, like they connect with me rather than me reaching out to them. They connect with me and they say, yeah, no, I'm just not looking to buy at the moment. I'm like, all right, that's fine. I'm not looking to sell. For example, when you say to someone, join my list or subscribe to my channel, or when you're asked, what do you do? This is a pitch for a new lead or a subscriber. And all we're trying to do is get people to raise their hands and let you know that they are in your target market. If you've got a room full of 100 people, what you want to do is when we give that initial audience problem and function hook, right, that hook in, they're going to say, yeah, I'd kind of like to know more. That's me. I recognize myself as that person. I want to solve that problem. That's all we're trying to do, is we're trying to get them to put their hand up. If they subscribe to your Facebook page, join your Facebook group, join your LinkedIn group, connect with you on LinkedIn, become a Facebook friend, even join your email list to an extent. These are all people who you've got their contact information. Maybe you can't one-on-one reach out to them. That's why there is a spectrum of subscriber and lead, but they're essentially the same thing. You're just trying to get them to raise their hands. That's all. And then you will follow up with them. A prospect is when you are going to have a discussion with them, one-on-one, either via email or chat or via phone call. Webinar, I would not really put it as a prospect. I would still put that as a lead or a subscriber. But when we then get them on a call and we just have a 10-minute dialogue with them, that's when I would consider it a prospect, personally. This is when you get them on a call or invite them to a strategy session to discuss essentially a sale or a partnership or an offer. We are opening up the conversation towards working together. Even if it's very short, even if it's very low touch, low key, the point of a pitch at this point is not to get them to put their hands up, but to get them to qualify themselves. We want to qualify them onto a call. I have put or a webinar because, again, there's a lot of spectrums here, but if it's a tight webinar and you know who's there and you're able to engage with them, maybe, but you want to qualify them further. That's all you're trying to do with the second type of pitch. Now, the message is actually the same all the way through. The first message is essentially, I'm going to show you how to run a marathon in under 4 hours if you have never run a marathon before, right? Function, audience, and problem there, okay? The pitching for a prospect is, I'm going to show you how to run a marathon in under 4 hours if you've never run a marathon before. But you have to have at least run a 10K. So we begin to qualify them. We give them some characteristics. But you have to have this. But you have to be willing to do this. But you have to be able to afford this. That's when we begin to qualify them. Okay, that's what the pitch contains. But notice how the message stays the same. The function, the audience, and the problem essentially stay the same. And then a pitch for customer is when we're actually working out how we can work together and what we can provide each other. This is where we identify where they are weakest in the business or in their life and demonstrate how you have the method to get them there. So now it's not qualification, it's identifying their weaknesses and showing, hey, well, we have a solution to fix that. So if you want to run a marathon in under 4 hours and you've never run a marathon before, and you fit our 3 criteria, if you have to be able to afford us, you have to have run at least a 10K, and you have to be willing to write down all of your food preparation diaries and change your diet, then great. Tell me, what are you currently doing to train for your marathon? What is your current running speed? What is your current miles per minute or minute per mile? I can't remember now. Go through all of those and they go, oh, we're not doing anything to train. I'm doing a little bit of running here and there. What's your diet like? It's pretty weak. And we're going to go through that. And I'm going to cover all of this in depth in later videos. And we go, fantastic. So instead of running at 10-minute miles, what we physically need to get you down to an 8-minute mile if you want to do this. And we need to be able to sustain that for whatever it is, 26.2 miles. We have a system for that. Called pace setting. Instead of just eating random stuff, what we need you to do is give you a system where you are constantly fueling yourself so that you're not feeling hungry, but also giving you the right stuff. And we have a system for that. It's called, calorie diet or whatever it is. So we can see there that we're just identifying where they're weakest, and then what the opportunity is. We say, this is our solution, and we finish it up with, so would you like some help with that? And they go, yeah, I'd love some help with that. What's the next step? Can you see how we flip that to, rather than saying you need to have a marketing agency or you need to have a funnel, this is where you're weakest in your business, we have a solution that fixes that. Would you like some help with it? So it completely changes it, but the message stays the same. For subscribers and leads, and this is obviously in your workbook, all right? We want to offer to solve a very specific problem or path to a function, which is why your function is so important. As soon as we started saying, I'm going to show you how to sell a marketing funnel for 25 grand, we basically had a best-selling book and a best-selling course on our hands, right? Here's the funny thing. I didn't even change the content of the original copy. The original stuff was the funnel business game plan. Some of you might have known it. And it sold all right, but as soon as I said the one function it does is I'm going to give you the confidence to sell a $25,000 marketing funnel, even if you've never sold something for that high before, and how to justify it to people who say it's too expensive. Because it's so hyper specific, people go, oh yeah, okay, I need that, I want that, hyper specific. i.e., I want to show you how to double your prices, or I have a method for generating 10 high quality leads or artwork commissions every single week, right? Hyper specific. Your YouTube content is going to be the same. Your Facebook content is essentially going to be the same. The hands up post is essentially going to be the same. The 10-minute call you offer is the same. We need to keep that same message over and over and over. And we'll talk about how we're going to do that. You might be thinking, well, won't people get sick of hearing that over and over and over? The short answer is no. First of all, I think that's very sweet that you think that anyone cares about your message enough to go, oh my God, that's all he bloody talks about, bloody generating leads. No one remembers, right? No one remembers what that is. Here's the other thing. There is a reason that Audi puts the same, or any car company, puts the same car advert 4 times in an hour, because the human brain is terrible at remembering things. We think we value novelty. So we think, oh, I have to come up with a new message and a new pitch and a new angle every single time. Incorrect. It's based around the concept of, are you still biting your nails? Right? Are you still biting your nails? You go, no, yeah, I am, but I'm not interested. A week later, are you still biting your nails, Mike? I am, but I'm not interested. After seeing that message 7, 8, 9 times, that's when I start to go, I actually am still biting my nails, and clearly this person is able to help me with that. So that's why it needs to be specific. We need to build that into your audience to the point where they go, they're not a funnel builder, they're not a, I don't know, content creator, they're not a performance marketing agency. What they do is they generate 10 qualified artwork commission leads per week. And we say, have you generated 10 qualified artwork commissions in a week yet? No. Have you doubled your revenue yet? No. Have you doubled your revenue yet? No. Have you doubled your revenue yet? No, I haven't. All right, well, would you like me to help you with that? So we're just going to repeat that specific offer over and over and over in a variety of different ways. The prospects and appointments, what we're going to do is offer to show them how they can do it and get them to put their hand up for a call or for a demo. We're going to qualify them and offer a longer call. So for example, we're going to find out, okay, well, you want to generate 10 highly qualified artwork commission leads per week. How many are you doing right now? How many leads are you generating right now? What kind of artwork do you do? What's your biggest roadblock? How much are you looking to spend on this? What is a lead worth to you? We're qualifying them out. And we ask them at the end, would you like some help with that? It's really, really simple, right? With whatever lead system you're using when they're on a call, and you can even do this via chat, you can do it via WhatsApp, you can do it via email, you can do it via text, you can get other people to do it, your VAs to just do it via text. It can be just a really quick phone call, you can do it via qualification form or a survey. There's loads of ways to do it, but I want you to pick just one. And we go through and we say, you know, basically, can you afford it? Can you afford to implement my advice? Are you the decision maker? What are the needs in your business and what are the suppliers you're working with and what's the time scale? BANTS, B-A-N-T-S, which I'll put some more training content on in a bit. We just qualify them out. And if they can't afford us or if they don't have the right characteristics, then we're not going to work with them. Simple as that. And we say, would you like some help with that? And they go, yeah. You go, great. I'm going to put you on a 45-minute call and we're going to have a conversation. Or great, let me send you over a proposal. For some products under $1,000, you can just send them a proposal sheet or even like a sales sheet, which again, I'll show you an example of. Customers and sales is we qualify them even further and we explore their individual needs and their individual weaknesses and their wants before offering them a solution. So we go, okay, what's your current process? So prospects and appointments is what do you want, right? What is it you want and what are you doing now? And then the customers and sales is what are you trying to do to get there? What are you currently doing to fix this problem? What is your process for generating leads now? How many leads are you at now? How do you sell your artwork? So we want to understand those weaknesses. What's your process for qualifying people? How would you get from 5 leads a week to 10 leads a week? What would happen if you're not in the business and you're away? And they go, oh, I guess I don't know. You go, okay, would you like some help with that? Yes, please. Here's our solution. Bop, 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 bop. Would you like some help with that? Yes, please. Great. It's 25 grand. It's a 7 grand deposit or whatever it is. And we can move you on. Next up is the Optin Offer. There we go, giving you a sneak peek there, where we're going to start getting people to put their hands up. This is a really simple process across all types of content platforms. Don't worry about the content platform, but I will see you on the next video for the Optin Offer. Okay, so the Optin Offer. This is where most people overly complicate things and they start to fracture things. We'll talk about why they do that in a second. If we jump over to the slides here, this is just some text here, and we're actually going to come up with a bunch of ideas in another video. All we're trying to do, remember, in the opt-in stage is get people to put their hand up. Whether they are a subscriber, a lead, they're just in your audience, they're brand new, or they're even a current customer, they've worked with you in the past, they're a prospect. We want people to say, yes, I'm interested, I want to learn more. And so we use these very basic messages to get people to say, yeah, I'm kind of interested in that. And they rely on 2 things, specificity and repetition. You would probably post these maybe once a week via email, via chat, via Facebook groups, LinkedIn, video, content, whatever. Once a week is pretty good. And you're either going to use them to give people a lead magnet or to get them on a call. And here's the interesting thing. The language that you use to give them some content is almost the same language as you are going to use to get them on a call. For example, if you're a funnel builder and you're sick of your revenue being stuck where it is and never making enough sales, then learn how to double your revenue in 90 days. You recognize that? Because it's the pitch for this entire course and coaching program. That's a really simple one. If you're a blank and you're sick of problem, then learn how to function. This is why the audience, problem, and function is so important, and it's so important to be specific as well. If you're an artist and you're sick of never having enough artwork leads and commissions come in, then learn how to generate 10 qualified artwork commissions per week in 90 days. Now, if someone goes, I'm interested in that, we could either get them on a call, invite them into a Facebook group or a LinkedIn group or a private group, or give them some kind of training content. And here's what's interesting. We could put that in a Facebook group as a post and get them to comment and have them call us. We could do a video on it on YouTube where we talk through the problem a little bit and then get them to download a lead magnet. We could send it as an email and say, just hit reply with the word leads if you're interested, and get them to hit reply with the word leads and then have a conversation with them. Here's a few other examples. This is called a 5-1-90 post. I learned this from Taki Moore. Funnel builders, I'm looking to help 5 funnel builders double their revenue in 90 days. Who's interested? Comment below, hit reply, apply below, use the link below to apply or book in a call, download the video, whatever, right? This one works better for calls and getting people on a call. I'm looking to work with 5 artists who want to generate 10 artwork commissions a week, right? I've just released a video on how funnel builders can double their revenue in 90 days. Who would like the link? All right, one of our most popular posts ever. People go, yeah, I want that. All right, great. I have just released a video on how artists can generate 10 highly qualified artwork commission leads a week. Who'd like the link? Yeah, I want the link. Great. Comment below, sign up below, download it, access it, send me an email, whatever. If you're an audience struggling with problem, I have a PDF that shows how to function. If you're a funnel builder struggling with growing your revenue, I have a PDF that shows you how to double your revenue in 90 days. If you're an artist struggling to generate enough leads, I've got a PDF that shows you how to generate more leads every single week, or 10 leads every single week. Can you see how this works, this structure? Here's where most people get confused. we all know we know what an opt-in offer is, we know what a lead magnet is and an opt-in form is, but we tend to fracture them, or we go, should it be an ebook? Should it be a video? Should it be a free course? All of that kind of stuff. It's irrelevant. It literally doesn't matter. What you want to do is focus exclusively on the message. What you want to do is focus on the message and the core problem that it solves, or the function. So, for example, right, we will go to your Facebook friends. In fact, let's do this in black. So we've got your Facebook friends and a Facebook group. If you don't have a group already, I highly recommend setting one up, a private one. They're hard work, but they are an incredible engagement platform. You've got content like a blog or YouTube. You've got your email list. You've got good old LinkedIn. And to prove this works, I'm going to show you can do it with ads, but I don't want you to do ads. I am also not now telling you that you need to do every single one of these. Remember earlier when we said the key is aligning everything? I want you to pick one of these. If you do Facebook, I'll allow you to do both. You will probably have an email list, but I want you to drill deep into the channel rather than trying to spread it across. YouTube is our number one. Remember as well, I have a team of people. You might have a team as well, but I have a team of people that help syndicate content across multiple platforms. And you'll see, if you're observant, that I send the same message to all of these channels at once, right? I don't do anything special for each individual channel. For something like Facebook friends, we could actually, I might even already have this in, yeah, here we go. So we would just create one of those posts that says, you know, if you're a artist sick of never having enough leads, then I've got a video, or learn here how to generate 10 leads a week. And we get people to comment on it. We say, yeah, I'd love that. You go, great. And then whenever they comment, we move them into Facebook Messenger. It's supposed to be a lightning bolt. Exactly the same in the Facebook group. Same post. And we do this about once a week. And then we get people to comment and we move them into the Facebook chat. For content, maybe it's a blog post and we talk about the problem that we're solving. In the title, we say, here's how artists can generate 10 leads a week. And we can even drill down into it. So here's the first 3 things you need to do to generate 10 leads a week if you're an artist. Or if you're a struggling artist, here's the 3 biggest problems you're going to come across. Or here's the 3 biggest mistakes that struggling artists make. Here's the first 5 steps you need to take. Here's the last 4 steps that you need to take as a struggling artist. You can do long form blog posts, you can do short blog posts, doesn't matter. You write the blog content and you say, if you would like our training video or 1-page cheat sheet on how to double your revenue in 90 days or increase the number of leads you generate in 10 days, then download it here. Your email list, you will basically send them the same thing as you have done with the Facebook friends. You'll just ask them to reply. You'll just say hit reply or whatever. LinkedIn, again, post. Video is doing really well on LinkedIn at the moment, but you don't feel you have to do video. You can just write a post, and anyone who comments, we're going to send them a direct message. And then ads, you know, you have the title, you have the image, and then a bunch of text, and essentially you're getting people to sign up, and you can book calls and ads. But the reason I don't like ads, or apps as I've written there, is that I don't think you should be doing advertising until you've picked one of these and it works organically, personally. I don't think ads is a scaling platform, and until you have a methodology of doing it from a Facebook group or from your Facebook friends, it's impossible to do it via ads, all right, personally. And remember, all we're trying to do, I'll do that as a straighter line maybe, here we go, is qualify them, yeah? And we're either going to do this via chat, email, or phone. And again, you can pick one of these. And in the next one, I'm going to show you how to do that, which ones to pick. For example, up to about roughly $2,000 maybe, you probably need to do it via phone. So if you have a high ticket one, you probably need to do some kind of call. You'll probably need to qualify them via call and then move them on. But anything under that, any of your core products, even some recurring revenue products can be sold via chat and email, right? Get on a call, great. Your core product and your low cost product, anything for 1,000 can be done basically via chat, right? We're just here to qualify them. So if someone says on your friends list, like, yeah, I'm interested, we're going to send them a direct message. We can say, hey, awesome. Well, why don't we book in a call? Or we're going to qualify them there and then by asking the right questions. And again, I've got all this coming. It's in a Google Doc. You'll have access to this. And we qualify them with chat. And then maybe we move them onto a sales tool. Okay? Maybe. If they pass muster. Same with Facebook group. For your blog or content, either we're going to wait until they join your Facebook group, because maybe you've got some automation in that says, hey, make sure to join our group, or they're going to join our email list and we wait until they join the email list to be able to respond to them. Or what I like to do is redirect them to a page that says, thank you. We offer a video that says, thank you so much, blah, blah, blah. Why don't we book in some training? In fact, I can do this right now. Hey there, thank you so much for signing up for our free PDF download for artists on how they can generate 10 highly qualified leads per week. Instead of waiting to go through the PDF alone, why don't you book a time with me, a completely free 10-minute call where we will go through that one-page sheet together and find out the top 3 reasons that you're struggling to generate 10 qualified leads together. And I'll also give you a bit of a roadmap on how you can start generating 10 qualified leads for your artistic work and art commissions. Go ahead and click the link here or book in a time that suits you. It's just a quick 10-minute call. No pitch, no close, no clever bullshit or anything like that. I'm just going to talk you through how to find 10 highly qualified artwork commissions every single week. Go ahead and book a time here on this page using our calendar link. I can't wait to have a conversation with you. If not, no worries, we'll leave it to another time. But if you do want to start generating 10 highly qualified artwork commissions per week, then please go ahead and book a time here that works for you. I will see you when we have a conversation. In the meantime, enjoy your PDF. You see how quick that was? It was exactly the same message as it was last time. It's exactly the same as it was over here. It was exactly the same as all these other little pieces here, right? I just said, but the next stage is for you to book a call with us. That's all. This is why I don't understand why people get so overly complicated. I like doing video sales letters. I love using video sales letters for selling like products. It works really well for us. But when we were an agency, I would just constantly say to people, hey, why don't we get on a call? Let's get on a call. And they would go, I don't want to be sold to. Don't worry about it. First of all, I don't know if I want to be able to sell to you, but we'll just point out the top 3 things you're working on. And we just move to qualify them. Okay? There's a lot of ways to do this. As I mentioned, this is not a message where I'm saying now you have to do everything. What I want you to do is just pick one of these. Maybe you just want to bury really deep into your email list, all right? You do want to have some kind of social content, all right? It does work really well, but if you're just yourself at the moment, I just want you to pick one of these and we'll choose another one later. I have got another video, I think, in the community area where I show you how I just generate like lots of leads via Facebook groups all the time for free. Just by adding people as friends and I have a quick conversation with them. It works well, you know, you might have even gone through that process and come out here. So I'll share that in the community area. But this is all I want you to do is just come up with a bunch of these different opt-in messages and we'll share them, right? We'll create a little like library of them. But you just need to remember audience function problem, audience function problem, audience function problem. And we want people to put their hand up and say, yes, I'm interested. Instagram is another good way people do this. I guess some agencies must use Instagram, but it's kind of the same thing, right? It's a Facebook group or it's Instagram. And you just say once a week, roughly once every 7 days, and maybe on the same day as well. And you might be thinking, won't people get sick of it? And they won't. They need to hear the same message over and over and over and over and over and over and over. It's the thing of, are you biting your nails still? Are you still biting your nails? No. Yes, I am. Are you still biting your nails? Yes, I am. Are you still biting your nails? Yes, I am. Are you still biting your nails? Yes. Well, would you like some help with that? Oh yeah, I'd love to jump on a call. All right. This is hopefully beginning to see how we can automate this, because we just have about 20 of these built up in our email list, and we just say wait 7 days, and when someone reaches the end, we just shift them back to the top again. Simple as that. All right, and it just basically says we just try to get people on calls, and it stacks up over time. Even if your email list is 10 people, I want you to email them saying, I'm putting together a group of 5 dentists to show them how we can start generating them highly qualified leads and get them to spend more time in surgery or in practice or whatever it's called. Hit reply with the word dentist, and I'll show you how. Right. Very quickly as well, you already have 2 killer lead magnets. Your model that you talk through, where you have the function and the problem for the audience. You also have 3 problems. You have the 3 solutions, and then 3 steps per solution. Talk through that. There's your training video. 10 minutes long, it'll blow people's minds. And then typically either the last segment of stage 2 or any of the segments from stage 3, choose one of those steps, and that's your PDF that you want to use. Just as a cheat sheet, template, giveaway, whatever. Don't worry about it. So here's how to generate 10 highly qualified artwork commissions a week, and just choose one of those PDFs, and that's the PDF that you want to give away if you feel you want to give away some kind of lead magnet. If not, don't worry about it. Next up, we're going to be talking about the sales tool, so I will see you on that video. All right, sales tools. You have probably been given a billion different ideas on the billion different sales tools. And some people will say webinars are dead. Some people will say video sales letters are dead. Some people will say sales letters are dead. Some people will say chat is dead, or calls are dead, or video sales, or any of that. It's all bullshit. It all works really well. Okay? There's a reason that the biggest businesses in the world have multiple different sales channels, is because they all work really well. The difference, as I have talked about earlier, is the same pitch, the same opt-in offer, and the same sales tool. It needs to be in alignment. Right? It needs to be in alignment. If I want you to take one thing away from 7-figure freedom, it's that alignment is what doubles revenue and gets you to $1 million. Alignment. One problem, one audience, one function, one role, one outcome. One pitch, one opt-in offer, one sales tool. And you might go, well, won't people get bored of it? The only person that matters, their opinion of whether they get bored with a sales tool, is your accountant or your bank manager. No one else matters. All right? You might get sick of it. That's irrelevant. It's only when your bank balance gets sick of it, that's when you need to change it. So let's jump over to the screen here. There's 4 very basic types of sales tools: booking calls, webinars, sales pages and letters, and video sales. You can absolutely sell high ticket items with webinars, but it's a little bit of a struggle and might require you to have a close or a proposal afterwards. But they're still a great sales tool, but we're not going to be focusing too much on them right now. Booking calls is perfect for core products, recurring revenue, and high ticket sales. It can be a little bit difficult to scale without getting other people on board, but it's a very powerful sales method. You don't also need to do it via for your low ticket products. You can just do it via chat, and I'll even give you an example of that later. Sales pages and letters, extremely scalable, super fast. Some of you might have even bought this based on a sales letter. Okay, so what's that? $4,000 roughly on a sales letter, but it works even better with other sales tools. I would argue a proposal is a type of sales letter. Combining a proposal with booking a call or a video sales, c'est magnifique. And video sales is a really good blend between a live call and a sales letter. It's very scalable, but again, selling something around 25 grand might be difficult without a proposal as well. So what we're going to do is we are going to book calls. That can be just regular old-fashioned telephone calls, if you remember them, or it could be Zoom calls or Riverside or whatever you use. So for your core, recurring, and high-ticket sales, this is the plan that you're going to be following. You are going to get people to opt in. That's it. You're going to offer them either the training video that you've done with your process or the PDF, the one-page PDF part of the step. And anyone who comes in, puts their hand up on a social post, puts their hand up in a group, emails you back saying, yeah, that sounds interesting, or opts in via some kind of content, you are going to offer them the chance to jump on a call. So you're either going to qualify them via chat or via email or via a form and get them on a call. And I have got that form coming up for you in Velvet Rope. You want to qualify them, run through another really quick 10-minute call. So we get the opt-in, they come in via chat or via a form. We send them a calendar link and they book in. And we run a really quick 10-minute call just to triage them. I've got a script for you to follow. If you find that these calls, they go, yeah, do you know, I was really just kind of asking, do you build landing pages as well? You go, that's a really great call, but I just have to keep to time for right now. So your top 3 problems are ... Just get past it, move past it, and say to them, I will answer all of your questions later. If they are suitable and you think, yeah, I think this person's got the budget, they've got the right needs, they're looking to do it soon enough, I can work with them, I like working with them, they can afford me, and they're the decision maker, yeah, let's jump on a 45-minute call as a strategy call and sell them something. So we book a 45-minute strategy call and we sell or pitch to them, okay? This might be where you do discovery on them and then you do a video proposal later, as in you pitch it to them live. Don't overcomplicate it though. The proposal means they've bought. If they're willing to see a proposal, it means they're willing to buy, okay? So that's your sales process. The sales tool is going to be calls, booking calls. I keep doing that. It's more like this now, you know? So we're going to have conversations with people. On average, I would say that for every one person who buys 7-Figure Freedom, we have about 7 to 10 calls. So 1 out of 10 people make it, basically, because a lot of people don't cut the mustard, frankly. Your conversion rate might be completely different, but we need to start qualifying people out, and it needs to be 10 minutes and 45 minutes. We have sold hundreds of thousands of pounds size contracts with a 45-minute conversation and a proposal. We've then done a secondary proposal. Also, if you're following Apex campaigns, the 45-minute strategy session is a really good way to sell the growth session or an audit session, which allows you to upscale into those other areas, okay? If you are selling low cost or low price cores, anything 2,000, I put 1,000 here, but 2,000, 1,000 under, $100 maybe, get their opt-in, okay? Say, hey, would you like this free PDF on how to double your sales within 10 days, qualify them, ask the questions as you would usually, and then offer them and sell them via chat. So use the same methodology that you would in a sales call, essentially, and qualify them via email or chat. You could jump on a call with them for a lower ticket item. You don't need to, though. You can just have a conversation with them and say, hey, here's a video sales letter, or I give people a PDF now. I don't even write a sales page anymore. I just give them the PDF and I say, here's how we can solve this problem. But we do have a conversation with them in the chat. Anything around $1,000 or less works beautifully with this. So the funny thing is if you qualify them and you think, actually, this person probably isn't suitable for the full high ticket program, but there's no reason why they wouldn't buy our $1,000 or $50 product, say, hey, we have actually got this product, why don't you go ahead and buy it, okay? That's as complicated as it gets. Next up, we're going to go through the Velvet Rope. And the Velvet Rope is on getting an opt-in, qualifying them, and then selling them via a strategy call. So this is the script on running people through that sales process. That's what we're going to be talking about later. It's my favorite part of the process. It's where the rubber really starts to hit the road. And you would be able to use this today. You would be able to literally send out a couple of opt-in or hands-up posts, get people booked on calls, and start qualifying them today if you hurried onto it. So I will see you in that video. Epic work, guys. Hey team, how are we doing? So I've had a couple of questions come in about lead magnets, how we follow up with them, how do you send the information to them, and I basically want to outline in this video all the different ways that we give lead magnets to people, how we automate a lot of that, how we don't automate some of it, and what the process is for making sure that someone gets the lead magnet, and a few other little hacks that we've got as well. It's worth pointing out at this stage that there is no one way to do this. This is the way that I do it. It is cobbled together after years of practice and learning, but I'm learning new things all the time. The problem is that there are so many different ways of doing things that it can seem like there's always another good way of doing it, where in actual fact, most of them are the same. So the way that I'm going to split this out is the different ways that we can get leads. So the first way is that we have some kind of squeeze page. I'll make this slightly thinner. And that's where you have basically a landing page with an opt-in form and some boxes or whatever. That is basically the same as, is it this one? I don't even know. Hold on. This here, right? Like this, right? Like a squeeze page, and it's got an opt-in. Could be a webinar, could be a PDF, doesn't really matter, right? The second way is that you have a chat conversation with someone and they've said, yeah, I would like to get this PDF, right? That's like we have a 2-step post on Facebook or LinkedIn and we say, hey, we're going to show you how to do this. Comment if you'd be interested, and we have people commenting. And then the way that I like to do it is send them a little message saying, hey, I got your comment. You're interested in my PDF to do with, or you're interested in my methodology for doing whatever, right? There's also opt-in forms, which kind of fall under the same category as the squeeze page. You might have a blog post with an opt-in form at the bottom, you know? That's basically the same thing. Now, there's a few ways you can go about this. The squeeze page is relatively simple. What I do is I actually redirect them to a thank you page. And there I will try to get them on a call to book a call. I literally cannot find any examples, of course. It redirects them to a calendar to book a call, right? And I'll show you some examples later. They are also, their email address is added to our email list like this, and I will send them an email with a delay of about 10 minutes, sending them a link in the email to a page. And on that page has the PDF, it has the resource, maybe it's got a video as well, and again it's got another booking form. Okay, so I'm just constantly trying to generate leads. They will also be added to another list where I send them the 54 email Ninja Nurture sequence, which I believe is 227 email sequences, which you have inside GrowthWorks. And that will send them, in my case, one a day over 54 days to try and get them on a call. This basically redirects them to, essentially, it's not the thank you page, but it's very similar to the thank you page where it has a video and a call booking and this kind of stuff, right? With the chat, you've got a few different ways you can do this. Either in the chat, after you give them a little bit of qualification, like I just want to check, is this the right thing for you? You know, do you run an agency? That's what we ask. You might say, are you looking to turn into an independent consultant? You're a healthcare professional service provider, is that right? And say, yeah. You can sometimes send them the link to the squeeze page. I quite like this approach because it will capture their email address at the same time. Or you can actually give them just straight up the link to the training. That's fine, but I would always rather try and catch their email address. What I like to do after this point is I like to pre-qualify them. And then if they pass, send it to them. And if they don't pass, finish the conversation, but then continue to qualify them. And that's when I'll offer a very simple pitch like, I'm not sure if this is useful, but we help agency owners double their revenue in 90 days. Would that be worth a conversation? And say, yeah, okay, interesting. okay, well, what's your revenue at the moment? And that's where I continue to qualify them, and I will basically try to get them to book a call there and then. There's a few more bits and pieces, like some other automations and stuff. This is the actual automation we use. So they opt in to a page or a form. We remove a bunch of tags and we add some tags. Nothing to worry about too much about that. We then send them an email saying, hey there, Chris. I just want to say thank you for trusting in myself and sell your service. I also want to remind you, giving you a pat on the back for doing something cool. So without further ado, here's your download. This will then be a link to, I mentioned, that page. Now this one will probably be an old one. Yeah, so this is an old one, really old in fact. So we need to update this, but basically it has the PDF here. A better version of this is this download page where they can get it. I even ask for their phone number. I then say, would you like to book a call with me? I give them some more qualification questions and they can book a call. And the actual download here says click to download your cheat sheet, and then this is to offer them a call as well. Now a lot of this needs work, obviously. It's working pretty well at the moment. We're booking a couple of calls a week just on automation, and it turns out we weren't even sending it to everyone, so it's working quite well. There's a lot we can do about that, but that's the basic flow and structure. I hope that makes sense. I hope that helps. I know it was a kind of crash course, but hopefully that's given you a little few things to work on there. Cheers, guys.
Hey guys, so welcome to the Velvet Rope. Let's get into it in a bit. First of all, if I move myself down into the corner here, Velvet Rope is very simple, right? Anyone who has been to a club knows that at the entrance, they have a big, thick velvet rope. And the big burly bouncer either lets you in or doesn't, depending on whether you fit the criteria, right? We are going to ask people to put their hands up. Okay, so they're going to go, yeah, I'm interested in that, right? Let's see if I can draw a hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go, perfect. Right, that was 3 years at university not wasted. Go, yeah, I'm interested, right? Through the natural selection process, that will naturally narrow it down anyway because people will drop out. And we put them through to some kind of qualification. This is on 2 sides, by the way. So we qualify them via some kind of chat, email, maybe it's a form. And if they pass that, then we qualify them again. Okay? With a call. Here's the problem. When you jump on a call, and I know that when you jumped on a call with me, it was the same thing. You, as the customer, or the customer, is looking for free information, and that's fine, right? In fact, you might have jumped on the call knowing, I know Mike's going to pitch to me and qualify for me, because you kind of understand behind the scenes a little bit. But for your customers, they might not know this, they just want to try and get on a call. You basically want to sell something to them. In an ideal world, you would pick up the phone, they would go, hi, this is Brian. You go, hey, Brian, do you want to buy? They go, yeah, you go, brilliant, right? That's it. But they're on one end of the spectrum, you're on the other. You need to slowly move them over towards where they are willing to be sold to, and you need to give just enough away. Just enough away is questions, not answers. Answers come after they have given you money, right? You will give them clarity and insight. If you run a 10-minute qualifying call well, they will begin to go, huh, that's actually kind of interesting. I hadn't thought of it like that. You will give people clarity by asking them the right questions. So we qualify them with some kind of email or chat, and if that works out, we go, great, here's a link to book a call, and they book a call, okay? If they pass that, we will let them through to a 45-minute strategy. Now, do me a favor, don't call it a strategy call. It is a sales call. Definitely don't call it a sales call. Call it something related to your function. Double your revenue call, lead generation call, lead plan call, something like that, right? Something to do with your function or your problem.
on that 45-minute call, let's say you have 10 people jump on a call and only 2 of them get through, all right? All you're going to do is expose their weaknesses, ask them what they're doing, tell them how to solve it, and make an offer. And the offer will either be to buy there and then, and I will show you how to close, or which could be anything around 5 grand ish. Yeah. So audits, deep dives, initial products, core offers work really well. You could probably get them on a recurring revenue plan. If you say, look, it's $500 a month or whatever, you could probably do that. Or we're going to offer them a proposal. All right. Because you should have done enough discovery during the 45-minute call. 45 minutes is more than enough to write a proposal for a 25 grand project. They are still going to want information, right? They're still going to want information. They're still going to want free. And you are going to have to stick to the plan. And they're going to ask questions. And I'm going to show you a few ways to get around that. But this is why we call it the velvet rope. So the first part is we're going to be looking at qualification, form, call, and script. The next part is the strategy call. And then after that, I'm going to talk to you about how to close on the sale or how to get them to, if they're interested in seeing a proposal. And then we'll probably do some further training on how to run a proposal call live, or I might have some already that I'll drop in. So yeah, I will see you on the next one, which is qualification. All right, baby, let's talk about qualification. This is easily the biggest thing that you can start doing in your business. I know it sounds counterintuitive that actually qualifying people and working with fewer people leads to higher revenue, but it does. I can't understand why. I'm happy for someone smarter than me to explain it, but it does. And as soon as we started qualifying people further and better, we started working with better clients and we started getting more revenue and sales. So if we jump over to the screen, let's say you've put the opt-in message out. Okay, you've sent your email. This is why this is so perfect as well, because you could create 4 emails and just send them once a week and just put them at the top again. And the message doesn't have to change that much. All right, you can use the 4 examples we gave you. And as soon as someone either puts their hand up via the email or puts their hand up in a group, here's what you're going to do. You're going to literally message them on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever it is and say, hey there. Use their name, use their message if you don't know their name or like their audience name or whatever. And really quickly via the chat, what you're going to do is qualify them. Now, I've actually got this in a bit more detail on a Google Doc, which I'll share with you in a second. So this is if they send you an email, it's kind of similar to what I've just shown you, or if they put their hand up via a Facebook post or a text post or whatever. Say, hey, I saw your comment on my post about doubling your revenue, or I saw your comment on my post about the free 10-minute call, or thanks for replying about the call, or thanks for asking for the function video, the lead magnet video, whatever. I just want to say to them then, what kind of business are you in? What kind of funnels do you build? What kind of dentist practice are you? What kind of artist are you? What kind of people do you coach? They say, oh, well, we coach sports athletes mainly. I go, awesome, all right. And so where are you now with lead generation? How many leads do you generate per month? We want to find out where they are today. And this is really important, because if they go, oh, we don't generate any leads, that's either a huge red flag or a huge opportunity for you, depending on what your qualifiers are. And then I'll combine the function with the problem. So I'll say, if the post was about how to generate 10 leads a week, I'll say, what type of business do you run? How many leads do you generate now? And they say 5. And then I'll confirm it and say, so you want to double that to 10? Or so you want to get that up to 10 leads a week? And they go, yeah, basically, awesome. What do you think you need help with the most right now? And they'll say, oh, our lead generation sucks. Or again, that's kind of what's your biggest problem right now? I go, yeah, that's pretty common. We've got a lot of experience with that. Typically, you only send one of these, or one of these, or one of these. If they're bunched together like this, it means take your pick. I say, yeah, I hear that a lot. That's pretty common. Is this a later thing or a sooner thing? How quickly do you want to solve this problem? I go, I need to solve it pretty soon. I go, great. Would you like some help? Yeah, I'd love some. Awesome. Well, here's what I'm thinking. Let's jump on a really quick 10-minute call. We can have a quick brainstorming session, no sales, and just see what needs working on to double your revenue or to generate your function. Are you up for that? They go, that sounds awesome. I go, great, here's the link. Let me know when you've booked a time and I'll leave the chat open. And I want to try and book a time with them there and then while they're hot to trot, right? When they're inside. And they go, yeah, that sounds brilliant. I go, great, I'll see you on the call. Here's how I want to run it. You could even do this as a video, I think. I think you could probably even do this as a video. This works via chat, it works via email. I don't like to jump on a call too quickly. I still like to qualify them for a variety of reasons. We often get people saying, like one of the questions, and I'll talk about the booking form in a second, or the questions I ask is, do you have the financial resources to invest in this function? And people will go, no, I don't. And I'm like, okay. Why do you want to have a conversation with me? You must know that I'm just going to try and sell you something. So I pretty immediately disqualify them. For the form, I like to have a form on the calendar link. In fact, we can even see it here. Oh. So I go, great, let's book a time. I go, yeah, I want to book in here, 11:45, select time, great. And then I'm going to go through this, and you can see I've got a bunch of questions that I like to ask them, because I like to know who I'm having a conversation with. And so the questions you want to ask are these basic ones here. First of all, do you currently have a reliable method for achieving function, for generating 10 leads a week? And again, you could ask this. You could just ask this via chat or via email and then just give them a direct calendar link if they manage to get through it. But a really simple way is to just have these ready on the call, right? What is your current function level? And then I like to give 3 options. Beginner, medium, intermediate, and expert. Low, medium, high. Silver, gold, platinum. I'd say if you want to double your revenue, what's your current revenue level? And so earning under 10K, between 10 and 50, or over 50K a month. Brilliant. Where do you want your revenue to be in 90 days, 30 days? Ideally part of your function. And that's just an open text box. So they'll just type that in as an answer. What do you believe is the one obstacle preventing you from reaching your goals? And they'll say, I just don't know, I haven't got a plan. This will be a really key sales piece for you. Another one is, why me? Why are you looking to have a conversation with me? Why are you looking to get on a call with me right now? They'll say, because I like your content and I think you seem to know what you're doing. If we agreed that this was a great fit for everyone, when would you be looking to start? Or would you be looking to start immediately, sorry? And they say yes, no, depends on the call. Again, I actually only really want to work with people who say yes. Depends on the call, might change. But that's the most important out of all of them, to be honest. Budget is important, but you need to make sure they want to do this right now. And then what best describes your financial situation towards function? I have the financial resources to invest, I could get access, or I don't have any financial resources available. This will immediately start to qualify people out. And if you get these answers come in and you think, oh, I do not want to have a conversation with this person, just email them, say, I'm really sorry, we're double booked, I'm not going to be able to get around to having a conversation with you. I'll let you know when our calendar opens up again, okay? Because I don't want to have a conversation with someone who says I don't have any financial resources available, or yeah, it's not really a priority, I'm not really looking to do this right now. Okay, well, why the hell would I want to have a conversation with you? Qualify people out. So that's the call booking form. Assuming they get through that, we then want to have this qualification call with people. As I mentioned, most people will join the call thinking that they can get some free information. We want to join the call knowing that we want to qualify them. We're not going to sell them. We're just going to see if they're suitable for a next call. So the pressure's off, right? The first thing we're going to do is set the pace and the tone. Say, it's going to be pretty quick. We've got 10 minutes. That's it. If they go, well, I've actually got loads of questions. Great. I'm glad you got loads of questions. We'll get around to that. I just want to make sure I ask all the questions so I can give you the best answers possible. We qualify for them and we uncover. We qualify all of their problems, situations, what it is they're actually trying to look to fix, and seeing if we can help them. We repeat them back, and then we either reject them or accept them. This is an audition process. This is how you got to think of it. They are auditioning to work with you. You've got the solution. They've been banging their heads going, I wish I knew how to fix this, or I wish I knew how to do this. You've got the solution. You're the judge sat in the chair. You're asking to see if they are capable of working with you. So we set the pace and the tone. Hey Mike, it's Mike from Sell Your Service here. How are you doing? And they go, yeah, I'm really, really good. Excellent. I've got a note in my calendar here that we've got a call for 10 minutes. Is that right? I go, yeah, awesome. And I'll repeat it because I don't want people taking up my time. Great. I've got about 10 minutes and I have another call straight after, so we'll need to keep to time. Is that okay? And I'll go, sure. Around this point, you're going to be like, all I've done is ask them if they're okay with the time. Don't worry about that. They are nervous on the call, right? They're worried. They're like, oh my God, I'm going to be pitched to and sold to. So they're not really paying attention. We just need to drill it in that this is going to be super, super quick. You go, awesome. Big deep breath. My job today is really simple. All right? I just want to ask you a bunch of questions to work out if and how I can help you. If I feel like I can't help you, I'll let you know politely and I'll do my best to point you in the right direction. If I feel like I can help you, we'll book in another time to talk about it. Is that okay? And they go, yeah, awesome. I go, great, let's get started. Why is this a now problem? Why are you on the call today? And we basically mark off these things. We mark them off. And they say, this is a now problem because I'm sick of banging my head against the wall. And they'll want to give you a bit of context. This is when the people go, oh my God, I have to tell them the past 15 years of my business. And so they get the full, and I go, okay, I appreciate the context. Most people do keep to this, but if you find that they go off on a bit of a tangent, all you have to do is go, I really appreciate the context, but why is this important today? And they'll go, oh, because we've been trying for so long. Great, that's all I need to know. That's awesome. Right? Why did you want to book a call with me today specifically? What are you hoping that I would bring? And they'll go, well, because I think you're fantastic at what you do and I really like how you run your business. Okay, great. What else have you tried in the past to double your revenue, generate 10 leads? And they go, well, I've tried other courses and coaches. And go, okay, yep, awesome. Anyone I know? I go, oh, blah, blah, this person. I go, all right, awesome, interesting. So tell me, what's broken in the business then? What doesn't work? And that's when they can start to get a few more things out. They can say, well, I think our lead generation process is broken. I'm not doing a huge amount of work. I don't have enough leads. I don't have enough clients. And they'll just tell you all the things that suck about their business, basically. Even if you're running a £15 million a year business or a £40 million a year business, there are going to be things that are broken which you don't like. You go, great, anything else? And then I'll give you more. And then when they reach that, you go, anything else? They go, then give you more. You go, all right, excellent. And so where do you want to be? And they'll go, I want to be generating 15 grand a year, 15 grand a year, 15 grand a week, 15 grand a month, 100 grand a month, whatever. Okay, anything else? So notice how we're just saying, great, anything else? So what are their problems? Great, anything else? Problems. Great, anything else? Problems. Great, anything else? Goals. Great, anything else? Goals. Great, anything else? Goals. Great, anything else? I don't think so. Okie dokie, awesome. So tell me, what is your current situation when it comes to lead generation? And ideally, you want to get a list of around 3 to 5 core metrics. The things that matter to your function, your problem. Lead, sales, stress, confidence, people approached, whatever it might be. You just want to get leads. And they're going to go, and I was wondering actually, do you know if I should do squeeze pages or not? You go, that's a really good question, and I'll get around to asking that. And then just go straight into the next question, right? Is this a later thing or a sooner thing? Do you want to solve this today? Or on a scale of meh to right now, how badly do you want to solve this problem? And they'll go, yeah, pretty badly actually. I need to fix this right now. Okay, great. Have you got the financial resources to invest in doubling your revenue to 15K a month? And I'll say, yeah, I think so. And you're going to want to say to them, what kind of a budget are you looking to invest? And they'll go, I really hadn't thought about that too much. I was kind of hoping you would give me a bit of an answer about that. I'm not entirely sure about where it is I want to go with this. And you're going to say, okay. And they'll go, well, I was hoping you could tell me, really. Notice the pause there. Okay. We probably got about 20 grand. We probably got 5 grand, a grand. Great, whatever, fine, awesome. And are you the person that I need to talk to? You're the only person in the business I need to talk to? Yeah, excellent. So it sounds like you want to get to 15K a month, 100 grand a year, 100 grand a month, whatever it is, but you feel like you haven't got a decent lead generation process. So the obstacle is the biggest thing that's broken in the business. You've got problem and it's costing you this. So what needs fixing? You've got problem. You've got a lack of lead flow into the business and it's costing you 150 grand a year. It's costing them the goal. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. And you don't have desired thing. You don't have a better lead generation process. You don't have higher salaries for your staff. And that's hurting you because, again, repeat back to them whatever it is that they were talking about. You know, this will all come out, right? I go, have I understood your situation? We're just repeating back to them. And at the very basic level, you just repeat back to them their problems. Say, okay, so you feel like your lead generation process sucks, which means that you're not able to get to 10 leads a week. Yeah. You feel like your sales process is broken because you're not able to do 100 grand a month. I go, yeah. And because you're not able to get to 100 grand a month, you're not able to do the bigger goal, have the bigger business. And at some point that will come out. Right? They go, yeah, that sounds about it. Go, awesome. And this is where you decide you're either going to put them on to a 45-minute call or reject them. If they haven't got the budget that you're looking for this particular project, you go, okay, I mentioned I could let you know if I can't. I don't think this is the right service for you. I think it would be doing a disservice to sell it to you. However, I can recommend that we have another product or whatever. Or you could just go straight into the other product. You could say, look, I don't think we've got the right service for you. However, we do have a self-learning module, which allows you to go through this. It's a much lower investment, self-paced. And if that works, by all means, come back to us. This is where you want to decide, do you want to try and get them on a proposal or try and sell them a paid strategy session or an audit? If you're going to try and selling them an audit or a call, just jump straight into it. You go, great, the next step for us to book another time about how we could reach your goal, eliminate your problem. It's a 45-minute call. That's not the paid one, that's the strategy one that we want to get them on. It's basically booking them in for a pitch. But you need to know on the pitch, are you going to be trying to sell them the full high ticket program, in which case we'll need a proposal, or are you just going to try and sell them a lower price product? Reject them or help them. 10 minutes in and out, and we'll probably do some role play for this in the live calls. This is critical to start doing, and again, you could start doing this today if you get people to start putting their hands up. And we've even got some examples floating around if you ask me of live calls that I've run that you can check out. That is the qualification call. The next video I want to run through is the longer strategy call, the 45-minute strategy call. And then we'll talk about some closes. And then after that, I'm going to talk you through the actual campaign crushes and running these campaigns. So yeah, we're coming up to the end here and we're running through it. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, so we are now at the point where we're going to make some money. What I like to do is get people on a 45-minute strategy call. Now, the truth is the strategy call is a sales call, and we're going to run through that now. In fact, if I move myself down to the bottom corner, here's what we're going to do, right? As I've mentioned before, the customer wants something for free. They want free information. You want to sell them something. And there's kind of a spectrum going across. Our job is to move them enough over to whereby we give them things to say, yep, well, let's keep asking questions. Let's keep asking questions and questions and questions. And eventually they'll move further over. What tends to go wrong is, this is a horrible term. We need to think of a better one. I don't like it. It's called the friend zone. The reason I don't like it is because I think it has connotations that people, especially men, can't be friends with women. What this really means is that if you're on a call with someone and you think that just by giving them information, and people twist this as to say, well, I'll just keep giving them value. I just give enough value and eventually they'll work with me, right? Eventually they'll buy from me. And it's just not the case. It just doesn't happen. If you give too much value away, they'll think, well, why would I need to continue working with you because I already get the information that I need? And this is of all branches of business, right? Everyone wants this. So instead, we need to keep asking questions, and every question we ask brings them closer and closer and closer over the threshold to the point where we can start selling them, because they are now the ones asking questions. And what we do on this 45-minute call, do a few things. First of all, we get them to sell to themselves. And we do that by asking them the right questions, basically, uncovering their weaknesses. We increase our authority and trust. The reason that happens is because we're asking the right questions and we're exposing things about their business. And number 3 is we close and make a sale. All right, maybe that's number 1. Maybe that's the most important piece, right? Let's jump into the doc. Here we go. And it's split into 6 sections. Don't worry, it's about a page a section, and this is the entire script, basically, for you to use. We start with the agenda, the tone, and the pace. We uncover areas of weakness. We diagnose problems. We give them a prescription. We allow them to apply, and then we give them an invitation. Okay? Number 1, agenda, tone, and pace. Hey, Mike, I'm really glad you could make the call. Whereabouts are you based? All we're doing here is we are building rapport, and we are building rapport genuinely rather than trying to fake it. I like to sometimes, when I jump on the call, I go, awesome, here's what we're going to do. Join me. Take a big deep breath and exhale. There we go. This is not a sales call. This is not a pitch. I always find when I jump on these calls, I'm like, oh, I can't be bothered to do the hard sell right now, or as in I can't be sold to right now. Don't worry about that. Let's just chill out. I just want to ensure that we're clear on what we're going to be covering and the goal of this call. Here's where people will become more relaxed, is if you tell them where we go is totally up to you. Basically, look, this is your call. Where we go is completely up to you. I've got a framework of things that I think we could go through to help uncover things within the business that will help you. But if you want to go down a rabbit hole, let's go down a rabbit hole. It's your call, you're totally in control. How does that sound? And they go, yeah, that sounds great. Awesome. To ensure we leave this call with clarity, here's a few basic things I want to cover. First of all, the first goal is to identify the steps that you should be taking to double your revenue, increase your confidence, approach 15 customers or whatever. The second is decide if we can help you get there faster. Does that make sense? They'll go, yeah. Okay, great. I know we only had a conversation a little while back. I know we have a conversation here, but why have you decided to take this call? And this is where you really want to sit back. And if you're doing it on Zoom, you can even visibly sit back from the camera and just appear like you're listening. This will get them to immediately open up, right? Why did you book a call? Well, because these are all my problems. These are my goals. These are my frustrations. These are the things I'm worried about. This is what I'm sick of. This is what I want to work on more. This is why I like you or like your content or whatever. Like, great, that's awesome. And we want to repeat something as quickly as possible, typically around the function. And I understand that you're currently looking to double your revenue. Is that right? I understand you're currently looking to function. I understand you're currently looking to solve problem. I understand you're currently looking to book 10 clients a week. Is that right? They go, yeah, that's correct. All right, excellent. Immediately, we've set the frame, we've set the tone, we've set the goal of the call. That's taken about 2 minutes to get through. And now, here's where we get clever. You'll need to do a bit of work here. We just go, okay, look, I want to ask a little bit more about your business and your processes. So I've got a few questions. And all we do is we ask, what are you currently doing to get this result or benefit? So you remember earlier when we looked at our steps during our escape plan, we had a step number and then we had a benefit. So we had whatever the step was, and then we had an individual benefit to that step, the result that it gets essentially. And let's say the benefit is clarity on niche. Maybe you've got that in your business, I don't know. And you call the step 1 niche. You're going to ask, tell me what you're currently doing to get clarity on your niche. And they'll tell you, and they'll say, you know, we've got a lot of customers working with us for a lot of projects, but we don't really have a defined niche like that. I suppose we do market research, blah, blah, blah. And they go, okay, great. Then we move on to step number 2, the benefit from step number 2. What are you trying to do to generate sales and automation? You know, we've got a CRM system. All we're doing, and now you're going to use these questions, Tell me what you're doing to currently whatever. Do you have a strategy in place to ... When it comes to uncovering the right niche for your business, how are you fixing that or solving it? They are now telling you where they're weakest in the business. They'll also tell you where they're strong. And what I like about this is that if you ask someone, do you have a clear way to increase your sales? Right? Sales numbers, or you can want to be more specific. Do you have a clear way of increasing the average spend per customer? And they'll say, yeah, we've got a really good process for increasing our average spend per customer. We email them twice a day. And you're now able to think, right, emailing them twice a day, that's probably not the best thing to do. Maybe it is, I don't know, compared to your system. You're then going to run through all of these and they're going to tell you exactly what they're doing. And basically at some point we're going to repeat this back and you say, okay, so in order to increase your average spend per customer, what you're doing is emailing them twice a day. What we tend to recommend is 1 email a day plus a text message or whatever it is. So we're just giving them an alternative option. We literally lay it out for that. But right now we're just going to ask them. I also like to ask about the core function and the core problem as well. So what are you doing to currently try and double sales right now? I go, nothing. I haven't got a plan. It's just all luck. I go, great. What are you doing to try and discover more sales for the business? I go, well, we've tried ads, whatever. Now we can repeat this back just here. So as you may know, 7-Figure Freedom, your product name, influencer revenue, is designed to help YouTubers move away from advertising revenue on YouTube and help them sell products to an audience. We help you solve, and then stage 1 problem, stage 2 problem, stage 3 problem. We help you overcome sales friction, sales difficulty, the sales ceiling, and uncovering time within the business, giving you more time within the business. I think we've already identified a few of those areas we can address and things that you can fix in order to double your revenue, whatever the function is. Would you like me to go over those now? And they go, yeah, definitely. That's what I want. This is when you'll see them reach for like a notepad or something. You go, okay, great. On a scale of meh to right now, how committed are you to doubling your revenue? How committed are you to generating more leads? This is one of the most important questions actually on the whole process, and you need to make sure that you don't skip it, because if they tell you, yeah, it's not that important, then you basically need to uncover why, and they're probably not going to buy from you anytime soon. Here's what I like to do. I like to take each step. Now you can probably type these in and then just print these off, and I use this as a worksheet. I physically write these in, and I'll say the benefit is getting clear on their niche and having a plan to get down to $1 million. Their solution, they kind of have a marketing plan, but they're doing everything. That, while it's not a good solution, it's their current solution. And we want to write these in because we're going to be repeating them back to them and exposing just how much they need us within their business. So I've said to them, would you like me to go over those? They go, yeah. I go, awesome. So tell me what your function metric is. Now, immediately we're going back into questions. All right. Immediately we go, don't talk around this. Go, okay, fantastic. So what is your current function metric? And again, we've got this as a little worksheet for you to go through here. You can just go through this with them. The function metric is essentially whatever you've told them you can get them. So if I can help you double your revenue, I want to know what your current revenue is. If I can help you generate 10 leads, I want to know how many leads you're generating right now. Okay? That's their function metric. And where would you like to see your function metric? Where would you like to see your leads in 30 days, 90 days, 12 months? And that's their function metric goal. They said, we'd like to be at 15 leads a day. Awesome. What is your main reason or motivation for wanting to get to 15 leads a day? Well, we feel that our current sales process converts very, very well, but we don't have enough leads to be able to carry it through. Okay, awesome. So you want to basically increase your sales, yeah. You can dig into this a little bit more. You can say, okay, why else? And they'll say, well, because we want to increase the number of sales that we make per customer. Okay, great, what else? Well, because we want to increase the number of sales per sales agent. Okay, why is all this important? I'm going to say, well, because ultimately we're looking to scale the business and sell, right? That's their impact. How long have you been trying to solve this problem? Even if they've said, oh, I've only been going 18 months, we've been going 18 years, I don't care. You ask them and they say, about 18 months, 2 years, a year, a month. We've only just started looking at it, 30 days, doesn't matter. That's their struggle time. what have you tried in the past to solve this problem? Have you tried courses, hiring, tools, coaches, etc.? And they'll say, yeah, we've tried a bunch of coaches, we've tried a bunch of consultants, we've had a few courses, we've had a few hires as well. These are their mistakes. I want you to write all of those down. And here's the killer question. Okay, why haven't those things worked out? Well, the consultants just came in and told us to fire everyone. We had a web agency before and they weren't particularly good. They took ages to get any work done. We just used to have an in-house graphic designer, but she left. So those are their regrets, right? Don't get too hung up on the immediate lexicon, but those are their regrets, and we're going to repeat these back to them. What do you feel is holding you back? What's the main reason that you're not able to get to 15 leads a week? They'll say, because, I just don't think we have the right focus or an ad platform. Awesome, that's the roadblock. Now, this may be a tough question, but why not stay where you are? I sometimes like to just leave it like that. If they aren't entirely sure, they go, what do you mean? I say, well, is this affecting your personal life, your relationships, your schedules, your finances, etc.? And they'll go, oh, right. And most people are quite cagey around this bit. They go, no, not really, And you want to stay quiet. They'll go, I want to feel like a success, and you have to be a bit of a therapist. Right? You go, okay, talk to me about that. I say, well, I'm kind of sick of seeing everyone else skyrocket their business without me, and I'm getting a bit bored of that. Okay, great. So you want to feel like a success and you're sick of people skyrocketing past you. Great, awesome. So you want to get to 15 leads a day, 15 leads a week, and you're currently at 5 a week. And if you don't get there, then your competition are going to continue skyrocketing past you. Is that right? Yeah. Right. And you want to get to 15 leads a day because you want to generate more sales for your sales agents. Have I understood that? Yeah. And you've been trying to get to 15 leads a day for 18 months now, and you've tried hiring people in the past, taking courses, coaching or whatever, and it hasn't worked out because they've left you or they haven't got great results or they've looked in the wrong area. Is that right? Yeah, all right, that sounds pretty tough. And you want to reach the point where your sales agents and customers are making more sales rather than having to deal with your competition skyrocketing past you. But because you haven't got an ad platform or a lead generation platform, that's prevented you from getting there. Yeah? They go, yeah, I guess so. Awesome. If you were 100% confident that you had the right plan and the right support to reach your goal of 15 leads a day in X days, how much would you be willing to invest? And that's a difficult question, and you're going to overthink it, and you're going to go, oh, it sounds a bit like I'm squeezing it in. Trust me, you're not. This is a perfectly normal conversation. We have identified their gap here. 100% confident you had the right plan and support to reach this goal, right? How much would you invest? To get to 15 leads a day, how much would you invest? They'd say, maybe 20 grand, maybe 5 grand, maybe £100, maybe 100 grand. If you can find out how much a lead is worth or what the cost of their function metrics are, great. That's even better because you can go, well, sounds to me that if you have 5 and you're looking to get to 15 and 10 leads a day is worth 1,000, you're leaving 15 grand, you're leaving 10 grand a month on the table. How much would you be willing to invest to solve that problem? 100 grand a month, 10 grand a month. Now, if they don't have the budget or they struggle to say yes, that's why you want to use these repetitions. Okay, so you're currently experiencing 5 leads a day and you want to be at 15. And if you stay where you are, your competition going to keep passing you. What would you pay to prevent your competition from passing you and to give more sales to your sales team? I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me. I mean, I suppose we'd be looking at around 20 grand. Awesome. Great. If you are 100% confident you had the right plan, and even if they've said the number, I want you to repeat it. Support to reach your goal of 15 leads a day, how much would you be willing to invest to solve the problem? Repeating the close. And they go, yeah, about 20 grand. Awesome. If they go 5 grand, fine. We're going to offer them a different product. Doesn't really matter. Use the worksheet to fill this in. And here's where we get really fun. Okay, great. So here's what we need to do. Here's the next steps for you in order to get to 10 leads, 15 leads a week quickly. How does that sound? Great. All right, so instead of Step one problem, you really need to be step one goal. We use step one method to give step one benefit, right? It's a bit much. So instead of your current solution, instead of having no niche, and instead of kind of winding your way through randomly, we need to have a really set niche and audience that we go after. We use our niche discovery process in order to identify a quick and profitable niche. Okay, and we just repeat these steps. We put in the step benefit. You've already written out the problem that they've got, and you've got the goal that they need to be at, and you have the name of the methodology. You have the step name and the methodology, and you give the benefit. You're just going to repeat these out, and they're going to go, yeah, that's exactly what I need, and you just repeat them. So for ours, for example, instead of you doing all the work and wasting time on the wrong tasks, what you need to be doing is spending more time in the business working on strategy. We use a time freedom methodology to give you back 10 hours free time a week. Ah, all right, awesome. Give them the plan. These are the exact steps in the right order that our client uses to achieve function. And we're going to start repeating these. Does that make sense to you? They go, yeah. Are you comfortable with everything we've talked about? You go, yeah. Okay, great. Where would you like to go from here? Chances are they'll either go, okay, so how does this work? How would we work with you? They go, what are the next steps? Or they're going to go, what's this going to cost me? Either way, whatever they ask, you go, okay, yeah, great. Just one more question. How confident are you that implementing the steps we covered would help you get to your goal in 90 days? And they'll go, yeah, I'm pretty confident. I go, pretty confident? They go, no, we're confident. If they're not confident, you have to uncover why. Why aren't you confident? And they're going to say things like, well, would this work for our industry? We've tried this stuff before. You need to uncover this and then give them a decent answer. This is the beginning of an objection, and you don't want to uncover this later on. You want to cover it off here. And eventually, whatever they give you, if they've asked for the price, you're going to say, yeah, great question. Anything else? They're going to say, no. Go, okay, let me tell you how this works. Your business name or your product name helps audience with function. I think the best thing we can do to move forward is, and then you're going to choose whatever product it is. Presumably you're going to know that probably before you get on the call. And you're just going to draw out from a very high level and point out what your next steps are, right? You've already done that to an extent. If you are doing this on Zoom, you can do this bit by drawing it on a whiteboard, you know, or even if they've got like a camera above you, you can say, okay, so instead of what you're doing right now, which is no niche, we use our niche uncovery method to define a niche. So you're going to draw out the model, essentially, is what you're going to do. This is what you're doing here, is drawing out the model, okay? You need a plan, the right tools, and support. The plan is what I've outlined above. 90 days to double your revenue. When we get you signed up with 7-figure freedom, when we get you signed up with YouTuber acceleration, when we get you signed up with the lawyer lead generation program, we'll get you started on generating more leads immediately, or uncovering hidden sales, whatever the benefit, the core benefit is, or the function is of the product. The right tools are the systems that we'll build with you and your team specifically to get you more leads. And the support comes from working alongside us. We have regular calls every 2 weeks, and we'll send update reports every week to let you know where we are. This is the part where you outline the logistics, essentially, whatever your logistics for your product are. Does that make sense to you? Yeah. Are you comfortable with everything I've gone over so far? Yeah. Where would you like to go from here? That's when they'll go, oh, I'd love to know the price. You go, great. The investment's going to be $24,000. Now, if you want to sign them in for a growth session, great, sign them in for a growth session. If you would like to write up a proposal, they're going to say, what's the price? You go, I tell you what, let me write up a proposal for you and I'll send that over to you. When would be a good date for you? And they're going to go, what? Because you're going to be closing them on the proposal, and you're essentially going to be doing the same thing. We've got proposal training, which you can go over. I'm not going to repeat it here, but you can go over that proposal training. Have a look through it, and you'll see that the best way to get people to buy is on the call there and then. Or if you're selling a core product or recurring revenue, you go, it's $6,000 or it's $500 a month or $497 a month. And you don't embellish it. You don't go, well, the price, I'm glad you asked, is $497. You just say the investment's $497 a month. And you do not talk until they talk. And then we're going to close and turn objections. So can I book you in for a call? What's the best date for a growth session? We can get started today. We just require a deposit and a signature. Those are my 3 favorite closes. So as you can see, we go through the agenda and the tone and the pace. We're nice and quick, uncover areas of weakness, diagnose problems specific to them. We prescribe what our process is. So that's when you can draw the diagram if you want to. The application is basically, here's how you'd apply it to your business, and here's how we work. Here's the logistics of the business. And then we invite them. We give them a price. We listen to their objections, then we close. Next up, I'm going to talk to you about my 3 favorite closes and how to turn objections. That's on if they are both on the proposal stage, if they've gone through a proposal, or if you're looking to sell them a lower ticket product. So I will see you in that next video. Okie dokie, closing on the call. Here we go. So the first thing to uncover is what a close is and what an objection is really quickly. The most common ones we get are, that's a lot of money. We weren't expecting to pay that much. I'm not entirely sure that this is suitable for us. I don't have confidence in this. I don't have confidence in you. We're weighing up our options, so we want to go talk to somebody else. I need to think about it. I need time to mull it over. There's a bunch of different ones, and we're going to basically cover off the top 3 really, really simply. So the first thing to understand is, let's move me down into the corner here, is the close comes before the objection. So you close, you then get an objection, and then you close again. So you need to be really specific on what your close is. Book a call, pay a deposit, whatever it is, right? If they are talking to you, they are looking to buy. People don't want to appear too keen. The reason people don't buy immediately is because they don't want to appear too keen. Yes, some people are going to slip through the net and get away from you, no matter what closes you try. It happens. But what you want to do is at least try turning 3 or 4 objections, or turning objections 3 or 4 times. The first thing is, I like to give the close. I just presume they're going to buy, right? I assume the sale. Okay? And they're going to give you every excuse in the book not to commit. And it's got nothing to do with you. It's an internal belief. Everything they have is an internal belief problem that they go, oh, I don't want to do it because I don't want to. It's entirely up to them. I promise you, it's got nothing to do with you, right? It hasn't. They wouldn't be on the call if it did. So I assume they want to buy. So I almost assume that any excuse they give me is bullshit. So I'm going to help them uncover that, and I'm going to give them excuses. So here's the first thing, is the most common ones. Cost, which I've talked about before. Time to think. Talk it over. And what's interesting is that people will use a combination of them, which means they don't have any objection. For whatever reason, they just don't, they're not ready to put their credit card information in. But that's not because of you, that's them, right? It's difficult making a change. It's difficult making a commitment. I know for a fact that you watching this right now, at some point there was a hesitation. It is difficult making that commitment. I understand that. And so they'll come up with all these kind of reasons that they want to give you, okay? Time to think it over, time to talk it over, and confidence. These are the most common ones. Cost is not an objection. If someone says, oh, that's a bit more than we were expecting to pay, I was hoping to pay 500 quid, that means you haven't qualified them earlier on, right? During the qualification call process or during the qualification form, you didn't ask them if they had the right amount of money, right? It's not an objection. If they go, whew, that's a lot of money, stay completely silent. You go, yeah, it is. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. Did you want to pay via card or put a deposit down via card? Because I can take your payment number right now. We can get you set up right now. No, hold on. I just want to. You want them to say, hold on. You want to hear a no. As Jamie Leclerc says, make the dough say no. You want to hear that no. You want to hear that hold on. Because it means you haven't made the offer clear enough yet. I just need some time to think it over. Sure, I completely understand that. Why would you why would you buy from me then? What? So I know you want to think it over. I just want to understand better. Why would you buy from me? So, why would you buy from me. This is often when they say we need time to think because we're evaluating our options. Like we're looking at buying from somebody else, we're balancing up a couple of people. You're on the call with them right now, right? They are never more likely to buy than right now from you. Why would you buy from me then? And say, well, we suppose your feedback is incredible. We know the work that you've done. We've heard great things from you. Go, great. Would you like me to take a deposit right now? We can get started today. What's the long credit card number you want to give it? They go, whoa, 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 whoa. I say, well, you've just said, we don't say that part, by the way. I internally think it. And they go, I think we need time to think it over. And I say, this is where I like to repeat it, okay? I go, all right. Let's do a pros and cons list. I just want to make sure that we have everything on the table. Right? It's called Benjamin Franklin, as in Ben Franklin close, but we don't tell them it's a Ben Franklin close. You can say it's a Benjamin Franklin list-making exercise. Really smart guy. Let's do pros and cons. So if you buy from us right now, if you send us the deposit and we can get started today, right now, what would be one of the pros? And they go, well, we begin solving our problems. And you say, awesome. I'm even going to be fair and I'm going to do pros and cons as well for you. I think what you'd also be doing is taking a lot of stress off. Cons. What would be the con? The con is you have to spend 25 grand. Okay, what else? Well, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to say a con is it's going to cost you some time. You're going to have to put some time into it. What's another pro? And they're going to say a pro would be, I think it's going to be good to have a plan. Go, yep, I would agree for that. I also think it's going to do is it's very basically going to increase your sales. What's a con? And immediately they're going to run out of ideas. I promise you. If they come up with one, it's usually the core reason. They'll say, well, if we end up buying from you, we're not able to buy from somebody else or something like that. But hardly ever does anyone ever come up with another con. And so you just let them sit in it. They go, I don't know. I was like, okay, well, I'm racking my brains as well. What's another pro? And we'll come back to the cons later. So another pro is we're going to get better leads. Yeah, awesome. You thought of any cons yet? I suppose there's a bit of a risk buying something like this. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. And another con that you can give is you say, look, it's also going to be a big change in the business. Change is uncomfortable. Great. Any other pros? And I say, yeah, I think we can automate stuff. You go, awesome. I actually think it's going to be really good for your team as well. Any other cons? No. Go, great, okay, let's just keep going. Another pro? And I'll say, I like the idea of being successful. I go, great, yeah, I agree. I think another pro is you'll feel more confident in the business. Any more cons yet? No. And eventually you'll run out of pros, but I promise you, you'll always have more pros than you will cons. Always. You say, look, I'll be honest with you. It sounds to me like you've got 8 reasons or 9 reasons to invest with us right now, and only 4 to not do it. It seems like there is way more reasons, and chances are you are only ever going to get 2. All right? There's 2 reasons to not invest with us. Here's my advice. Take us up. Put a deposit down. We have a cool-off period. This is where if in 30 days' time you decide you don't want to go ahead with it, we can give you back every penny of your deposit. But I promise you, we'll get started on this straight away. We just require a deposit. What would be the long card number? And you need to keep fighting on it. Keep fighting on it. Whatever they give, you say, look, time to think. I need to talk it over. Right? What this is a stalling mechanism because, ironically, we talk about change. People don't like change. They don't at all. It's uncomfortable. Physically, it's uncomfortable for the brain. The brain knows it's going to have to build more neural pathways throughout itself, and it doesn't want to expend calories or energy doing that. This sounds insane, I know, but that is the reason. Their brain is preventing them from exerting energy. So we go, okay, what do you need to think over? Well, there's a lot of options to weigh up. Great. Let's talk about the pros and cons. Or, and they might bring this over, look, I'm just not entirely confident that we can do this. And I'll be honest with them. I'll say, are you not entirely confident that we can do it or that you can do it? I go, no, I'm confident in you, because they don't want to offend you. I'll say, okay, so you're not confident that you can do it. I'm unsure. I'm like, look, we have the support system. We're going to be with you every 2 weeks. We can increase that for the first 3 months if you want. We have a cool down period. Put down the deposit, and if you're not happy with where you are in 30 days, we'll refund every penny. We can get started today. We just need the long card number. And the final thing I like to ask is, what aren't you confident on? And they're going to say, look, I believe in the system. I believe in you. Have you got any case studies? And we'll send them case studies. Now, if you don't have case studies, again, I like to reframe it as, are you confident in us or not confident in you? And they'll go, to be honest, we're not confident in us. If they insist on case studies, you say, look, this is a brand new program. We're happy to get you other work from other customers that we've run through with this, with similar programs, but this is a brand new program. So I'm happy to get you references, but we don't have any case studies. Be honest about it. Don't worry about it. Chances are it's actually never going to come up. The final word from your mouth should always be pay a deposit, pay a deposit, pay a deposit. What's the long card number? What's the long card number? What's the long card number? You might think this is the hard sell. People do not want to change. That's all you're coming up against. That's all that the problem is. If every single customer in the world, we have 100 customers forever, right? 2% of them will go, yeah, awesome, let's go, I want to buy. Another 2% will say that in 30 to 90 days. The other 96% need convincing. You say, look, I'm going to be with you every step of the way. We'll have regular calls, we have regular checkups and catch-ups. You've outlined the logistics already. This is the right time. And you've been trying to solve this problem for X number of days. And I go, yeah, but we've got other offers on the table from other funnel builders, and you can just repeat back, okay, so why would you buy from me? I go, well, because your level of experience, right? Well, because you're a specialist. Well, because I like you. And if we come back to us and they say, we've got to weigh up our options, okay, but no one else is the specialist or has the level of experience we have or has me, right? And no, okay. If you're on the fence, here's what I would do. Drop the deposit, come on board, we'll sign you up. If you think you still don't want to do it in 30 days time, we'll refund every penny, and we'll just part ways, friends. How does that sound? Go, yeah. Occasionally they're never gonna bite, but I promise you, if you repeat that cycle of close, objection, close, eventually most of them will end up signing on. Another one is they go, I'm going to need time to think about it. And I like to ask them, okay, well, what is it you need to think about? They go, well, I want to evaluate my options. I want to run it past my partner. I want to run it past whoever. I go, okay, what is it you want to run past them? I say, look, you're going to need this eventually, okay? You need this eventually. Have fun with it. Assume the sale. Look, you're going to need this eventually, right? Okay, yeah, I guess so. I don't think there's any reasons for you to not buy it. I think you're lacking a bit of self-confidence, and that's fine, but we're going to be with you every step of the way. Okay, yeah. Okay, fine. Great. If they don't buy from you there and then, and it does happen, drop it, follow up with them later. That's what the campaign crushers are for, to follow up with people who are so close to buying. Because actually, they're never more likely to buy than now. Like, right now is actually when their excitement level is at its highest. And as soon as they drop off the call, it begins to go down. And so we need to get them to close there and then. And most of the time, you'll be able to do it if you follow this process. You don't have to have clever sales patter. You can start writing this out. Why would you buy from me? Benjamin Franklin. You need this eventually. That's a good one. What are you not confident with? We can take a deposit now and get started. Let's go ahead and do this. They go, okay, cool. Next up is the campaign crusher. This is where we're going to start looking at lead generation, brand new clients, and also generating sales from your current list. These are going to be a lot of copy and paste templates. It'll actually probably be quite a short video or series of videos because you'll just be using the copy that we've got. I'll just show you how to do it. You actually know how to do a lot of it already. We're just going to give you that copy. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much for checking out the video. I will see you on that next set of videos in the campaign crusher. All right, here we go. Final lesson in the final module. Welcome to, in fact, we're just going to get straight into it. Here we go. Campaign crushers. So, here is some very basic maths. This represents time, and this represents money. Over time, we want our revenue to go up, right? Makes sense. Here's what I have found is actually the case. Is this, like that, blah, 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 blah. Now, even with recurring revenue, regular campaigns, all this kind of stuff, there's always going to be fluctuation, right? That's the point. Most of the time, you're going to see that the dips are at the weekend, right? Makes sense. Might be that this dip is in Q2 and Q4. It doesn't really matter. Here's what I'll guarantee you. Whenever there is a peak like this, it is because you have done some kind of campaign. Even if it's only one person that you've managed to close on the sale, it's because you have done more activities than you have done when there is no money coming in. We did some really basic maths to the point where I'm almost ashamed of how basic and simple it was, where we looked at our revenue, and wouldn't you know it, when we had the biggest growths in revenue, like this, was when I was running a campaign. Here's what's interesting. This is both for Sell Your Service and for our agency. When we ran a campaign, I used to think, well, this has to have A, B, C in it, and then this one needs to have X, Y, Z. They need to be different. They need to be novel. I can't just send the same emails again. Why not? And so years later, what we did is I was like, actually, let's just send the same emails again. And it worked, and we generated revenue again. Now there's a few phenomena at play here. This is called Zero Moment of Truth by Google. First of all, we have to spend roughly we have to see a message 7 to 8 times before we're willing to take action. Earlier, I talked about how 2% will buy now, 2% will buy later, 96 will buy from you, but they'll need time, right? 7 to 8 interactions. They need you to see the message 7 to 8 times. They need to see the offer 7 to 8 times. People who didn't buy here or here might have only seen the offer 3 times, 6 times, and it was only after they saw it on the 7th time is when they wanted to buy, yeah? So they need to see it 7 to 8 times. They need to spend something like 10 hours with you, all right? This varies because I think it's across multiple different things like a call, proposal, content, all this kind of stuff. It all compiles together. It doesn't need to physically spend 10 hours with you on a call. It's across a lot of different mediums. And roughly, speaking of medias, 3 different platforms: email, text, phone calls, Skype, voicemail, sales pages, content, blog posts, 3 different ways of interacting with you. And when you get this blend, that's when you start to make serious sales. So you need to take the campaigns that work and just put them on automation. So what we're going to do is we are going to build a very basic CRM pipeline where you're going to have people, remember, because you've got SLAPSS, you're going to have leads, appointments, proposals, sales, and sales plus. Your subscribers, remember, is kind of like your audience. That'll just be your email list essentially. Leads are people who put their hands up. Appointments are people who get on a call. Proposals are the people who get to strategy or have a proposal. A sale is when someone's giving you money, and sales plus are the people who are who have given you money, who are either going to buy the next product, so an upsell, or they have not quite bought and they're actually at the proposal stage and we need to convert them. That's all we're going to do, all right? We are going to automate something during the leads to get people to put their hand up that's going to automate roughly every 7 days. We're going to automate something that gets people to, sorry, this is what we call a lead magnet. We're going to automate this that does something every 7 days. When we are sending a proposal, anyone who gets moved into the proposal stage who hasn't bought will get sent 3 messages, roughly. You can make it more. I'm just going to give you the 3 that work for us, one after the other. Anyone who buys from you, we are going to put them into a campaign to buy that next product. And anyone who has almost bought from you is going to be sent an email on repeat, basically every 7 days, every 10 days, something like that, but after a certain amount of time. So we're not going to write fresh stuff from scratch every single time. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump straight into the almost bought campaign. And yeah, you'll start seeing that the first way for you to start making some money is by talking to the people who had almost bought from you. Okie dokie. So you've got people on a strategy call. They haven't bought, either they haven't bought your core product or they haven't bought a high ticket product, whatever reason, you weren't able to close them. No problem. Let's follow up with them. We're going to send them some emails roughly every 3 days. And I'm just going to give you the 3 that work for us. You just need to basically type these problems in and retype them. And you can even automate them because the problems are going to be basically the same. What you want is someone to reply to you, say, yeah, we're willing to go ahead, let's go. That's all you're looking for. So, hey, look, I know you've been struggling with generating leads or generating sales, but in order to get more sales, you need to take action. So this is build the model. This is build the framework, whatever you call it. You need to implement time freedom. You need to create a campaign crusher. You need to follow up with people who have almost bought. The action is the specific step or series of steps that you want them to take. It just so happens that I'm brilliant at time freedom. In fact, last year I helped 10 funnel builders get back 10 hours a week. I helped 10 insurance companies generate 100 leads per day from their blog for free without advertising. I helped function. Okay, you want to say function. If you haven't helped anyone do that yet, just say, in fact, I only work in function. In fact, all I do is function. We can get started on your project today with a deposit and signed contracts. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We just want to send that out. Okay, we want to remind them you've still got this problem. Number 2, in order to get started on your project, we just require a signed contract and a deposit. If you click here, you can sign up the credit card and digitally sign our contract. We'd love to start delivering action item, whatever that might be, the step or the stage, as soon as possible and start solving whatever their particular problem is. Start solving the problem of no leads. Start increasing the number of leads that you generate. Click here to pay your deposit and sign the contract. We are just closing them over and over and over. Hey, first name, I get it. This sounds totally counterintuitive. Everyone knows that you need to, and this is something you want to stop, right? And this is obviously going to be taken from the things that you've heard about people doing beforehand. Maybe it's something specific to them. I like to use Text Expander as a tool. I'll put a link to it down below. And what I can do is write up the email. So I've got loads of emails here. And it means that the way that Text Expander works is I can say, okay, Text Expander. So it's kind of halfway between automation. So I can put this in. Everyone knows that you need to. And what I'm going to do is put in a single line field. Action to stop. Take time to think. Right? In order to get, and then we're going to put another one in. Get results. More leads. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that this is follow-up email number 3. And the abbreviation will be follow-up email #3. And I think, yeah, so I'm just going to put a full stop there. And what that now means is if I come back to my campaign crusher with something like Text Expander, rather than automating it, I can go fem3 and then the little box comes down here. And I say, I get it, it sounds counterintuitive. Everyone needs to know that you need to write more content. Delete that in order to get more leads. I just follow it through, I click OK, and it populates it with all of their custom things. What you can also do is you can get quite clever with things like go high level and start putting in, like, if you've booked an appointment in their CRM system, start putting in like what their specific problem is or whatever it is, which is super useful. But don't overcomplicate it. Just start sending these emails. And this is to get people back on a call with you in order for them to go, yes, you're right, I do want to buy, I do want to sign. We have these get sent out to everyone who almost buys. And next up, I want to take you through the longer campaigns for people who are kind of closer but haven't quite bought. So you start using this with the almost bought function. And we've got a ton more stuff coming to do with how to follow up with people who have almost bought and just get them over the line. So I'll see you on the next video. Okay, let's talk about some campaigns. We've got a few different ones here. First of all, we have campaigns that you can send to people who you've sent proposals to but haven't heard from over a month ago. I want to send some emails or some social posts like on Facebook or LinkedIn about getting people on a call. And I want to get some people to put their hands up and saying they want a lead magnet. We have also got a cross-sell and upsell campaign. I want to start with this one first. Anyone who buys from you, immediately, I need you to start sending some cross-sell or upsell campaigns. And you can sell this to your current customers as well. Even if you only have 10 customers and you have one person buy from you, that's more than what would have been buying from you previously. I'm not going to go over these in great detail. This one is... if you liked or have used this product name in the past, if you've used our product, if you've worked with us in the past, if we've built you leadership management in the past, then leadership acceleration is going to seriously get you some results. The difference is where the first product solves a problem, our second product solves a problem even faster because reason. For example, the difference is where SEO Worksheet shows you how to optimize your own content, our SEO Audit provides specific and in-depth look into your website. Click here, check it out and see why it names better, faster, smarter, or click or hit reply if you want to jump on a quick call. Okay. If you like product name, then you'll love other product name. The great thing about Agency Accelerator is it's designed to get you more leads, which is why Agency Rocket Ship is so valuable, because it accelerates how fast you can generate more leads and sales and make sales easier. Click here to check it out, find out why Action 2 is so important to getting results. So again, this is just taking the same systems and offering them the next product. Hey, I just want you to make you aware of our agency checkup program. Here's the lowdown. SEO is currently the most popular way to get free search traffic. Google ads or YouTube ads are the new kid on the block, but there's a real lack of experience and information out there. The truth is that it is perfect for booking sales calls, which is why I thought you should take a look. Click here and have a read. At least start to think about how YouTube ads can help you book more calls so that you can, I don't know, make more sales. You want to try and get these guys on a call. Don't just push them to a sales page. You want to say something along the lines of click here to check it out, and it's then a link through to your calendar page, or hit reply and let's have a conversation, right? These need to start sending out to all your customers right now, and you also need to automate it to the point after someone has bought, you start sending it to them. And you might think, yeah, but I've got a very personal relationship with this person. Are they going to feel a bit weird about me sending them an automated email? Not at all. They do not think that at all. They'll think, this person's catching up with me and maybe I should have a conversation with them. If it comes back that, yeah, the language is a bit automated, change it, but at least you're having the conversation with them. I cannot tell you how much of our revenue is generated by cross-selling and upselling products. And we have one of these written for every single one of our products, which is only 4 really, because you go from free to low cost to core and so on and so forth. We just spend some time writing them up and then we have them in our automation system ready to go. Next up, let's do, we sent proposals a month ago. I want you to generate a list of all the people that you've worked with over the past few months and years who you've sent proposals to, but they never got back to you or they never bought from you at all. This is over a month ago. And I just want you to send this every 10 days. So, hey, have you reached whatever yet? Have you reached 20K a month yet? Have you managed to double your revenue yet? I just wanted to check in. This is the specific function. If you have no idea and like you're like, yeah, but the previous customers I sold to, I didn't have that function back then, that doesn't matter. I want you to still test this and push this out. Just wanted to check in. 10 days later, hey, Fname, are you still struggling to generate more sales? I'd be happy to jump on a quick 10-minute call to explore why you stalled. Sign off. Don't know why that's a question mark. See how short these are? Hey Fname, when we last spoke, you went in another direction, hired someone else, took some time to think it over. Did you ever manage to double your revenue? I'd love to know. Hit reply and email me. These are super short. You don't even need to format them. I just send them as basic text emails to make it look like I'm writing them. And with something like this, again, you can automate it where you can say how you lost it. In something like Go High Level, you can drag it and say, I lost it because they went to somebody else, they went another direction. I would just, if you're going to automate this, just have went in another direction. I would just have that. Or I just never heard back from you. We spoke a while back, but I never heard back from you. Did you manage to double your revenue? Hit reply and let me know. Brainstorm a few of these and kind of mix and match them up, because you can take a lot of this stuff like this. These hands up calls are great to use in the follow-up ones. The concept behind sending emails to people who haven't quite bought is, are you still biting your nails? 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 Let's jump on a call and see how I can help you. You just want to get them back on a call. You want them to come back to you. And what I like about this is that it stacks up. The more they do it, the more they realize, nope, I haven't solved this problem yet. I need to come back to you to fix it. Hands up, get on a call. These work beautifully in social posts towards your friends, LinkedIn, and emails. The idea is we want to get people physically on one of those qualifier calls. Hey, I'm looking to work with 5 audience members who want to double their revenue. I'm looking to work with 5 artists who want to increase their number of leads in 5 days. Hit reply if you'd like to join a 10-minute call, and people will email you back. And every person who does, that's a lead. They've gone from subscriber in your general area to solid lead because they've said, I'm interested. This one here is a little bit more qualification. You'll need to change these here. So you want to put in your qualifiers. So if you have already sold X number of tickets, if you have already done this, if you've already done that, go ahead. I'm putting together a small case study for a group on audience to see how we can function. If you're interested, hit reply with double or whatever the function is, and I will show you. Super short, super punchy, get them in. And we'll be adding to this document, and I'm also just going to throw in my ones that I use so you can get even more inspiration, and I'm even going to throw in the follow-up campaigns that we use as well, which you should have already. Another one here, I'm looking to work one-on-one for 10 minutes with some artists to see how and where we can generate in more leads. If you want to jump on a call, hit reply with call or one-on-one or coaching or function, and we'll get in touch. No sales. Then finally, I published a new video on how this type of business can get this type of function, on how YouTubers can move away from relying on Facebook ads or YouTube revenue. Hit reply with YouTube if you want the link. And you're just going to go over that video, remember that I talked about earlier, the Optin Offer, that's just your model and you just talk through. That's the video you're going to give them. Now you could gate it where they have to put in their email address. What I like to do is do the video and then have another call to action inside the video and have a calendar booking link on the page. That's how I like to do it. And that's how we book a lot of calls. I audited a few businesses to show them how to function in X number of days. I also have the replay here. Do you want the link to the video? We just recorded the audit part of a webinar, and we just gave people the replay. It was only 10 minutes long. Super simple. Here's the cool thing as well. We will automate this. We'll talk about this in a bit. We'll automate it so it just keeps sending these out every Thursday, I think is ours, roughly every 7 to 10 days. We do every 7 days just for sake of ease, but you could do it every 10 days if you wanted, but we do every 7 days. And it just goes to the same page every single time. I don't create new content. I just put it to the same page until I have 0 conversions for all of it. Another one, social, or comment below or hit reply if you want a video or a link to a video where I walk 5 businesses through how to double their revenue in 15 minutes. Start putting these in. This is a perfect time to get your VA to go over this and start putting in the functions and the different functions you've got. The easiest ones to start with are the follow-up with almost bought and the cross-sell campaigns, and then you can just start automating the hands-up campaigns. And I also like to automate the send proposals, people who you haven't sent proposals to, or you've sent proposals to. We're coming up to the final one. I want to talk about daily communication. I know it sounds like a lot, but I promise you it's not. No one's going to get pissed off at you. Other than that, I will see you in the next video. Okie dokie, daily communication. Now this might sound like a lot, but I promise you it's actually not quite as much as you think it is. All I want you to do is, at a very bare minimum, if I move myself down to the screen here, at a very bare minimum, have one communication with one person per day. Per one day. That's it. If you have people who are subscribers, leads in your audience, prospect, sales, and in your sales plus sequence, let's say you only have one person in each. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and allow you to take the weekends off and go back to Monday. I don't want you to feel like you have to email. This is the main mistake people make. We send an email a day. We actually send 12 emails a day, but they're segmented to different people. But I at least want you to post some kind of communication to your subscribers every week. I want you to do one communication a day. So whether you do one post to your subscribers, so maybe that's to your blog, YouTube, email list, just sharing a story, Facebook group, this one works really well, LinkedIn, whatever. And the cool thing about this is you have this already. It's a hands up. In fact, you have this twice, because you can do hands up and hands up. Leads or lead magnet, where you're just going to share the video or the basic PDF of your process, or you're going to do the hands up to get people on a call. Personally, I would want to have this going, the lead magnet on one Thursday and the hands up call the next Thursday, and just keep alternating them. That's all. All right, nice and easy. Okay. And I hate the concept of content calendars, because I'm always like, I can't be bothered to make that much content. But we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You might decide this Thursday is lead magnet, this Thursday is call. Lead magnet, call. And I've given you enough so that you can alternate them, and you just keep pushing them out every Thursday. You now know that on a Thursday, you are going to generate leads and calls. You're done. How easy was that? All right. You're also going to have reminder sequences for people who have booked in, which is kind of like that continuing daily communication. For your audience, don't worry about this Monday, Tuesday stuff here. This is just an example. Here we go. For the people who have bought, there is a cross-sell and an upsell. And you could send them that every 10 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is an upsell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Upsell or cross-sell or whatever it is. And you've even got another one, right? So we'd even have like, in fact, let's just mix it up and put one right in the middle here. Yeah, because I've given you 3 just as an example. For people who haven't quite bought yet and they were close, the follow-up, the sales plus, we're going to have that every 10 days roughly. So let's put one here where we do that. Are you still? Are you still? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll put it back here then. Are you still? In fact, let's keep it all in the same month. Let's have it the week later. Are you still? So we'll get rid of this. Your prospects and your proposals are probably going to want some kind of that follow-up sequence of people who haven't quite bought yet. And they are going to get it every 3 days, roughly. All right? So that's going to be the follow-up follow up. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, follow up here. Now, admittedly, if you don't have anyone to follow up with, you won't be sending anything on that day. Don't worry about that. I just want you to know that you've got this booked in, and follow up like that. There's a ton of content out there about this kind of stuff, about, you know, booking in calls and all this kind of jazz, and content marketing, and tons of this. Why I think it gets overcomplicated is because people think they have to create fresh stuff every single time. If on a Wednesday you just went to your Facebook Live or your Facebook group and said, I'm going to do a quick video and showing you how I can function and solve problem for audience, here's how, and just push that out there, you will get people who are interested in working with you. It's that simple. As you continue through this, you can then keep that video and you can do a hands up post to say, yeah, does someone want this? Does someone want this? Don't feel you need to create content from scratch. It's crazy. One of my favorite things, and I've talked about this in another coaching call which I recorded, is I record a video. Clarence then edits it in Descript. We send that text out as an email. We also create a blog post from it. We obviously publish the video to YouTube, and we turn that into audio for our podcast. And we also recycle a lot of these. Clarence will often cut up the video again later down the line and create a different couple of videos from it. Don't overcomplicate it, guys. Really don't overcomplicate it. I'll happily go into more details on how we do all of this stuff here. But for right now, all you need to do is you're almost bought and your campaigns. That's all I need you to worry about right now. Don't worry about anything else. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much for checking out this content. I will see you inside the group. I will see you inside the private members area, and I will also see you on the live coaching calls. What I need you to do now is to go ahead, check off all of the items that you have done or need to do. And other than that, I will see you when I see you. Fantastic work, and I'll speak to you in the next video.